The Rise of the Spanish Empire. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 176 Train Track Synchronization. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time to get down to business. Queen Sophie, quite astutely, felt the time was almost up, so she invited Charles's sister, Queen Maria, to tour the palace gardens and other attractions, giving Charles and King Louis ample privacy to discuss their business. The two queens left the banqueting room one after the other, and the conversation between Charles and King Louis became more formal. After all, Charles and King Louis were not related by blood, and they weren't close, so naturally, the conversation had to be more formal. Your Majesty, Spain has changed tremendously in recent years. Perhaps in a few years, under your rule, Spain will indeed be able to achieve a resurgence, once again becoming one of the 6 great European powers, alongside Britain, France, Germany, Russia, and Austria. King Louis I of Portugal began by praising Spain's recent progress and complimenting Charles. In Louis's opinion, Charles, under the age of 24, would likely have no strong objection to such compliments, even if he didn't feel particularly drawn to them. After all, who doesn't like to hear good things? What's more, he was a young king. This is the result of Prime Minister Primo's efforts. It was his reforms that created today's powerful Spain, Carlo said with a smile. Spain's resurgence was indeed the result of Prime Minister Primo's reforms, and Carlo's contribution was not significant. This statement not only acknowledged Prime Minister Primo's contributions, but also served to remind King Louis I that he did not hold much power in the current Spanish kingdom, and to discourage the Portuguese royal family from having too high expectations of the Spanish monarchy. The Prime Minister is also under the leadership of the king, and the king is the master of a country, King Louis I said with a smile, expressing his dissenting opinion. This was also what he truly believed. For traditional European aristocrats like King Louis I, they always believed that the king was the master of the country. Even if constitutionalism had divided most of the power, as long as the king was in power, the country belonged to the king. This was also reflected in the example of Carlo's sister, Queen Maria. Although Queen Maria enjoyed a good reputation in Portugal, even being called the angel of charity and the mother of the poor, her extravagant behavior and stubborn ideas still drew opposition from some, especially officials. Several anecdotes passed down through the ages bear this out. At one masquerade ball, Queen Maria changed her costume 3 times in a single night, each costing hundreds of pounds, the equivalent of a cascade of gold and jewels. This wasn't an exaggeration, considering that at the time, 1 pound was equivalent to 7.33 grams of gold. Costing hundreds of pounds, the cost of clothing was equivalent to several kilograms of gold. When the Portuguese Parliament discussed the Queen's lavish spending, Queen Maria stated, "If you want a queen, you must spend money on her." She adhered to this principle. Much of the interior decoration of the Ajuda Palace in Lisbon was overseen by Queen Maria, costing the Portuguese royal family and government more than the cost of an ironclad warship. Queen Maria's unwavering belief in absolute monarchy is exemplified by an incident Charles personally heard. The same year Charles arrived in Spain, Queen Maria engaged in a minor conflict in Portugal with the current Duke of Saldana. Conflicts between the Queen and the nobility were inevitable, but Queen Maria expressed considerable force and resolve, threatening the Portuguese noble, the Duke of Saldana, "If I were king, I would shoot you." This unwavering attitude stemmed from the fact that her father, Victor Emanuele II, was King of Italy, her brother, Charles, was King of Spain, and her husband, Louis, was King of Portugal. Queen Maria's approach and philosophy were not wrong, as many nobles and kings shared similar views at the time. There were nobles even more extravagant than Queen Maria, and even more stubborn and authoritarian. The only problem was that Portugal, like Spain, faced a severe decline and lacked sufficient political power, exacerbating domestic unrest. After King Louis's death, Maria continued to be active in Portugal as Queen Mother, even serving as regent. Under her guidance, Charles I, who succeeded her, also displayed a more authoritarian attitude and exercised a harsh and despotic rule. The long period of despotic rule had deeply irritated the Portuguese, and after 270 years, the House of Braganza finally collapsed. Queen Maria's fall from grace could not be attributed to Queen Maria, but some of her actions certainly contributed to its demise. However, this wasn't necessarily bad news for Charles II. It could even serve as an opportunity for Spain to re-annex Portugal. Indeed, in Charles II's future plans for Spain, annexing Portugal was a crucial element, second only to Gibraltar. These two goals were essentially one, and their success depended on the attitude of the British. Once Spain no longer feared the British, perhaps the recapture of Gibraltar and the annexation of Portugal could be pursued simultaneously. The Iberian Peninsula was a perfectly formed land, surrounded by the sea and bordering only France in the northeast. Simply deploying troops and building fortifications on both sides of the Pyrenees could keep the enemy out of the peninsula. Adding Portugal's vast plains to Spain's plans would provide Spain with a vast expanse of arable land, strengthening its agricultural strength. The entire Iberian Peninsula could easily accommodate a population exceeding 70 million. Adding the Moroccan territories that Charles planned to incorporate, the land alone could accommodate nearly 100 million people. While not as large as the United States, with its vast expanses of land and plains, this capacity was still considerable compared to other European countries. Furthermore, with control of the Strait of Gibraltar, Spain would become the master of the Mediterranean and Atlantic transport routes and the hegemon of the Western Mediterranean, potentially placing it on equal footing with major powers like Britain, France, and Germany. While such a vision was appealing, its realization was extremely difficult. For Spain at this point, Portugal, Gibraltar, and Morocco were all untouchable bombs. Gibraltar was guarded by the British, who would not allow Portugal and Morocco to be annexed by Spain. Furthermore, even if Charles had the opportunity to annex Portugal, Spain would not have permitted it. Despite its small size, Portugal boasted a population of over 4.5 million, nearly a quarter of Spain's population, making assimilation a significant challenge. Furthermore, the Portuguese were traditionally European, so forceful assimilation was naturally out of the question. Annexing Portugal was a difficult process, requiring the right timing, or at least minimizing internal opposition within the Portuguese. Prior to this, relations between Spain and Portugal needed to remain stable. Both countries were weakened colonial powers, and cooperation was possible to a certain extent. Portugal must not be allowed to completely sway towards Britain, as this would complicate annexation and other Spanish plans. Your Majesty, Portugal and Spain are neighbors in Iberia. I believe we must maintain peace in Iberia and jointly confront enemies outside of it. The Portuguese government would be happy to sign a treaty with the Spanish government to establish a solid Iberian defense, allowing us both to focus on external affairs and the management of our colonies, King Louis I of Portugal said with a smile. As two former colonial powers, Spain and Portugal share a common characteristic: their colonies are spread across the globe. Spain has numerous colonies in Africa and Asia, and Portugal does the same. The overall strength of both Portugal and Spain had greatly weakened. King Louis I's intentions were clear. He hoped Spain, like Portugal, would focus primarily on its colonies abroad, rather than on matters within the Iberian Peninsula. After all, colonies generated a steady stream of wealth, and vast tracts of colonies lay waiting to be developed by both Portugal and Spain, including in Africa. Charles had no immediate interest in Portugal, but that didn't mean he would easily agree to King Louis's request for cooperation. Portugal was currently the weaker party, and in exchange for a non-aggression pact and further cooperation with Spain, something had to be paid. Technically speaking, the Portuguese and Spanish were not very different, and their languages were barely intelligible. If a group of highly qualified Portuguese talent could be introduced, it would not only allow for the potential of assimilating the Portuguese but also fill Spain's talent gap. Furthermore, Spanish industrial products would enter the Portuguese market. Because they were both on the Iberian Peninsula, transportation costs between Spain and Portugal were very low. If Spanish industrial products could enter the Portuguese market, even though it was a small market of a few million people, its purchasing power would be greater than that of a colonial market with a population of tens of millions. A flood of industrial products entering the Portuguese market could also disrupt Portugal's industrial system. By the time Portugal realized what was happening, its industry would have been decimated by cheaper products. Controlling Portugal's economy in this way could also influence the Portuguese government's decisions in certain situations. If the time came to annex Portugal, it could also expedite the process. Carlo nodded, but didn't directly agree with King Louis's proposal. Instead, he changed the subject and said with a smile, "The issue of varying track widths has long troubled us. The Spanish government is currently considering modifying the tracks to align with mainstream European track widths, thereby facilitating economic exchange between Spain and the continent. Your Majesty, what do you think of this proposal?" While countries around the world are actively developing railways, the widths of their tracks vary. Britain, as the first country to build railways, uses 1,435 mm tracks, a standard width for most countries. The advantage of using this standard track width is that it allows for easier cross-border connectivity, enhancing transportation capacity and avoiding unnecessary transfers and connections. However, not all countries adopt the standard 1,435 mm track width. The two countries on the Iberian Peninsula each have their own track width standards. Spain's track width is 1,674 mm, making it a truly wide-gauge railway. Wide-gauge railways have many advantages. First, wider carriages make trains more comfortable and increase their carrying capacity. Whether transporting passengers or freight, trains running on wider tracks can transport greater tonnage and have a greater transport capacity. Wider tracks are also more stable, greatly enhancing train safety and reducing the risk of derailments. However, this doesn't mean that wide-gauge railways are without disadvantages. Wide-gauge railways occupy more land, requiring more rails and other materials for construction, which in turn increases costs. Especially in mountainous countries like Spain, tunnel construction requires significant construction costs. Why did Spain, despite knowing that such a construction would significantly increase its costs, resolutely choose a wide-gauge railway, which differs significantly from mainstream European countries? The main reason was to guard against France to the north. As Spain's only neighbor besides Portugal, France has always been a very powerful country. Since the Napoleonic era, France has been the dominant power on the European continent. During this era, France also occupied Spain, further deepening Spain's defenses against France. During France's hegemony, French armies could easily cross the Pyrenees and enter the Spanish mainland. Had the train tracks been identical to those in France, the French could easily utilize Spanish-built railways, greatly enhancing their logistical capabilities. This, however, resulted in the railways of the two Iberian Peninsula countries adopting completely different standard widths from the French, making it difficult for the French to access the Spanish and Portuguese railways. Similarly, Portugal, in an effort to mitigate the Spanish threat, made certain modifications to its wide-gauge railways. Although Portugal and Spain both used wide-gauge railways, Portugal's tracks were slightly narrower by 9 mm, ensuring that the Spanish would also have difficulty using Portuguese railways. Carlo's sudden proposal to connect the Spanish and French railways certainly didn't mean he was truly committed to achieving this. Spain's industry wasn't as robust as imagined, and connecting to continental Europe would only allow industrial products from industrially powerful nations like Germany and France to quickly enter the Spanish market. This was not a good thing for Spain and would also strengthen France's influence over Spain. Raising the railway track issue at this time was essentially a message to King Louis that if Spain and Portugal wanted to sign a non-aggression pact, Portugal must connect its railways with Spain's, and the two Iberian states must adopt the same railway track standards. To some extent, adopting the same railway track standards was beneficial. Railway lines between the two countries could be easily connected, allowing trains to travel from Spanish to Portuguese railways without any special procedures. This would greatly facilitate the movement of people and goods, and rapidly boost the economies of both Portugal and Spain. However, this assumes that the impact of the influx of industrial products into the Portuguese market would be significant. While this would indeed boost the economy, it would likely come at the expense of Portuguese industry. Spain's industrial scale was relatively small compared to superpowers like Britain, France, and Germany. Against less developed powers like Italy, Spain's industry was still quite competitive. However, for Portugal, a country not even considered a major power, the entry of Spanish industrial products into the Portuguese market could be a devastating blow to Portuguese industry. The larger the scale of industry, the lower the price of manufactured goods. Small-scale Portuguese industry simply couldn't compete with Spanish industry unless the government could vigorously support the development of local industry, such as raising tariffs, restricting imports, and so on. But wouldn't doing so directly offset the impact of synchronized train tracks? Would the Spanish allow this? It turned out that Louis I was not a foolish king. He immediately understood the meaning of Carlo's words, but precisely because of this, he was very hesitant. With Louis I's authority, there would be little resistance to promoting the synchronization of train tracks between Portugal and Spain. However, the impact of this on Portugal needed to be carefully considered. Was it really worth it for Portugal to pay such a price just for a non-aggression pact? Your Majesty, our country has achieved a complete victory in the colonial war in the East Indies. I believe your country has already learned of this news. Seeing that Louis I was slow to respond, Carlo changed the question and asked with a smile. Of course, Louis I nodded, a hint of envy in his eyes. He said, the formidable combat capability of your army is truly enviable. Spain's colonial holdings have expanded significantly. Carlo smiled. King Louis was clearly unaware that Spain had long been secretly colonizing the vastly larger territory of the Congo River basin. Portugal's West African colonies lay just downstream of the Congo River, separated from the Congo River by a single wall. This covert colonization of Congo River territory, unbeknownst to the largest colonizer near the Congo River, even gave Carlo a feeling of infidelity. Chapter 177 Collaborative Colonization. The government is planning a new colonization of New Guinea. If your country is interested, perhaps we could cooperate on this, Carlo said with a smile. Joint colonization of New Guinea was Carlo's gesture of goodwill, and also a condition for Portugal's synchronization of railway tracks. Carlo knew that for countries like Spain and Portugal, which had already reaped sufficient benefits from colonialism, colonizing new colonies was a huge temptation. Carlo carefully considered the idea of enlisting the Portuguese in the colonization of New Guinea. As a former colonial empire, the Portuguese possessed considerable experience in colonization. More importantly, Portugal also had a small colony in Southeast Asia, making it suitable for colonizing New Guinea. Enlisting the Portuguese in the colonization of New Guinea would, on the one hand, allow Portugal and Spain to combine their strength to counter the colonial competition among the great powers and accelerate the pace of colonization. On the other hand, Spain alone could not develop the vast territory of New Guinea, and the Portuguese, lacking colonies, could contribute. If the relationship between Spain and Portugal remained stable, it would be easy. However, if the two countries engaged in fierce competition or even war, the final say in the colonization would be uncertain. While the Portuguese and Spanish did differ, they were the easiest to assimilate compared to other populations. The Portuguese, in particular, who had already immigrated, were, to a certain extent, not opposed to Spanish rule. As long as the Spanish colonial government respected their interests, they would not provoke conflict with the colonial government over the land they had already left. Hearing Carlo's words, Louis I was visibly taken aback. He had never expected that the price Spain would pay was an invitation to Portugal to jointly develop the New Guinea colony. Developing a colony, what good person could resist such an allure? For Portugal, once a colonial empire, it was indeed very tempting. Louis I was stunned for a moment before asking, New Guinea colony? Do you mean that Spain is willing to jointly develop the New Guinea colony with Portugal? Portugal was certainly aware of New Guinea. After all, its colony of East Timor lay just across the sea from New Guinea. Speaking of Timor, Portugal was the first to colonize the island. However, with the establishment of the Dutch East Indies, Portugal's colonial power was severely squeezed out, nearly being driven out of Timor. Ultimately, through a treaty signed with the Dutch over a decade earlier, the Portuguese finally acquired the eastern portion of Timor Island and several nearby islands, barely establishing their own colony in Southeast Asia. This period of history was quite humiliating for Portugal, as it was Portugal that first arrived on Timor and was nearly driven out. Upon hearing Charles I's invitation to join Portugal in colonizing New Guinea, Louis I was indeed tempted, but hesitant as well. This was primarily due to the Dutch presence in the region and the British supporters. Of course, in terms of overall national strength, Portugal is far inferior to the Netherlands. Spain was once a European hegemon, but Portugal never achieved that status, establishing its colonial empire solely through colonization of the Americas. Following Brazil's independence, Portugal's colonial empire collapsed. Although the Dutch were relatively small, they were once a European power, known as the coachmen of the sea. The Low Countries have always been a relatively developed region in Europe, and shipbuilding and shipping remain a pillar of the Low Countries' economy, particularly in the Netherlands. In terms of overall national strength, the Portuguese are truly inferior to the Dutch. In other words, the Netherlands was located between the three great powers of Britain, France and Germany, and none of the three countries would allow the Netherlands to become too powerful. Lewis's concerns mainly came from the Dutch. It was impossible for the British to take direct action against Portugal. After all, the British did not want to see Portugal side with Spain. But the problem was that the Netherlands was really rude when it came to colonization. A small island like Timor could attract colonial competition from the Dutch. If the battlefield was moved to the larger island of New Guinea, wouldn't it trigger a larger-scale colonial conflict? Although the temptation was great, the risks were equally great. If the colonies that the Portuguese had painstakingly built were occupied by the Dutch or Spanish, wouldn't it mean that the Portuguese's years of hard work would be wiped out in an instant? As if sensing Lewis's hesitation, Carlo smiled and added, "Your Majesty, Lewis, I'm sure you're aware of the vastness of New Guinea's colonies. It's not just the Dutch, the British, Germans, and French also have colonies there. Compared to these nations, Spain is also a small country. Colonial cooperation between Portugal and Spain can resolve this issue. At the very least, we can unite to fight for a piece of New Guinea. We can also establish a treaty of alliance between the two colonies, at least in terms of offensive and defensive alliances." Lewis, I was worried that the Portuguese might not be able to hold on to their colonies, as they had previously done in Timor. However, if Portugal chose to cooperate with Spain, the combined power of the two nations would still be immense, potentially challenging even the great powers. Unless they were determined to antagonize each other, even powers like Britain, France, and Germany would have to adopt a relatively mild form of competition in the face of Portugal and Spain's colonial alliance. After all, this was merely a fight for colonies. There was no need to escalate it to the level of domestic rivalry. Besides Britain, France, and Germany, the remaining Dutch were not a formidable threat. Forget about a binational alliance. Even Spain alone wouldn't fear the Netherlands, a relatively small, medium-sized nation. Spain's strength is relative, and the Dutch is even more so. Although Spain has weakened considerably, its overall strength still overwhelms the Netherlands, a country with a relatively small land area and a small population. After all, the Netherlands only has a population of just over 4 million, and its size is ultimately limited. Even though its industry and economy are more developed than those of the Iberian states, it's clearly not enough to make up for the population gap with Spain. Hearing Carlo's words, Lewis I nodded, his hesitation diminishing considerably. Concerned about Portugal's strength, Lewis I always considered everything carefully before making a decision, weighing the pros and cons for Portugal. Currently, collaborating with Spain to colonize New Guinea is also beneficial for Portugal. If Carlo's words were true, Portugal would have a real chance of securing a piece of New Guinea as a new colony. While the land wouldn't be enormous, it would at least be a certain gain. For King Louis, if he could acquire a colony for Portugal during his reign, regardless of its size or economic value, it would certainly be a political achievement to promote. Politicians need achievements to promote themselves, and so do kings. A king who expands territories is always better than one who maintains the status quo, and a king who maintains the status quo is better than one who is incompetent and incompetent. Given the opportunity, which king wouldn't want to expand his territory and build a greater empire for his kingdom? Although only colonies, Portugal's most promising avenue for expansion currently lies in its colonies. After all, Portugal only has one land neighbor, Spain, and there's a disparity in power between the two. Land expansion is far more difficult for Portugal than colonial expansion. I have to admit, Your Majesty, Carlo, what you're saying is indeed very appealing. But as you said, national affairs cannot be decided by us alone, they require consultation among the politicians in the government. But I personally agree with your proposal. If nothing unexpected happens, I believe we can see cooperation between Portugal and Spain on the island of New Guinea. King Louis I replied with a smile. Although he personally favored a joint colonization with Spain, the specific details of the cooperation still needed to be negotiated by government officials. It wasn't that Louis I couldn't make decisions for the government, but rather that certain interests needed to be pursued by government officials, not the king himself. It would be humiliating for two kings to argue over a particular interest. Now that the broad principles of the cooperation had been finalized, the details naturally fell to government officials. Of course, having agreed to a joint colonization of New Guinea with Spain, Portugal would inevitably have to make certain concessions regarding the railway tracks. The good news was that the difference in track width between Portugal and Spain was only 9 mm, making adjustment relatively simple. Furthermore, Portugal's total railway mileage was limited, so if it truly wanted to adjust the track width, it could be done quickly and efficiently without excessive cost. But would Louis I be so conscientious as to adjust all of Portugal's railway tracks to the same width as Spain's? Of course not. Even if he agreed to Spain's request, Portugal would have had excuses to delay. Track width synchronization was a must. After all, going back on its word was not a good thing for Portugal. Not only would this deepen Spain's hostility towards Portugal, but its diplomatic reputation would also plummet. Portugal only had one neighbor, and while caution was warranted, it didn't mean Portugal was willing to engage in a more intense conflict with Spain. Political discussions quickly concluded, and the main topic of the royal meeting between the two kings was a constant stream of banquets and outings. After all, they were his sister and brother-in-law, so Charles was quite generous with his expenses. He not only invited Louis I and his wife to visit his private winery, but also organized a grand hunting trip, allowing Louis I to enjoy a good shot with his Spanish Vittorio M1872 rifle. Portugal was still in the transition period between muzzle-loading and breech-loading rifles and had not yet fully adopted the advanced breech-loading rifle. This was due to a number of factors, including Portugal's small population and lack of emphasis on the army, as well as its underdeveloped military technology, which lagged behind in the development of breech-loading rifles. While current breech-loading technology was immature, Spain's Vittorio M1872 rifle, a second-generation improvement of an already improved Italian rifle, was significantly superior to the original breech-loading rifle. The advantages of breech-loading rifles over muzzle-loading rifles were obvious, and this made Louis I very excited about the rifle in his hand. "Carlo, is this your latest Vittorio M1872 rifle?" Louis I asked with a hint of interest. As Spain's neighbor, Portugal was of course aware of the standard weaponry currently in use by the Spanish army. However, relations between Spain and Portugal were not good at the time, and there was no strong demand in Portugal for a replacement rifle. As a result, the Portuguese army still had not fully adopted the latest breech-loading rifles. Of course, Carlo nodded, as if he had seen the Royal Arsenal receive an order. "This is the latest model, a second improvement based on the Italian Vittorio rifle. How is it? Does it feel good?" "Very good, it feels very good," Louis I nodded, admiring the rifle in his hand. "How much did it cost?" Louis I did not ask Carlo about the rifle's advantages and disadvantages. After all, who would question the quality of a product? In his personal experience, Louis I considered it a good rifle. Compared to the rifles used by European countries, if not the best, it was definitely a first-class product. If Portugal could seize this opportunity to equip its army with rifles, it would also effectively improve its combat effectiveness. In the days before machine guns, nations were already relatively short on firepower. Besides infantry rifles, the mainstay of military firepower was artillery. As the saying goes, a cannon shot is worth 1,000 ounces of gold. Not all nations could afford to deploy artillery on a massive scale like France and Germany, and Portugal was no exception. Without sufficient artillery as a firepower output, the Portuguese army could only rely on rifles to inflict damage on the enemy. However, since the Franco-Prussian War, wars between European nations were no longer simply a matter of lineup executions. Nations increasingly prioritized the range, rate of fire, and power of rifles. Equipping a unit with a faster rate of fire meant greater firepower in direct confrontations. Before the Royal Arsenal expanded production, the Vittorio M1872 rifle was quite expensive. But now, with the expansion, the price has dropped significantly. If your country wishes to purchase the Vittorio M1872 rifle, I can arrange for the Royal Arsenal to provide you with an internal price. After all, we are close partners, aren't we? Carlo said with a smile. This truly is a case of early but late. Since the Royal Arsenal expanded production, weapons production has increased several-fold in a short period of time. Based on current trends, the Spanish Army's complete conversion to the Vittorio M1872 rifle is expected to be completed within a year. After completing this order, the Royal Arsenal will be short of other orders, which is bound to be a problem. While Portugal's army is small, it is at least sizable. If Portugal decides to purchase the Vittorio M1872 rifle, the Royal Arsenal's finally expanded production line can continue to operate. Louis I nodded. Although he was tempted, he was not in a rush to make a decision. While Louis I was willing to compromise on certain fronts, This did not mean Portugal would fully align itself with Spain. Spain was ultimately not as powerful as Britain. Portugal needed to maintain a balance between Britain and Spain to ensure its own security and development. Only if Spain, despite British intervention, recaptured Gibraltar and occupied Morocco would Louis I consider aligning with Spain. But until then, Spain was like a caged beast, its movements restricted, if not threatened. Portugal could compromise for the sake of stability, but it would not give up too much. While agreeing to synchronize railway track widths with Spain, Louis I's primary reason was his belief that Britain would not tolerate Spanish influence. A slight aligning with Spain would have its benefits. It would at least teach Britain that Portugal's opinions could not be ignored. After all, Portugal was a crucial defense against Spain. If Portugal faltered, Spain could exert even greater influence over Portugal, even controlling it. Would Gibraltar remain safe after Spain gained control of both Gibraltars? Watching Louis I's evasive remarks, Carlo knew he had other plans. While he couldn't secure an order for the royal arsenal, the impact was minor, and Carlo didn't mind. Carlo had long anticipated that Portugal wouldn't fully align with Spain, as that would hand over the initiative entirely to Spain. A wise person would oscillate between the British and Spanish to secure their own interests. If they completely aligned themselves with one side, they would be easily ignored. After all, what they gained was the least valued. A modest sense of danger could make one more valued. During their week-long visit to Spain, Louis I and his wife toured many regions, including Madrid, and even visited the construction site of the Renaissance-class ironclad warship, the HMS Renaissance. Louis I could only look on with envy at Spain's resumption of ironclad construction. Portugal was still too small compared to Spain, and while it wasn't without its own desire for an ironclad at 500,000 British pounds per ship, it simply didn't have the means. A single ironclad might not be expensive, but what purpose could it fulfill? The purpose of building ironclad ships is to have a strong navy, which also means that many other warships must be equipped to build a comprehensive fleet. The reason why Louis I envied Carlo was that he could not afford the expenses of a strong fleet. Although he was also a king, Carlo was younger, and the kingdom he ruled was a country like Spain, which was weak but had a certain foundation. Portugal's decline was not as exaggerated as Spain, but Portugal itself was not a strong country. After losing Brazil, Portugal's presence in Europe was already very low. Ruling such a not-so-strong country made the ambitious Louis I helpless, and at the same time left tears of envy. A 2-in-1 chapter of 5,200 words, please support. Chapter 178 Naming the Eldest Child. King Louis I and his wife stayed in Spain for over a week, during which time the two royal families enjoyed relatively harmonious relations. After reaching a consensus with King Louis I on colonial cooperation, the remainder of the time was largely spent in relaxed banquets and outings. Charles and King Louis I spent much of their time discussing political matters, while Queen Sophie and Queen Maria discussed childbirth. Although the Spanish royal family's personal physicians were renowned medical experts throughout Spain and even Europe, medical technology was still relatively advanced at the time, and childbirth was still quite dangerous. Furthermore, Queen Sophie was a first-time pregnant woman, and she was somewhat apprehensive about the potential risks. Without experienced elders to guide and assist her, Queen Maria, with her experience, was able to provide appropriate guidance and help Queen Sophie adjust to pregnancy. According to the timeline, Queen Sophie's birth date was expected to be mid-year, around May or June. Since it was already the end of March, Charles was expected to welcome his first child within the next few months. For Charles, the name of his first child required careful consideration. Of course, there wasn't much to consider. As King of Spain, Carlo's first child's name would undoubtedly be Spanish. This was a gesture of closeness to the royal family to the Spanish people. After all, if all members of the royal family were given Italian names, it would only heighten Spanish resentment towards foreign royal families. Carlo had already chosen a name for his first child. Of course, Carlo didn't share the European aristocracy's habit of having multiple generations share the same name. Calling his son Carlo would have felt awkward in everyday conversation. If the first child was a prince, he would be named Juan Fernando, a standard Spanish name. If a princess, Sofia, symbolizing intelligence and wisdom. Carlo wasn't the only one deeply concerned about his firstborn. Even King Victor Emanuele II in Italy and King Franz Joseph I in Vienna frequently sent telegrams to inquire about his future. Royal families and higher-ranking officials from various countries also expressed token interest. Since Prime Minister Primo's reforms had taken effect, Spain, in the eyes of European nations, had regained its place among the great powers of Europe. While there was still a significant gap compared to the five nations of Britain, France, Germany, Russia, and Austria, Spain was already on par with the major powers like Italy, and even slightly surpassed them in some areas. Especially after Spain rebuilt its ironclad fleet, it seemed to be widening the gap with Italy. If Italy was a major power at this point, then what about Spain, which was about to pull ahead? Wasn't it definitely another major power? Whether or not it was a major power was no longer important. With Spain's current strength, it was no surprise that it received token attention from high-ranking officials in other governments. Furthermore, the soon-to-be-born firstborn prince or princess of the Spanish royal family held a truly distinguished status. Besides being Charles' eldest son or daughter, they were also the grandson of King Victor Emanuele I of Italy and the firstborn granddaughter of Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria-Hungary. Until Franz Joseph I's other children grew up, this soon-to-be-born child would be his only grandchild. Spain, Italy, and Austria-Hungary were all major European powers. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was still a truly powerful nation, one of Europe's five traditional powers. It was impossible for other nations to ignore it. Furthermore, European royal families were inherently interconnected. While the only official ties were Spain, Italy, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, if one included ties like Charles' brother-in-law, King Louis I of Portugal, the youngster's blood ties stretched to a vast multitude of European nations. Beyond that, the adoration shown to him by Victor Emanuele I and Joseph Francis I was enough to ensure that he would be well connected wherever he went. Speaking of Victor Emanuele I, his father, there was some unfortunate news. His health was declining. 7 years had passed since Victor Emanuele's birth, and those 7 years had transformed him considerably. Born in 1820, Victor Emanuele I was already 55 years old, a decidedly elderly figure in modern Europe. Given current European life expectancy, 55 was considered quite long. However, the standard of living for European royals is much higher than that of the general public, leading to a significantly higher life expectancy for members of these families. However, at 55, having passed the prime of life, King Victor Emanuele I's health has been gradually deteriorating, even to the point where it is affecting his ability to handle government affairs. Italy is a constitutional monarchy, but as the king who unified the country, King Victor Emanuele I holds high prestige among the Italian people and holds considerable influence in the government. A significant number of government matters require his personal decision-making, which may have contributed to his declining health. While Italy's land area is relatively small compared to other major powers, it boasts a population of 28.66 million, over 10 million more than Spain. Such a large population means a vast array of government responsibilities, much of which falls squarely on King Victor Emanuele I's shoulders. For a king who had experienced the grief of losing multiple sons, his health was indeed deteriorating due to the prolonged and busy schedule, yet he was faced with an increasing amount of government, falling into a perpetual vicious cycle. Although, since the beginning of this year, Victor Emanuele I has handed over some government affairs to his eldest son, Crown Prince Umberto of Italy, this has only alleviated his fatigue to a certain extent, without significantly improving his physical condition. Victor Emanuele I was well aware of the future he faced. However, precisely because of this, he remained deeply concerned about the future development of his sons. Victor Emanuele I was confident in the abilities of his eldest son, Crown Prince Umberto, who would inherit the Kingdom of Italy. As a prince with an elite, traditional aristocratic upbringing, Crown Prince Umberto had a distinguished military record. He graduated from the Royal Military Academy of Turin, Carlo's alma mater, and performed fairly well in the Austro-Prussian War. Italy's role in the Austro-Prussian War was somewhat awkward, as Italy played no role in the outcome of the conflict from beginning to end. Had the Austrian army not retreated en masse in anticipation of the Prussian army, Italy's recapture of Venice and the conquest of South Tyrol would have been far more challenging. While the Italian army's performance was relatively poor, Crown Prince Umberto, as a general commander, performed admirably during the war. Even amidst defeats, he remained calm and even managed to make responsive decisions. While his overall abilities weren't exceptional, if the goal was simply to succeed the throne and pass it on, Crown Prince Umberto was certainly qualified. The second son, Amadeo, showed little interest in politics, preferring instead to host dances and invite local noble ladies. Victor Emanuele II showed little concern for his son's philandering. With Crown Prince Umberto heir to the Italian throne and Charles enjoying a comfortable life in Spain, these two ensured that his brother, Amadeo, could enjoy a leisurely aristocratic lifestyle. Carlo was also concerned about the health of his father, Victor Emanuele II. Although only a few years old, Carlo truly felt his father's love, a rare quality in a royal family. While there are certain differences between Eastern and Western royal families, the king is, after all, the ruler of a nation, especially one as powerful as Victor Emanuele II. His unhesitating agreement to an interest-free loan from Carlo demonstrates his genuine affection for him. In telegrams exchanged, Carlo informed Queen Sophie of the estimated due date and promised to return to Italy with his family within a year to visit his father. After sorting out some messy matters, Carlo finally enjoyed a period of leisure. After all, Carlo's power was not yet fully realized, and most of the Spanish government was still handled by Prime Minister Primo. For Carlo, this was perhaps not a bad thing. At least Carlo retained a certain degree of authority, ensuring that his power would not be completely undermined. Furthermore, he could enjoy a long period of free time to enjoy life in this world. After all, kings are human beings, and they need time for rest and recreation. If a king spent most of his time handling government affairs, his life would be a torture. Not everyone could endure the hectic schedule of waking up early to handle government affairs, then finishing lunch at noon, and then meeting with government officials and foreign guests over tea. The saying "with great power comes great responsibility" is no mere rhetoric. Since becoming Prime Minister of Spain, Primo has aged significantly faster than before. This is primarily due to the fact that the burden of reform in Spain fell solely on Prime Minister Primo. Reform, as it concerns the fate of both Prime Minister Primo and Carlo, and the future development of Spain, demands absolute carelessness. This led to Prime Minister Primo sleeping no more than 5 hours a day at his most extreme, constantly traveling across Spain to inspect the implementation of government reforms. It was only after the implementation of the official performance evaluation system that the burden on Prime Minister Primo eased somewhat. By mid-April 1875, Carlo was at Queen Sophie's side almost daily, accompanied by a large number of servants and doctors. Queen Sophie discovered she was pregnant in late October, but she had already been expecting for several months. Given the advanced technology of the time, it was impossible to detect a pregnancy quickly. Based on the 10-month gestational period, Queen Sophie should have given birth between April and June. Although there was no sign of a birth, Carlo, as a new father, felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. He was naturally excited about the prospect of his first child. However, childbirth surgery in that era was extremely risky, and Carlo did not want to put his wife, Queen Sophie, or his child in danger. There was no other way. Before advances in medical technology, childbirth was a very dangerous undertaking. Natural births were the only option. Caesarean sections were possible, but wound healing was a major challenge, and infection could easily occur. Once an infection was encountered, the outcome was almost certain death, regardless of one's status. The development of various antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs would have to wait for decades. Even though Carlo had vigorously developed Spanish biology and medicine, improvements wouldn't be immediate. Perhaps only when Carlo's next generation, the future princes and princesses, had children would they have access to more advanced and safer medical care. The imminent arrival of the royal family's first prince or princess was major news in Spain. Prime Minister Primo's reforms had been remarkably successful, best demonstrated by the continuous increase in per capita income. With adequate food and a better life, people naturally felt grateful to the king and the government officials above them. As a king who championed reform, Carlo was naturally warmly welcomed and loved by the Spanish people. If there had been some slight resistance to this foreign king in Spain due to his Italian heritage when he first arrived, this resistance had completely disappeared after the completion of the first 5-year development plan. Far from rejecting Carlo's Italian heritage, people viewed him as a savior sent by God to save the starving Spaniards. While some of this was due to the propaganda of Carlo's media empire, it's undeniable that public support and admiration for him had skyrocketed. Compared to Amadeo in history, Carlo has laid a more stable foundation for his descendants. As long as the subsequent monarchs do not commit suicide, the throne of Spain can basically be passed down within the House of Savoy for a long time. Chapter 179 The Birth of the Eldest Son. As the clock ticked down to late May 1875, one of Charles' most important events finally arrived. Queen Sophie was about to give birth, and he was about to give birth to his first child. When Queen Sophie began to feel unwell, Charles anxiously summoned the palace physician, who was on call, and several maids, who awaited his orders. Sure enough, the experienced physician, upon examining Queen Sophie's condition, immediately recognized her impending birth. This instantly sent the entire palace into a frenzy, with servants constantly rushing in and out, carrying out preparations under the physician's orders. Fortunately, the delivery room was large, and Charles stayed by her side. Several serious-looking physicians stood by the bed, and behind them were busy servants. Although the physicians advised him to wait outside, Charles decided to accompany Queen Sophie through the entire labor. This was not only extremely dangerous, but also extremely painful for Queen Sophie. In an era without cesarean sections, childbirth was a natural birth. Even before the birth began, Charles had repeatedly instructed the doctor. If any problems arose, they should not hesitate to prioritize Queen Sophie's safety. Charles was still young, not yet at the point of being completely unable to have a child. To Charles, Queen Sophie was more important than the unborn child. Whether it was a boy or a girl, before the child arrived, there were only two members of the Spanish royal family, Charles and Queen Sophie. Perhaps it was Charles's presence that provided some encouragement, or perhaps it was Queen Sophie's health, thanks to the royal family's meticulous care, that the birth went smoothly. On May 28, 1875, with a cry, Charles welcomed his first child, his eldest son, Juan Fernando. "Carlo, this is our child," said Queen Sophie, exhausted from the entire labor, yet persevering to see her child. She looked at Charles with joy and pride, a gentle smile on her face. "Yes, it's our child. Thank you for your hard work, Sophie. You're a great mother." Carlo nodded, carefully brushing Queen Sophie's hair behind her ear and gently kissing her forehead. Then, he took the child from Anna's handmaiden and approached Queen Sophie again. The quirky Anna looked at the harmonious and friendly royal family with a hint of regret, but it quickly faded. Her background was completely different from Queen Sophie's, and she was only Carlo's maid. Although she and Carlo had a special relationship, it was clear that their relationship could not be made public. This meant that Anna would have a hard time bearing children for Carlo, and even if she did, they would be illegitimate and unclaimed. But for Anna and Alice, the two maids, they were content with their current status. This was not a peaceful and beautiful era, and the fate of beautiful women was not so romantic. Beautiful women could attract high-ranking officials and nobles with their beauty, but they could never become their wives. European aristocrats valued equal status in marriage. If a noble married a commoner, their children would lose their right to inherit the title. While they would not receive any official status, the lovers of the King of Spain were certainly better than those of ordinary capitalists and aristocrats. At least Carlo was quite good to them, and Queen Sophie paid no heed to his mistresses. Even knowing of Anna and Alice's unusual relationship with Carlo, Queen Sophie allowed them to continue serving as his and her personal maids, a display of open and transparent indulgence. Carlo intended no secrets about the birth of his eldest son. That evening, telegrams were publicly sent to various European countries, the first to be sent to Italy and Austria-Hungary. Italy and Austria-Hungary quickly responded. King Victor Emanuele II joyfully congratulated Carlo on the birth of his firstborn son and promised to grant him the title of Count of Genoa. Franz Joseph I also responded quickly. Since Charles had mentioned Queen Sophie's good health, Franz Joseph I felt relieved and announced that he would visit Spain this year with some Austro-Hungarian government officials. While Franz Joseph I's visit to Spain was ostensibly to visit his daughter and eldest grandson, its true significance was much more. The primary reason was Spain's resurgence in power, and Austria-Hungary naturally valued it as an ally. Most importantly, the lack of conflicting interests between Spain and Austria-Hungary ensured the stability of their alliance and the potential for long-term sustainability. In addition to the little boy's grandfather, numerous European royals related to Charles sent congratulatory messages to Spain. Only with an heir to the throne could Spain achieve true stability and national strength. A king without an heir's throne was not a secure position, as the succession to the throne would face numerous challenges should an unexpected event occur. Accidents were common in Europe at that time. Especially with the advancement of rifle technology, assassination attempts on kings increased. One reason Charles constantly promoted his reputation in Spain was that he didn't want to be the target of constant assassination attempts by the Spanish people. This is no joke. The assassination attempt on Prime Minister Primo de la Rochefort made the Spanish House of Savoy laughingstock, a joke that lasted only a few years before being forced to abandon its power. On the day of Prince Juan Fernando's birth, numerous factories outside Madrid were ablaze with activity. Many of these were printing houses, working closely with newspapers to urgently print news of the birth of the royal son and ship it to cities around Madrid the next day. Don't underestimate the popularity of the royal family in Spain, especially those related to Carlo. Unlike other European countries, Spain's founding history is closely tied to Catholicism, which in turn is closely tied to the monarchy. The people have a special affection for the king, especially given that the majority of the country is composed of conservative peasants. Public support for the king is exceptional. Given the prosperity of Spain brought about by the reforms of Carlo and Prime Minister Primo de la Rochefort, Carlo naturally enjoyed this kind of preferential treatment. In particular, the powerful influence of public opinion led the Spanish people to embrace Carlo, a foreign king, with some even affectionately calling him the savior sent by God. This was partly due to Carlo's Italian origins. The Vatican, the epicenter of Catholicism, is located in Italy. It's no surprise that Carlo, an Italian, was promoted and deified as a savior sent by God. While the truth was that Italy had long sought to reclaim the Vatican but was forced to give up due to pressure from Catholics, who cared less, the common people preferred to believe that Carlo was Spain's savior sent by God, coming to save the Spaniards, who had been oppressed by the evil Bourbon family for centuries. Even if some initially disbelieved, the newspapers, friends, and relatives all echoed the message, and they gradually became convinced. This publicity garnered Carlo's immense popularity in Spain. While most people weren't completely devoted to him, a significant number still held a favorable impression. In this monarchy, favorable opinion signifies loyalty to the king. As long as Carlo himself refrained from imposing any tyrannical policies, public support for the king would remain largely unchanged. This was simply a characteristic of the era. While technologically backward, it also contributed to the ignorance of the population. With the support of public opinion, Carlo's impression of a majority could be transformed into a highly favorable, even positive, and magnificent image. As the public swayed, the impact of this propaganda would become increasingly potent, elevating Carlo's status and influence in the hearts of the Spanish people. This was certainly good news for Carlo. However, it also demonstrated the power of public opinion, and the need for Carlo to control it. As long as he controlled public opinion, Carlo's throne would be immune to any challenge. Public opinion not only united the nation, but also enabled Carlo to control it. While personality cults had their drawbacks, for Spain at that time, it was perhaps the fastest way to enhance the country's overall strength and strengthen national cohesion. It goes without saying that a Spain united and forging ahead under Charles's command would undoubtedly be stronger than one plagued by fierce factional strife and the constant quarrels between the monarchy and the republic. At least Charles was confident that he could steer the ship of Spain, steering it toward a bright and warm harbor, rather than a stormy ocean. The newspapers were rushing to produce news about the royal son's birth. While they had learned of the birth, they didn't yet know the child's name or a specific photo. However, these were no longer important. Whoever could publish the newspaper first would surely dominate the next day's sales. They could even seize significant market share and enhance their influence and visibility. Even among newspapers, there were some exceptions, such as the royal-owned El Sol and El País. These two papers were also rushing to publish the news about Charles's son's birth, but their coverage was noticeably more detailed. They knew not only the child's name, but also the date of birth and the fact that he had been awarded the title of Count of Genoa, Italy. It's not surprising that Charles' eldest son received the title of Count of Italy. After all, Charles was also an Italian prince, and the two royal families were related by blood, with the two kings even more closely related as father and son. However, this also demonstrates the importance King Victor Emanuele II attached to the child, as European kings rarely granted titles to princes of other countries. Charles's title of Duke of Chablais, acquired before he became King of Spain, naturally doesn't count. However, Charles' eldest son, Juan Fernando, was already first in line to the Spanish throne and, consequently, the Duke of Chablais. The fact that he received the title of Count of Genoa under these circumstances demonstrates the importance Victor Emanuele II attached to the child. To the regret of several newspaper editors, the Austro-Hungarian Empire apparently didn't grant the newly born Spanish prince the title. Otherwise, being granted a prestigious title of nobility by two foreign nations at birth would have been a major news story, garnering considerable interest. Fortunately, their regrets were short-lived. Not long after, Charles made another significant decision, to bestow the title of Duke of Montblanc on his eldest son, Juan Fernando. The title of Duke of Montblanc is quite unique within the Spanish aristocracy, particularly with respect to Catalonia. When Catalonia existed as a sovereign state, the title of Duke of Montblanc was equivalent to the title of Crown Prince of Catalonia. Of course, at that time, Catalonia was merely an ordinary region of Spain, and the title of Duke of Montblanc was simply an ordinary dukedom. In Spain, the only other noble title with the symbolic significance of a crown prince, similar to the Prince of Wales in the UK, was the Prince of Asturias. However, Charles had already decided not to strictly adhere to primogeniture. If the eldest son's abilities were insufficient, the future king of Spain would be chosen from among his other children. However, if the eldest son's abilities were sufficient, Charles had no intention of causing any further trouble. To determine a prince's ability, he needed to undergo a certain level of testing. Charles had already outlined the tests that Juan Fernando would face. Not only did he receive a rigorous, elite, aristocratic education from a young age, but he also had to enter military academy at the age of 16 and graduate as a regular officer. After at least 3 years of military experience, Charles would gradually introduce him to government affairs and hone his political skills. During this period, if Charles deemed his eldest son capable, he would bestow the title of Prince of Asturias upon him, making him the true Crown Prince of Spain. However, if his performance in government was subpar and he showed little potential for advancement, Charles would consider replacing him with someone more capable. Of course, this would be a long time in the future. Charles also believed that his son was no mediocre child and, under his guidance, would at least grow into a qualified monarch. Given Charles' age, his reign would essentially cover both World War I and World War II. This meant that his son could simply develop the country step by step, without having to face the brutality of a world war. To a certain extent, this lowered the bar for the heir to the throne. After all, a world war was unpredictable and could easily plunge a nation that had worked hard to develop into an abyss. Without sufficient ability, Charles I was unwilling to see his son experience a world war as the ruler of a country, as this would likely make him the ultimate scapegoat. This was similar to what happened to Wilhelm II after World War I. Wilhelm II had indeed started the war, but in the latter stages of the war, Hindenburg and the Junkers had become the de facto commanders of Germany. The end result? Hindenburg became president of Germany, while Wilhelm II, who had been sidelined in the latter stages of the war, was deposed. After an overnight rush printing, the news of Charles II's birth spread throughout Spain the next day. Of course, the main focus was on the Madrid area. It would take much longer for the news to reach other parts of Spain. These newspapers generally made a good bet, as the public was extremely interested in the news of Charles II's birth. Newspaper sales that day were several times higher than the previous day, making those newspapers that decided to rush printing their newspapers a huge profit. The biggest winners were naturally El Sol and El País. Not only did they meticulously report the birth of Carlo's eldest son, they also revealed his name, Juan Fernando. Of course, this disclosure required Carlo's permission. Spain currently maintains strict controls on media outlets. Without Carlo's permission, royal news would be hard to find in newspapers, especially those controlled by the royal family, like El Sol and El País. While newspapers can certainly report on royal news, even fake news, to attract attention, the cost is often far greater than the gains. Some daring individuals have attempted this before, only to face fines exceeding tens of thousands of pesetas and jail sentences for their executives. Prime Minister Primo supports the royal family's increased control over media. After all, the royal family primarily oversees newspaper coverage of the royal family. On this point, Prime Minister Primo shares Carlo's stance. Reporting on the royal family should focus on positive news. Any deliberate attempts to smear the royal family would undermine the Spanish monarchy. If the Spanish monarchy collapses, the stability and development that Spain has worked so hard to maintain will be in vain. Prime Minister Primo has a clear view of the situation. For Spain today, the importance of the king has increased infinitely. If Spain becomes a republic, those dormant nationalists will surely jump up again and seek their own independence. Without the title of King of Spain as a legal basis for integrating all the regions of Spain, how will the Spanish government rely on to integrate all the regions? Is it to rely on words? Of course not. 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 180 Congo Territory established. For Carlo, the birth of little Juan Fernando was the final step in his integration into the world. With his own child, Carlo gained a sense of acceptance and a genuine commitment to working hard for himself, his wife, child, his entire family, and all of Spain. Making Spain great again was no longer just a slogan but a goal to be achieved, a milestone vital to the royal family's well-being. For the first month after little Juan Fernando's birth, Carlo remained virtually by Queen Sophie's side. With the meticulous care of Carlo and his servants, Queen Sophie regained her health, a characteristic of natural childbirth, a faster recovery. However, even with recovery, Carlo wasn't foolish enough to rush into happy activities with Sophie after just 1 month. With 2 little maids to enjoy, Carlo could wait for Queen Sophie's recovery. For the Spanish royal family's own well-being, Carlo naturally wanted as many children as possible. This not only prevents the royal family from facing extinction in the future, but also allows for the expansion of its lineage and the control of prominent positions by certain members of the royal family. The royal family's assets currently amount to hundreds of millions of pesetas, and as long as there's no reckless waste, it's impossible to squander them all. Given this situation, the more children Charles has, the more resources he can employ to effectively manage these assets. Compared to outsiders, having capable members of the royal family in charge of these businesses provides greater peace of mind. In some cases, Spanish princes can even become kings of other countries through the process of electing kings, expanding the House of Savoy's influence in even more countries. While the House of Savoy was once merely a common royal family in northern Italy, it now controls both Italy and Spain, making it one of Europe's most prominent aristocratic families. While not as historic and prestigious as the Habsburgs or Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, it remains a reputable institution among European royal families. The birth of Juan Fernando Jr. seemed to bring good fortune to Carlo. Spain's colonization of the Congo region prospered remarkably smoothly. Colonial settlements quickly expanded to over 150, covering nearly all of the fertile Congo Plateau. The good news was that the plateau upstream of the Congo River was ideal for growing crops and had considerable development potential. Nearly 1,000 Spanish people now live there, and if the military were included, nearly 3,000 live near the Congo Plateau. A railway had been built through the Baka people, greatly facilitating the transportation of supplies from the Guinean colony to the Congo Plateau. After discussions, the head of the Spanish colonial force sent to the Congo and Manuel, commander of the garrison stationed there, unanimously agreed that the Congo now possessed the conditions for a territorial claim. Spanish sovereignty over the Congo was firmly established, undeniable by other nations, nor could Spain's occupation of the Congo be disputed. This news reached Spain exactly 1.5 months after Prince Juan Fernando's birth. Because the government had already reached an agreement on the handling of the Congo region, and the colonization of the Congo was currently proceeding smoothly, Charles de Gaulle consulted with the cabinet and decided to publicly declare Spain's rule and sovereignty over the Congo as soon as possible and to establish the Congo Territory, directly under Charles's rule. On July 14, 1875, the Spanish government officially announced that Spain had established over 150 colonial outposts in the upper Congo River basin, officially completing its occupation of the plateau. Spain would establish the Congo Territory based on these 100-plus colonial outposts, with King Charles of Spain ruling. This news once again made headlines in Spain, second only to the birth of Charles' eldest son a month and a half earlier. Of course, this was only within Spain. Outside of Spain, the news generated even greater excitement than the birth of Charles's son, attracting close attention not only from royal families around the world but also sparking widespread discussion in Europe. Naturally, the Spanish were delighted by this development. While the establishment of the Congo territories had little to do with them, who wouldn't want to see their country expand and its landmass grow? Furthermore, establishing colonies also benefited the Spanish to a certain extent. Colonies provided the Spanish government with access to abundant, cheap raw materials and the ability to effectively utilize the local indigenous people, who were, after all, hard-earned, free labor. Although the Spanish government had long abolished slavery, providing these indigenous people with a minimum of food and minimal wages was no different from slaves. It was merely a more appealing name, But for those capitalists, there were countless ways to exploit these indigenous people and turn them into free labor. Perhaps the most shocked by Spain's establishment of the Congo territories was Portugal, which had long occupied the Kingdom of Congo. It's perfectly reasonable to say that Portugal was the closest country to the Congo. Even Portugal's West African colonies were established by seizing land from the Kingdom of Congo. Downriver from Spain's newly established Congo territory, at the river's mouth, one could see the long-decayed Kingdom of Congo and Portugal's West African colonies. The fact that Spain had established territory on the upper Congo River without Portugal's knowledge shocked and baffled the Portuguese. The Portuguese didn't even know when Spain discovered the lands upstream of the Congo River. After all, they had been operating in the Congo for a long time without having been able to penetrate the Congo River and discover new territory. It's important to note that at this time, European colonization of Africa was only a fraction of a percent, with only one truly large colony, the Cape Colony established by the British in South Africa. Beyond the Cape Colony, Portugal's West African colonies, such as those in Mozambique, were largely simple settlements organized around coastal outposts. Beyond these areas, European colonial expansion in Africa was largely confined to the coast or to a few prime ports. This was due to a variety of factors, the most significant of which was the various viruses and diseases that plagued the African continent. These viruses deterred explorers and indirectly prevented European colonists from discovering Africa's mineral resources and fertile land. Furthermore, colonizing Africa was difficult, and many parts of the continent were simply not worth colonizing. Coupled with the fact that European populations had yet to experience a surge in growth, European colonial development in Africa remained relatively rudimentary. Few European countries ventured deep into the African interior, as this was considered uneconomical by most. Take the Spanish colonization of the Congo, for example. While Spain gained a vast expanse of territory, the price it paid was also significant. Carlo's expenses were substantial, from establishing an exploratory team to building railways and establishing colonial outposts. Maintaining the Congo territories also required continuous expenditures, resulting in negative returns for a long time and a persistent loss. This situation may only improve after the large-scale development of Congo's mineral resources and the establishment of rail transport to ports. Fortunately, the railway connecting Congo to the Guinea colony was nearly complete, and perhaps the Congo colony would bring positive benefits to the royal family within a few years. Italy and Austria-Hungary both expressed congratulations to Spain on its establishment of the Congo territories. Due to the close ties between the two countries and the Spanish royal families, the Italian and Austro-Hungarian governments were also in a honeymoon period with the Spanish government, resulting in relatively close relations. Furthermore, since neither country had any vested interests in the Congo River basin, their congratulations to Spain were genuine. In particular, the royal families of Italy and Austria-Hungary, Victor Emanuele II and Franz Joseph I, both personally sent congratulatory messages, clearly supporting Spain's establishment of the Congo territories. In reality, other countries had little reason to oppose the establishment of the Congo territories. Spain had already established over 150 colonial outposts, and there was ample evidence that Spain was the first explorer and colonizer to arrive in the area. Under these circumstances, it was difficult for other countries to interfere with Spain's colonial activities. After all, the Portuguese were the closest to the region, but even they had not discovered it. The remaining nations were increasingly distant, so what could they do? Would they travel thousands of miles to interfere with Spanish colonialism? Even the British, always wary of Spain, remained silent after Spain announced the establishment of the Congo territory. For the British, the Congo territory wasn't a particularly pressing matter for the time being. While the land possessed abundant resources and vast arable land, it would take a long time to develop and utilize. Perhaps once Spain had fully exploited it, the British could acquire it through other means, or even secure a share of the profits. The British took this matter lightly, and as a junior partner, Portugal naturally had no recourse. Furthermore, Portugal had recently reached some cooperation with Spain, leaving them with no recourse. King Louis I of Portugal had no choice but to intensify his colonial efforts in the Congo, striving to control as much of the lower Congo River as possible within Portugal's West African Empire before Spanish colonial forces moved south. With the announcement of the Congo territory, Spain's colonial development in the Congo became overt. Almost immediately, The Spanish government dispatched more colonial troops and construction teams to help the newly established Congo territory build a more complete railway and strengthen ties between the Congo territory and the Guinean colony. Because the Congo territory is located on the African continent, its access to the sea still depends on ports in the Guinean colony. This made the railway from Guinea to the Congo territory a vital transportation hub. Until a railway from the Congo territory to the mouth of the Congo River was completed, this railway would be crucial to the survival of the Congo territory. At least in the short term, the Congo territory could not achieve self-sufficiency and would require large quantities of supplies shipped in from outside to supplement the consumption of the colonists in the colonial outpost. Fortunately, the local indigenous tribes were numerous, providing free labor to help Spain further develop the local land. With the establishment of the Congo territory, the vast plateau upstream of the Congo River became Carlo's true territory. However, Carlo did not share the brutal ambitions of the historical Belgian King Leopold II. Belgium simply couldn't control the vast territory of the Congo, leading to a single-minded policy of the Belgian royal family, exploiting the Congolese by any means possible, profiting from the land and shipping it back to Belgium. But for Carlo, Spain possessed sufficient power to control the Congo. At least before the complete collapse of the colonial system, Spain had ample time to control the territory and develop areas worth developing. During this development, the indigenous population proved valuable. They provided a natural, free labor force, enabling Spain to more efficiently build railways, cultivate farmland, and exploit local mineral resources. Through indigenous management, indigenous resentment could be diverted to those with vested interests, thereby reducing resentment towards the Spanish. However, regardless of the policy adopted for developing the Congo, the ultimate beneficiaries would be the Spanish. These indigenous people would be permanently excluded from Spain, with no chance of becoming Spanish citizens. For Carlo, once these indigenous people had exhausted their potential, Spain would abandon them without hesitation. To prevent Spain from being tainted by the black market someday, Carlo had no choice but to start with his own efforts, resolutely preventing the influx of black populations and resolutely preventing the Iberian Peninsula from being tainted by the black market. Almost on the same day that the Congo territory was declared, Spain once again strengthened its naval development. Of course, this time, the construction wasn't of ironclads weighing thousands of tons or even nearly 10,000 tons, but rather auxiliary warships of varying tonnages, intended to form a long-range fleet primarily based on ironclads. After taking over the private shipyard purchased from the UK, the Royal Guarnizo shipyard had sufficient design drawings and relevant information for these small and medium-sized warships. The main auxiliary warships being built this time included 7 offshore patrol vessels with a standard displacement of 1,250 tons, 3 cruisers with a standard displacement of over 3,300 tons, and 1 main cruiser with a standard displacement of 4,750 tons. The offshore patrol vessels and cruisers were relatively conventional, their designs drawing on British principles but generally adhering to the prevailing European construction practices. The only significant exception is the 4,750-ton main battle cruiser. While called a cruiser, it's practically no different from smaller ironclads. However, this cruiser forgoes a certain amount of armor thickness. Despite its smaller tonnage, it instead mounts the same caliber main guns as the Fuchsing-class ironclads, placing its firepower on par with those of the ironclads. Such a cruiser is fully capable of joining the fleet's main battles, and with its firepower comparable to that of the ironclads, it could even play a role in decisive naval engagements. In addition to these 3 noteworthy auxiliary warships, coastal gunboats and inland patrol boats weighing several hundred tons are also essential components of the fleet. The good news is that, because these warships are relatively small, even with 11 ships weighing over 1,000 tons, the total cost is only slightly higher than that of building a single ironclad. This is also one of the reasons why ironclads were so expensive. After all, a fleet couldn't rely solely on a single ironclad. A large number of warships with other purposes were needed to form a mixed fleet formation. The news that Spain had resumed warship construction generated some buzz domestically, but received little attention abroad. After all, these were auxiliary warships to accompany the ironclads. After completing the ironclads, Spain would undoubtedly also build these smaller warships for other purposes. However, since then, the Spanish Navy has firmly established its position among the world's top 5. While it may not rise to 4th, its 5th largest navy demonstrates Spain's strength. Carlo certainly wasn't satisfied with the Spanish Navy's current achievements. Given the size of Spain's existing colonies, the current fleet size certainly couldn't meet Spain's actual needs. Spain could share a fleet with its mainland and southern Morocco, but that could only cover those two regions. Separated by the Atlantic Ocean, Cuba, or across half of Africa, Guinea and the Congo, the Spanish fleet would have little influence. Not to mention the Philippines, nearly halfway across the world. If the Philippines had been smaller, the Spanish government wouldn't have placed as much importance on them. But now, the East Indies colony has gained a foothold in Kalimantan, and will even start a colonization plan for New Guinea. This also makes the East Indies urgently need a small fleet to protect the safety of the colonial coast, and at the same time better help the colony to carry out colonial development work, as well as defend against the British and Dutch in this area. So, Spain needs at least two fleets to meet the actual needs. But for Spain's current financial capacity, maintaining a fairly large fleet is already a bit of a struggle, and the real naval expansion may have to wait for several years. 5,000 word to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 181 Military Guidance Group in Lanfang. To demonstrate his commitment to naval development, Carlo personally attended the groundbreaking ceremony for 11 small and medium-sized warships and also inspected the construction progress of the Fuxing ironclad warship. While these small and medium-sized warships were largely British designs, the Royal Guarnizo shipyard incorporated certain refinements, creating subtle differences from the original British designs. These differences were minor, consisting of a change in gun caliber and a slight increase in tonnage. The upside of this approach was that Spain could claim these warships as independently developed, convincing the public of Spain's richer experience and superior shipbuilding philosophy, thereby bolstering national pride. After all, independently developed and built warships are undoubtedly more appealing than copied models from other countries. Warships generally lack patents, and countries generally copy established designs, improving upon weaknesses and leveraging strengths. As the most powerful naval power, Britain's warship designs were copied and emulated by other nations. Spain's approach was not unique, it could even be considered a tacit agreement among many other countries. Spain's recent naval expansion has also alarmed the Dutch. Although the Netherlands lies thousands of miles from Spain, their East Indies colonies are now theoretically bordered by those of Spain. The two colonies are separated only by the Sultanate of Groningen, in which all major powers have interests. Further south lies the Dutch-controlled Sultanate of Ceuta. Spain's massive warship construction is certainly not solely for home. Considering Spain's expansion into the Philippines and Kalimantan, the Dutch believe it is imperative to strengthen the defenses of their East Indies colonies. The day after Spain's grand construction of 11 warships, the Dutch government urgently decided to deploy an additional force of over 2,000 men to the East Indies and to construct two new, 1,000-ton coastal defense gunboats. While these 1,000-ton gunboats lack long-range combat capabilities, they are still very useful in Kalimantan and the surrounding islands. These 2,000-man army and two new warships will prove instrumental in suppressing the indigenous population and preventing Spanish expansion. The Dutch had considered seeking British assistance, but the British were somewhat ambiguous, clearly reluctant to directly aid the Dutch. This made sense. The Dutch held a significant colony in the East Indies, catapulting the industrial powerhouse into the top 10 of Europe's nations. A moderate competition between the Netherlands and Spain would have its benefits. It would at least help the Dutch understand the importance of Britain and encourage them to comply without any ulterior motives. However, this wasn't a good idea for the Dutch. It would have been fine if Spain's actions were limited to this, but Spain already had a cooperative agreement with Lanfang, a Dutch vassal state. The Lanfang Republic had submitted to Dutch rule decades earlier, and the Netherlands received a significant portion of its annual tax revenue from this territory. The establishment of the Lanfang Republic was largely due to the significant number of gold miners in the region. Part of the wealth generated by these gold mines went to the Lanfang Republic, while the remainder was paid as taxes to the Dutch East Indies. For the Dutch, losing Lanfang would not only mean losing this tax revenue, but also present the threat of a potential conflict. The Dutch rule over Lanfang was not so gentle, and was filled with uninterrupted oppression and aggression. After these Lanfang people gained a more powerful ally, would they remain indifferent to the previous Dutch invasion? Of course not. This also means that in the future on the island of Kalimantan, the Dutch are likely to face a situation where they are attacked from both sides by the Spanish in the north and the Lanfang people in the west. The Dutch did not take Lanfang alone seriously. But if the Lanfang Republic was supported by Spain, the threat would not be comparable to that of Lanfang alone. After all, the Netherlands is a country with a population of more than 4 million. The army it can organize is really limited, and the army that the East Indies colony can mobilize is even more limited. On July 21, 1875, the military guidance group sent by Spain finally arrived in the Lanfang Republic, which will help the Lanfang Republic to form a new army to better safeguard national sovereignty. This military guidance group is led by the long-absent André Rosso, now a lieutenant colonel. Previously commanding the 25th Infantry Regiment of the 6th Infantry Division of the Royal Spanish Army, he was personally appointed by Carlo to lead the military guidance group in Lanfang. Carmen Esposito, a trusted aide who, like André, also came to Spain from Italy, has been promoted to colonel and appointed commander of the 3rd Artillery Regiment of the 2nd Artillery Division of the Royal Spanish Army, a position of even greater importance. This also reflects the focus of the Spanish military's development. Due to the relatively small number of troops in the army, the smaller artillery divisions are more important than the infantry divisions. Carmen Esposito has clearly become an integral part of the Spanish artillery. Defense plans suggest that if the artillery force continues to expand, he could potentially serve as deputy commander of a new artillery division, potentially earning him the opportunity to become its commander. This is certainly the case. Carmen Esposito, an artillery graduate, has a brighter future than Andrew, who specializes in infantry. After all, infantry combat currently lacks complex tactical systems, making the training of infantry commanders much simpler. While Carmen Esposito has integrated seamlessly into the Spanish military thanks to his abilities, Andrew's situation is somewhat awkward. It's not that Andrew isn't capable, but Charles I certainly needs to prioritize more native Spanish officers. As an Italian, Andrew's position in the current Spanish military is somewhat awkward, making him unlikely to receive significant attention. After all, he was a trusted confidant who had come to Spain from Italy. After careful consideration, Charles I appointed Andrew as the head of the Military Guidance Corps in Lanfang, tasked with helping the Lanfang Republic establish its new army and maximizing its involvement in colonial affairs. If nothing unexpected happens, Andrew has the potential to become a governor-general of one of Spain's colonies. After all, he holds a title, albeit a baron, the lowest rank, but still a member of the Spanish nobility. In addition to Andrew as the head of the military guidance group, Carlo appointed Medino, the former military leader in charge of the African expedition, as its deputy head. Like Andrew, Medino was one of Carlo's closest confidants. Both were capable individuals, and while they weren't suited to heavy military deployment, they could be utilized in other areas, such as colonial affairs. The journey from Spain to Lanfang required crossing the Mediterranean, passing through the Suez Canal and the Red Sea, then traversing the Indian Ocean, and finally reaching Kalimantan via the Strait of Malacca. It was an extremely long journey, taking the military guidance group over 2 months, 2.5 months, to be exact, to reach Kalimantan. The Lanfang Republic also attached great importance to the arrival of the military guidance group. Of course, they couldn't help but take it seriously. After all, Spain was their only remaining force, and their strength was unmatched. Gentlemen of the military guidance group, welcome to Pontianak. As soon as the ship carrying the military guidance group docked, Liu Ashen, the current Grand Commander of the Lanfang Republic, Wu Guanghui, King of the Dayan Kingdom, and numerous Lanfang officials were already tactfully waiting at the harbor to greet the group. For the Lanfang Republic, they maintained a humble attitude. After all, the Lanfang Republic was in need of help, and Spain was the more powerful nation between them. Andrew, the leader of the military guidance group, was the first to step forward and nodded with a smile, without any arrogance or overbearing airs. Before arriving in Lanfang, Carlo had already instructed Andrew on the purpose and mission of the military guidance group, as well as how to interact with Lanfang officials. First, Spain would not actively antagonize the Lanfang Republic until it had completely defeated Dutch colonial power, which explained Andrew's relatively conciliatory attitude. Of course, if Lanfang officials showed any signs of being inconsiderate, Andrew would follow Carlo's orders and make them realize Spain's strength. Andrew, an Italian, learned Spanish after living in Spain for a few years. However, the Lanfang Republic's official language was Chinese, and its Governor-General Liu Ashen spoke neither Spanish nor Italian. This meant that communication between the two sides required translation. Fortunately, due to the Lanfang Republic's long-standing contact with the Dutch, There were a small number of translators within the country who understood European languages. French was the most dominant European language, as France was once the most powerful nation. Although its use has declined slightly, it remains a major European language, spoken by virtually all European aristocrats. Besides French, there are many other mainstream languages, such as Spanish, English, and German. Spanish is not a niche language, which is why the translators here understand Spanish. Compared to Spanish, Italian is currently a less popular language. Outside of Italy, Italian is rarely used elsewhere in Europe. Even in Italian diplomatic settings, Italian is not used except when communicating with less powerful nations. Dear envoys, our country has prepared a sumptuous welcome banquet for you. Please move forward, said Liu Eshan, the Grand Governor-General of the Lanfang Republic, with a smile. After hearing the translator's words, Andrew smiled and nodded, expressing his willingness, with great pleasure. While the military guidance group's goal was to help the Lanfang Republic establish a new army, this clearly wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Andrew wasn't in a rush, but rather wanted to learn as much as possible about the Lanfang Republic's current situation to determine how the new army should be organized and trained. Fortunately, Spain already had experience with military reforms and had already shipped several shipments of weapons and equipment to the Lanfang Republic. The Lanfang Republic currently had a stockpile of over 20,000 old muskets and over 1 million rounds of ammunition, making it easy to raise a new army of around 20,000 men. For a country with a Han Chinese population of just over 500,000, 20,000 men was practically the limit. Any larger numbers, not to mention the lack of ammunition and weapons, would simply be impossible for the Lanfang Republic to support. The group proceeded to the residence of Grand Commander Liu Eshan, where a sumptuous feast had been prepared to entertain the members of the military guidance group. During the banquet, Liu Eshan introduced Andrew to key military officials of the Lanfang Republic and King Wu Guanghui of the Dayan Kingdom, and assured him that the new Lanfang army would obey Andrew's command and arrangements. Andrew was pleased with the Lanfang Republic's cooperative attitude, but he clearly didn't believe everything the officials said. After the meal, Andrew returned to the room the Lanfang Republic had prepared for his group to rest and review information about the current situation. The founding history of the Lanfang Republic is complex, and even its current political system is quite complex. While it's true to say that Lanfang is a nation, it's also true to say that it's just a Chinese company. Despite having the so-called Dutun system as its governing body, the Lanfang system doesn't resemble a complete nation, it's more like a company with an army. The Lanfang Republic was established nearly a century ago, and the Han Chinese population peaked at 500,000. However, the current situation is dire, with a certain amount of population loss. Many Han Chinese have chosen to move to the northern kingdom of Sarawak, where new gold mines are waiting to be exploited. A significant portion of the Lanfang Republic's gold mines had already been mined, and prospectors naturally favored untouched gold fields. Furthermore, the Dutch's relentless expansion severely squeezed the living space of the Lanfang Republic and the Dayan Kingdom. The so-called Dayan Kingdom was actually an indigenous powerhouse in the eastern part of the Lanfang Republic. The Dayan Kingdom's first king was Wu Yuansheng, the founder of the Zhusheng Company, the predecessor of the Lanfang Company. At the time, the Zhusheng Company was also a major Chinese company in Kalimantan. However, due to the increasing prestige of Wu Yuansheng's subordinate, Luo Fangbo, Wu Yuansheng eventually replaced the Zhusheng Company. Following Wu Yuansheng's replacement, he was sent to garrison the Dayan Sultanate east of the Lanfang Company. Due to the brutality of the Sultan, which sparked discontent among the local indigenous people and a small number of Chinese, Wu Yuansheng eventually killed the Dayan Sultan and was elected the new king of Dayan by the local indigenous people. Chapter 182 Carlo's Day. By the time Andrew, the head of the Lanfang Military Guidance Corps, sent his first telegram back to Spain, it was already July 28, 1875, exactly 2 months after the birth of Prince Juan Fernando. Since the birth of his first child, Carlo's mood had been incredibly joyful, and he longed to be with his child constantly. Unfortunately, Carlo's administrative duties had become increasingly overwhelming. From the time Prince Juan Fernando was 1 month old, Carlo had no more than 5 hours of free time each day. This was primarily due to Carlo's increasing involvement in government affairs, flexing his influence as King of Spain. Important government documents across various departments required Carlo's personal review and approval, and major construction projects required his signature. This was a manifestation of the king's power, and also a concession from Prime Minister Primo to Carlo. Although neither side explicitly stated it, a tacit understanding regarding the transition of power existed. Prime Minister Primo was allowing Carlo to participate in more government affairs, and Carlo was carefully cultivating his own influence, preparing to take over the new government after Prime Minister Primo's second term. Although Prime Minister Primo had initially limited his power, Carlo was not one to abandon him. Prime Minister Primo certainly made contributions to Spain, significant ones indeed. Without his tireless pursuit of reform, Spain's rapid development would have been impossible. While this initially sacrificed some royal power, the resulting improvement in Spain's overall development was something Carlo was eager to see. Carlo already had a plan for Prime Minister Primo's future after his term ended. Like Archduke Serrano, Prime Minister Primo would be granted the title of Grand Duke and live out his retirement in Madrid. While gradually becoming more involved in government was a boon for Carlo, it also meant a departure from his former leisurely lifestyle. In the past, Carlo had ample free time to do whatever he pleased, whether it was sightseeing, hunting, or arranging sumptuous dinners and banquets. But with his increased involvement in government, Carlo's free time was limited to 5 hours a day, and at his worst, he had virtually no free time for leisure. After waking up at 8:30 a.m., Carlo had an hour and a half to wash and eat. Every morning, breakfast was ordered the day before, allowing him to enjoy cuisine from all over Europe, even the world. He never skimped on his food. The royal palace in Madrid boasted over 20 chefs from across Europe and the world. It's no exaggeration to say that any cuisine from around the world could be enjoyed there, unless the ingredients were difficult to transport or seasonal. From 10 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., Carlo met with government officials and other personnel. If matters were less urgent, he could also use them to handle government affairs. Lunch was the hour and a half from 11:30 to 1 p.m., typically with Queen Sophie, and sometimes with other officials. The hour and a half from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. was his lunch break, and the 4 hours from 2:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. were devoted to government affairs, meetings, and other activities. After 6:30 p.m., Carlo had his own private time. However, if there weren't many official duties that day, or if there weren't many meetings with government officials, get off work could be ended as early as 3 or 4 p.m. Although these days were hectic, Carlo was quite content. After all, it represented an increase in his power, a completely different experience from his previous days of leisure. On the afternoon of July 28, Carlo was dealing with a limited amount of official duties when he received a telegram from Andrew. These were actually reports from various cabinet departments. After discussion within the cabinet, a preliminary solution had been reached, awaiting Carlo's signature and approval. Carlo quickly completed all the duties and then focused on the telegram from Lanfang. Carlo's task for Andrew was to raise an army of over 20,000 men to ensure the Republic of Lanfang had sufficient strength to resist the Dutch colonial war. Andrew's investigation of the Republic indicated that it had sufficient capacity to raise a 20,000-man army, and the formation of the army had already begun. Andrew estimated that the army could be assembled within 3 months and reach a certain level of combat effectiveness within 6 months. After discussions within the Lanfang Republic, Andrew and others decided that Lanfang would make up half of the 20,000-man army, or just over 10,000. The remaining, less than 10,000, would be made up of local indigenous people. While these indigenous people were unreliable, with an equal number of Lanfang to counter them, there was no need to worry about the army's problems. The Dutch army was similarly composed. True Dutch were few in number. The majority of Dutch colonial armies were a mix of Dutch, mixed race, and local indigenous people. The proportion of true Dutch soldiers was definitely less than half. In some lesser regarded armies, only the middle and senior officers were Dutch, while the rest of the middle and lower ranks were all local indigenous people. Compared to these Dutch colonial forces, the Lanfang Republic's new army, with half its members being Lanfang, represented a significantly higher proportion. While these new troops were armed with outdated muzzle-loading rifles, they were more than adequate for the colony of Kalimantan. Report to Andrew, there's no need to rush the formation of the Lanfang army, but a small force should be deployed as soon as possible to prepare for the subsequent colonization of New Guinea. Menotti has some experience in this area, and the preliminary work of exploring and colonizing New Guinea can be entrusted to him. Furthermore, during the formation of the Lanfang army, It's important to cultivate officers who are as sympathetic to Spain as possible to exert greater influence on the army. I hope this army is pro-Spanish, and this is also the key point in their formation. After reading the entire telegram from Andrew, Carlo gave his orders to the guards. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards nodded respectfully and went to convey Carlo's orders. After handling the affairs of the Lanfang Republic, Carlo's day's affairs were largely complete. After a moment's thought, Carlo summoned butler Lauren to inquire about the current status of the royal family's wealth. Speaking of which, the last time Carlo had learned about the size of the royal family's assets was before the economic crisis. After the economic crisis, Carlo instructed his butler, Lauren, to purchase valuable assets from bankrupt foreign countries and develop other royal businesses as much as possible. Since then, he has paid little attention to the royal fortune. The primary problem is the sheer size of the royal treasury. Simply put, the royal family possesses an untold amount of money, so much that Carlo cannot possibly spend it all. Yes, that's an exaggeration. Based on the palace's annual expenses, the royal treasury could sustain itself for at least 100 years, even without generating any profit. Royal palace expenses are divided into three main components: the maintenance of the palace buildings, the salaries of the palace staff, and the annuities of the royal family. As one of the three largest palaces in Europe, the daily upkeep of the Madrid Royal Palace is a massive undertaking. Based on the current annual maintenance costs, Carlo's average annual expenditure on this cost is nearly 1 million pesetas. But this is just a small fraction of the cost. The hundreds of servants and maids, guards, security guards, and other positions within the palace cost over 2 million pesetas annually. Then there are the annuities of the royal family. Although there are currently only 3 members of the royal family, their annual pensions are substantial. When Charles was in Italy, he received an average annual pension of approximately 260,000 lire. Charles considered this a considerable sum, worth nearly 10,000 British pounds, an astronomical sum in those days. However, after becoming King of Spain, he realized that this sum was simply insufficient. Furthermore, as the Spanish royal family's wealth continued to grow, Charles increased the royal pension several times. As King of Spain, Charles received an annual pension of 1 million pesetas, the highest available to any member of the Spanish royal family. Charles' wife, Queen Sophie, received an annual pension of 800,000 pesetas. This pension, which she could spend freely, demonstrates the lavish lifestyle of European aristocrats and royal families of that era. Although Juan Fernando Jr. was only 2 months old, he still received an annual pension of 500,000 pesetas according to the royal pension regulations. Fortunately, the Spanish royal family consists of only 3 members, and their annual pension expenditure is only 2.3 million pesetas, which converts to less than 100,000 pounds and is a drop in the bucket compared to the royal family's wealth. It's not surprising that members of the Spanish royal family receive higher pensions than those of the Italian royal family. After all, the Italian royal family is a large family, while the Spanish royal family is just a small branch of the Italian royal family. The number of members determines the difference in pensions between the two. Carlo only needs to pay pensions for his own family, while Vittorio Emanuele needs to pay pensions for the vast Italian royal family. The difference in cost are drastic. Fortunately, the House of Savoy has a long history of governing the Kingdom of Sardinia and has a considerable family wealth. Especially after the unification of Italy, the House of Savoy's wealth has expanded again, and the Italian royal family's wealth and the per capita wealth of royal family members are no longer in the lower middle class among European royal families. Your Majesty. Butler Lauren was waiting outside Carlo's office. Upon hearing Carlo's summons, he hurried in, respectfully awaiting Carlo's orders. Butler Lauren, please tell me about the recent developments in the royal estate. How is our business developing? What is its scale? What is the current total value of the royal estate? Carlo smiled, motioning for Lauren to sit down and posing his own questions. Butler Lauren's loyalty was undeniable, and Carlo considered him his absolute confidant, trusting him greatly. Butler Lauren produced a thick account book and detailed the Spanish royal family's financial situation to Carlo. Your Majesty, since the outbreak of the economic crisis, we have invested over 120 million pesetas in acquiring outstanding foreign companies, and this has yielded excellent results. Our steel mills have been significantly expanded, and the combined production of the royally controlled mills now accounts for nearly 2/5 of Spain's total steel production. At your direction, we have also increased our investment in the experimental zone. This year, our total expenditure has reached 170 million pesetas, of which over 35 million pesetas have been invested in various research projects at the Royal Academy of Sciences and in the experimental zone. Based on the Royal Academy's research progress, some projects are expected to achieve significant progress and even yield some results this year. Regarding the automotive sector, our investments in automobile and engine companies are valued at 5 million pesetas and 3 million pesetas, respectively. This year, we have invested 2.2 million pesetas in automotive and 1.7 million pesetas in engine R&D, respectively. Mr. Benz reported that the car you saw last time has reached its second-generation experimental model, and production is expected within this year. The final product will boast improved stability and speed, and its appearance will also undergo a significant transformation. This is based on advances in the engine, which has driven the overall changes to the car. Regarding electrical power experiments, the Power Laboratory is currently exploring energy storage devices. The Power Laboratory has conducted in-depth research into the generation and use of electricity. This year, our R&D investment in the Power Laboratory has exceeded 3 million pesetas, the highest R&D investment in the entire experimental area. Compared to the 170 million pesetas in expenditure, the total revenue of our royal enterprises remains relatively stable. Last year, our revenue was approximately 230 million pesetas, with a net profit of 60 million pesetas. In the first half of this year, our revenue has already reached 133 million pesetas, and we are expected to set a new record. Butler Lorne respectfully reported on the various companies and projects invested by the royal family, as well as the total revenue and expenditure of the royal industries. In fact, the income and expenditure of the royal enterprises show that, after a long period of development, the royal enterprises have become the leaders and giants of Spanish enterprises. Especially in the military and heavy industries, the royal-controlled enterprises have already occupied a large part of the Spanish industry. A simple stomp of Carlo's foot would cause a tremor in Spain's military and heavy industries. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Land Exchange. The Spanish royal family's total corporate assets have surpassed 500 million pesetas, with annual net profits approaching 100 million pesetas. Carlo was quite pleased with this, as the total didn't include the value of the treasures recovered from the Indian temples. Adding the value of those treasures, the Spanish royal family's total assets approached 1 billion pesetas. These assets are undoubtedly enormous. Converted into the British pound, the most valuable currency today, they would be worth approximately £38.432 million, or 281.7 tons of gold. Aside from historic royal families like the British royal family and the Habsburgs, few European aristocratic families boast greater assets than Carlo's. Of course, the majority of these seemingly billion-dollar royal assets consisted of real estate like factories, businesses, and land, as well as intangible assets like the temple treasures. The royal family possessed less than 200 million pesetas, or just over £7 million, in readily available cash. While the Spanish royal family had become one of the wealthiest in Europe, this was not Carlo's ultimate goal, it was merely a minor achievement along the way. For a powerful king, money is readily available. It's not that wealth is bad, but it's not everything. Power is more important than wealth. Although Prime Minister Primo had granted Carlo greater access to government affairs, he remained cautious about extending his influence into the cabinet, instead focusing on church affairs. Religion still holds considerable power in Spain. Spain's founding is a story of bloodshed, recounting the brutal Arab rule and the valiant resistance of Catholicism. Spain completely expelled Arabs and Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula in 1492, after nearly 700 years of Arab rule. These 700 years of Muslim rule had a significant impact on the Iberian Peninsula, making the process of de-Islamization a difficult one. During this period, the Catholic Church played a crucial role, accumulating considerable power and becoming the second largest force in Spain, second only to the nobility. While the Church's influence has diminished significantly in modern Spain, religious influence persists. The Spanish Catholic Church remains a major force in Spain, holding immense sway among some fervent Catholics. Even in the technologically advanced future, religious belief persists. While some are atheists, a significant number still hold religious faith. For Carlo, the Spanish Church was a force he absolutely had to control. The Church could brainwash its adherents and promote its own doctrines and dogmas. If effectively utilized, the Catholic Church could become a powerful weapon in Carlo's purview, strengthening his power and position. At the royal palace in Madrid, Carlo met again with the current Archbishop of the Spanish Church, Pedro. The Archbishop, now gray-haired, was extremely respectful in his meeting with Carlo. A wise man, he understood that after his previous submission to Carlo, he no longer had any choice. The Archbishop of Spain has officially become the primate of the Spanish Catholic Church. This position, along with the Archbishop of Toledo, is appointed by the King of Spain. This also means that if Carlo is dissatisfied with him, he can appoint a new Archbishop of Spain to compete with him for power in the Spanish Catholic Church. Although the Archbishop of Toledo has a longer history in Spain and greater influence, the current church is already at a disadvantage and cannot possibly win a power struggle against Carlo and the Spanish government. Your Majesty, Archbishop Pedro greeted Carlo respectfully. Carlo nodded and, also smiling, said, "Long time no see, Archbishop Pedro. How is the church doing lately?" "Everything is fine, Your Majesty." Archbishop Pedro nodded and replied respectfully to Carlo. In Catalonia and the Basque Country, several Spanish schools have been successfully established, enrolling thousands of children and teenagers to learn Spanish. We are also vigorously promoting the use of Spanish, striving to make Catalonia and the Basque Country Spanish-only administrative regions within a short period of time. Carlo nodded, very satisfied with the Church's cooperation. In some cases, the Church's role is indeed more significant than that of the government. For example, if the government were to force the use of Spanish in these two regions, it would likely provoke opposition from some Catalans and Basques. However, if the Church were to work through Catholic doctrine, modifying it and subtly expanding the use of Spanish, this would not only avoid opposition from Catalans and Basques but would also effectively increase the use of Spanish in the region. That's good. I've summoned you here for no other reason than to donate 5 million pesetas to the Church in the name of the royal family for the construction of the new Iberian Cathedral. What do you think, Archbishop Pedro? Carlo asked with a smile. Carlo's newly created archbishop position must have its own church. The church for the Spanish archbishop will be named the Iberian Cathedral and will be located in the southern part of the Madrid region, north of Toledo. While it may appear that the royal family is donating 5 million pesetas to the church for the construction of the church, Carlo is actually reminding Archbishop Pedro that the church has no choice but to submit to his rule, or else his position in the church will be replaced. Thank you, Your Majesty. On behalf of the church, I thank Your Majesty and the royal family for this donation. May Spain, under Your Majesty's leadership, move towards greater heights. The church is willing to contribute to Spain's greatness. Archbishop Pedro understood Carlo's meaning and quickly stated his position with great respect. Carlo nodded, his smile growing wider. Making Spain great again requires the concerted efforts of the government, the royal family, the church, and all Spaniards. Catholicism is Spain's state religion, and this will never change, nor can it ever be altered. Archbishop Pedro, as Archbishop of Spain and primate of the Spanish Catholic Church, you must lead the church in cooperating with the government's actions and contribute to Spain's development. Of course, I will also remember your contributions to Spain. The royal family will not treat any nation's heroes unfairly, and the church is not merely a sacrificer and contributor, it must be the beneficiary of Spain's great achievements. The core of this conversation was simple, to convince Archbishop Pedro that if the church cooperated with Carlo's rule, it would maintain its position as Spain's second largest power. However, if it did not only would Archbishop Pedro's own position be challenged, but the church's standing in Spain would also be extinguished. Fortunately, Archbishop Pedro was a very sensible man. He understood the declining influence of the Spanish Catholic Church and naturally did not want to challenge the royal power or the government. For Archbishop Pedro, rather than risking a power struggle with the king and the government, it was better to maintain the church's current influence and content himself with the role of a modest but vastly wealthy archbishop. Carlo was greatly pleased with Archbishop Pedro's shrewdness. In contrast, the Spanish nobility was less shrewd. As the saying goes, a wide forest has many birds. This aptly describes Spain's vast aristocracy. Spain's population ranks only at the bottom among the great powers, but its aristocracy rivals that of other European nations. Furthermore, the Spanish nobility controlled vast tracts of land, with some long-established nobles holding even more land than Carlo currently held. This vast land holding, coupled with their long history, led some nobles to be less supportive of Carlo, an outsider, and even to be somewhat xenophobic. While some discerning individuals, like Duke Jacopo, expressed their support for Carlo from the outset, the majority remained on the sidelines, with some even secretly expressing opposition. Even at this point, after Charles had secured his throne and wielded considerable power, a significant number of nobles remained outside his royal council. The royal council was Charles's instrument for overseeing the nobility. Wasn't their absence a sign of unwillingness to be monitored? With such a large aristocracy in Spain, Charles had long since resolved to deal with it as soon as possible, at least to resolve some of its problems. The nobles held vast swathes of land in Spain, leveraging this land to control a portion of the agricultural population and thereby exert influence over the government. While this might be the case with Spain's mainstream nobility, the Catalan and Basque nobles were a major source of support for regional autonomy. Holding Spanish territory in their hands while secretly promoting autonomy for the various regions was something Charles absolutely could not tolerate. Consider later Spain. The regions became autonomous regions, significantly diverting power from the Spanish government. Fortunately, Spain was able to maintain its legal unity through the monarchy, and with the Spanish making up the majority of the population, it was able to maintain stability and unity. Yet, this still gave the Catalans an opportunity to exploit this situation, even holding a referendum in the 21st century to declare independence. It's been proven that showing mercy to these nobles and separatists is completely ineffective. Granting them autonomy will only lead them to pursue complete independence from Spain. Even among the Spanish nobility, corruption and other nationally detrimental practices can breed. Charles I had no regard for nobles who didn't side with him, and his only concern was finding a suitable opportunity and excuse to deal with them. Colonizing the Congo River Plateau was a good opportunity, at least to reclaim some land from the nobles. How could this be reclaimed? Naturally, through a land swap between Spanish and Congo River land. The Congo territories were Charles I's property, so he could easily facilitate a land swap between the nobility and the royal family. Spain's stronghold remained the Iberian Peninsula, and more Iberian land in the hands of the government and the royal family would undoubtedly benefit the country's development. Exchanging more Congolese land for Charles I wouldn't be a loss. After all, the land had been acquired through colonial rule, and Charles I hadn't paid a high price. Instead, the nobles could leverage their resources to cultivate the land, accelerating the colonization of the Congo River Basin and the development of the Congolese territories. The nobles established large plantations in the Congo River Basin, not only fully utilizing the local labor force but also producing large quantities of agricultural and other cash crops for export back to Spain or to other European countries and regions. This not only boosted Spain's economy, but also allowed the land acquired by the royal family and government to be leased or sold to ordinary people, increasing Spain's per capita arable land, a truly multi-pronged approach. Of course, exchanging land would be a lengthy process. While there was ample land available for exchange with the nobles in the Congo River Basin, this didn't necessarily mean the nobles would be willing to trade their long-cultivated Spanish land for uncultivated Congolese land. Even if they could acquire several times more land, it would still take a long time to cultivate and fertilize it. Predictably, the number of nobles willing to exchange land in the short term would be limited, if not near considerable. So why did Carlo believe this approach could solve the problem of the nobles holding the majority of the country's land? The primary reason for this is that Spain's land is largely desert and mountainous, leaving few fertile plains ripe for cultivation. Furthermore, Spain's gradual industrialization inevitably led to a significant influx of agricultural workers into cities, becoming workers and other employees. With a shrinking agricultural population, the value of the large tracts of land held by the nobility declined. Furthermore, Spain's geographical location meant that arable land was largely fragmented, making centralized, mechanized agriculture difficult. Instead, it would be better to exchange it for large, contiguous tracts of Congolese land, employing the cheaper indigenous labor force and establishing a variety of plantations. With extensive publicity and targeted guidance, many nobles would undoubtedly be tempted to exchange Spanish land for more Congolese land. Once that day arrived, the entire land swap plan would be a success. With more land, The royal family and government would be better able to industrialize, centralize, and mechanize agriculture. The entire process would likely take a decade or two to complete, but once the land swap was complete and Spain's land was centralized and mechanized, its overall national strength would be further enhanced. If these arable lands remained in the hands of peasants and nobles, the food they produce could feed at most 25 million people. However, if the land were centralized and mechanized, the food they produce could feed at least 50 million more people. Combined with the lands of Portugal and Morocco, Spain could easily support a population exceeding 80 million, or nearly 100 million, with these three regions. This arable land and food production would serve as Spain's strategic asset in the Western Mediterranean and guarantee its bid for regional supremacy. To expedite this process, Carlo decided to make early preparations. This was also facilitated by the efforts of the newspaper industry and the church. After all, convincing the Spanish nobles of the vast fertile lands of the Congo required more than just royal word of mouth. Only with the promotion of these claims by the church and newspapers, coupled with the early arrival of some nobles and their wealth from plantations, could the interest of other nobles be aroused. Fortunately, some nobles had already joined Carlo's rule, and the first nobles to venture into the Congo could be selected from among these more loyal nobles. Actually, the nobles wouldn't lose out by exchanging land for Congo. Congo is an undeveloped land, ripe for cultivation into vast fertile fields. Furthermore, Congo boasts extremely rich mineral resources, and the nobles could easily manage this land without any losses. After all, the indigenous labor force here is innumerable, a labor force that is not to be treated as human. The profits gained by exploiting this labor force are unmatched by farming in Spain. Archbishop Pedro, I'm sure you've heard about the establishment of the Congo territory, right? Carlo, fully prepared, turned his gaze back to Archbishop Pedro and asked with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Archbishop Pedro nodded, awaiting Carlo's further instructions. He knew Carlo wouldn't bring up the Congo territory for no reason, he must have a specific mission. Carlo continued, the expedition team's exploration revealed that the plateau upstream of the Congo River is a fertile, uncultivated land. It boasts extremely rich mineral resources, abundant natural rubber trees, and other resources. If the church is interested, I suggest they organize personnel to cultivate the land in the Congo River basin and establish plantations. They could also send missionaries to explore this land. Believe me, it's an unexplored land brimming with treasure. Carlo smiled. While Carlo could directly order the church to dispatch personnel to cultivate the Congo River land, the church wouldn't necessarily be willing to do so. While they wouldn't be lip service, they would certainly be reluctant. It would be better to allow the church to personally experience the vastness and fertility of the Congo River basin, allowing them to voluntarily cultivate the land and manage the Congo territory. Anything that would promote the development of the Congo territory would be acceptable to Carlo. However, the church's development of the Congo territory certainly wouldn't be free. They would have to pay something back for the fertile land in the Congo River basin, just like the less fertile arable land in Spain. The church's covert actions, coupled with the early involvement of a few nobles and the resulting publicity, will undoubtedly attract the attention of the majority of the other nobles. Once they notice the fortunes made by the church and some nobles in the Congo River basin, they will naturally be tempted. By then, there will be nobles willing to participate in the development of the Congo territory through land swaps, without Carlo even having to take the initiative. And with the sovereignty of the Congo territory, Carlo can sit back and wait for these fish to bite 5,200 word to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 184 United Agricultural Development Corporation. The establishment of the Congo territory caused a sensation both within Europe and beyond, as it marked the first time a European nation had established a large-scale colony within the African continent. Besides attracting the attention of various governments and royal families, it also captured the attention of a significant number of Spanish nobles. The vast majority of Spanish nobles shared a common trait: they were landed aristocrats, those whose livelihoods depended on their landholdings. The majority of their income came from their land and castles, with little involvement in industry or finance. As a result, while the royal family's land holdings were smaller than those of the nobles, their total assets quickly surpassed theirs. After all, farming was far less lucrative than industry and finance, which were the most lucrative sectors of the era. Especially after the Spanish government enacted policies to reduce land taxes and rents, the income earned by the nobles from land was even smaller. The newly established Congo territory was a vast untapped territory, offering enormous economic benefits and potential. Don't underestimate the ambitions of European colonizers. Generally speaking, areas untouched by European colonization were barren and unworthy of colonization. Spain's establishment of the Congo Dominion on the upper plateau of the Congo River Basin indicated that the Spanish royal family recognized the land's development potential and the potential for substantial revenue. Some nobles expressed interest in the newly established Congo Dominion, but Charles I remained silent, forcing them to abandon their plans. After all, Charles I was no longer the powerless young king he had once been. To establish plantations in Charles I's Congo Dominion without Charles I was simply wishful thinking. While the nobles were anxious, Charles I had already arranged for the church and a small number of trusted nobles to develop the Congo River Basin first. Historically, King Leopold II of Belgium had amassed a fortune from the Congo's abundant natural rubber trees, but it was clear that Charles I could not fully emulate this. These natural rubber trees were indeed a vast asset, but this would have to wait until rubber became truly valuable before it could be converted into revenue. While rubber currently had other uses, its true value would not materialize until the advent of tires and automobiles. It's precisely because of the vast expansion of rubber's uses that its value has continued to rise, leading to the proliferation of rubber plantations and companies. Currently, rubber's value is comparable to that of oil, both remaining relatively low due to the lack of a proven application. The rise in oil prices is also due to the invention of various internal combustion engines, and the development of machinery that utilizes these engines, which has driven the value of this energy source ever higher. The same principle applies to rubber. Before the advent of tires and other rubber products, natural rubber did have some value, but it wasn't high. While rubber plantations aren't a major source of profit, Congo's land currently has many uses. Congo, with its nearly entire territory irrigated by the Congo River, is relatively well suited for agriculture. However, the Congo Basin, shrouded in tropical rainforest, is plagued by diseases and pests, making the environment extremely challenging and agricultural development extremely difficult. Conversely, the upper plateau, with less dense vegetation and fewer pests, is relatively easy to cultivate. Furthermore, its tropical location makes it more suitable for growing rice, cotton, oilseed crops, cocoa, rubber, and bananas. Since rubber plantations were unsuccessful, Spain could focus on cotton and banana plantations. There was a plentiful indigenous labor force to exploit, and once plantations were established, there were numerous ways to profit. With the establishment of the Congo territory, crops and agricultural products from the upper plateau could be transported in two ways, by rail to ports in the Spanish colony of Guinea, or by river, traveling down the Congo River to the sea. Spain naturally wanted both. While rail transport was also feasible, it was a single-track line with a limited capacity. The next priority was strengthening control over the Congo River Basin. With the Congo territory established, the most important priority was to control the entire Congo River, extending from the river to the entire basin, thereby controlling the entire Congo region. In this regard, Spain faced its greatest colonial competitor, Portugal. Portugal had long engaged in colonial aggression against the Kingdom of Congo and established its own colonies in West Africa. Although they hadn't yet fully controlled the lower Congo River, if Spain didn't expedite its efforts, Portugal could very well have it before the Spanish colonial forces arrived. This would be disadvantageous for Spain. After all, the upper Congo River region is landlocked, and without river transport and ports, its economic development would be limited. On this point, even if relations between Spain and Portugal eased, Charles wouldn't back down. If Portugal were determined to compete with Spain for colonial control in the lower Congo River, Charles wouldn't hesitate to deploy the guards to forcibly seize the area. If Portugal was dissatisfied, the worst that could happen was a war between Portugal and Spain. For Spain, a war would actually strengthen its military. Such a colonial dispute wouldn't be enough to force other powers to intervene, they could simply mediate. As long as the powers didn't intervene, Charles wouldn't hesitate in the conflict between Portugal and Spain. Forget tiny Portugal. Even two Portugals united, they wouldn't be a match for Spain. The gap between Portugal and Spain wasn't limited to land area and population, it was a comprehensive backwardness in economy, industry, population, and agriculture. The Congolese land was extremely important to Carlo. Not only could it develop agriculture and grow cash crops, it also possessed an extremely rich natural and mineral wealth. Later, Congo became known as the world's raw material warehouse, boasting a wide variety of natural resources and a variety of rare metals. These included over 75 million tons of copper, 4.5 million tons of cobalt, 7 million tons of zinc, 600 tons of gold, and 200 million carats of diamonds. It also possessed over 25 million tons of oil, 40 billion cubic meters of natural gas, and over 60 million tons of coal. Such abundant mineral resources were a valuable addition to Spain's mainland, and its location in Africa made transportation relatively easy. More importantly, Congo possessed vast quantities of high-purity uranium, a crucial raw material for future atomic bombs. Although the atomic bomb was a distant prospect, Carlo had to consider, if not his own, future heirs. Becoming the first country to possess the atomic bomb would give Spain greater confidence in a future world war, significantly altering the war situation and the fate of Spain. As the first Spanish Duke Carlo met, Duke Jacobo played a significant role in Carlo's plans. After receiving a summons from Carlo, Duke Jacobo hurried to the palace and respectfully requested an audience with Carlo. Carlo was currently finalizing his Congo River Basin development plan, which had reached its final stage when Duke Jacobo arrived. "Your Majesty," Duke Jacobo saluted respectfully, showing no disdain for the 24-year-old king before him, but rather respect and appreciation. Duke Jacobo understood that the young king before him was no immature child. To disdain such a king would be to play with one's own title and future. While it was rare for European kings to abolish noble titles, that did not mean they lacked the power to do so. Furthermore, Carlo, not being a native Spaniard, held no deep feelings for the Spanish nobility. If these Spanish nobles recklessly stood in Carlo's way, the abolition of certain nobility titles might be imminent. Whether a king could dethrone a noble depended on his own power and influence within the European aristocracy. After all, the nobles were human, and faced with the power to strip them of their dignity, they would fear. This fear would naturally lead to their unification against the king. If the king could not withstand the united opposition of the nobles, he would naturally have no right to deprive them of their titles. Otherwise, a civil war between the king and the nobles would lead to national instability at best, or even the abolition of the royal family or the nobility at worst, a severe blow to the monarchy. Therefore, under normal circumstances, European kings rarely turned against their nobles. Unless a noble acted voluntarily, defying the interests of the king and the majority of the nobles, in which case the king wouldn't even need to intervene, the nobles would unite and eliminate the traitors. Carlo nodded with a smile, then got straight to the point. "Duke Jacob, I plan to establish a joint agricultural development company in Congo. Would you be interested in serving as its head?" As the name suggests, the Joint Agricultural Development Company was Carlo's primary agency for developing Congolese agriculture. The reason why it is a joint company is also because it takes into account what will happen after the nobles participate in the development of Congo. United Agricultural Development Company. Duke Jacobo was stunned for a moment, then posed his question, "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of this company? Is it simply engaged in the cultivation and sale of agricultural products, or is it intended to develop agriculture on a large scale in the Congo region?" There are several different approaches to developing Congolese agriculture. The first is to establish plantations of a certain scale, exploiting Congolese interests in the simplest way. The second is to monopolize the agricultural trade in Congo by building plantations on a large scale, developing agriculture, and constructing transportation roads, and then extend its influence beyond Congo to other places, such as Portugal's West African colonies. Depending on the choice, the power and status of the so-called United Agricultural Development Company will naturally vary. If it is just the first approach, then this so-called company is essentially just an organization that unites several agricultural plantations, with little power. But if it is the second approach, the Agricultural Development Company becomes a key means for Spain to exert influence in Central Africa, even controlling the region through the company. Don't underestimate the influence of such a company. When the United Agricultural Development Company controls a large amount of agricultural production, it can influence the prices of agricultural products in an entire region or even an entire country. Fluctuations in agricultural product prices affect farmers' income, which in turn affects national stability. A large-scale agricultural development company could have a significant impact, especially for regions like Portugal's West African colonies, which lack self-sufficiency and relied on Portuguese exports. I have high hopes for the development of the agricultural company. The expedition's findings in the Congo region indicate that the entire Congo River basin holds great potential for agricultural development. The plateaus upstream of the Congo River, in particular, are relatively easy to develop due to the absence of dense tropical rainforest. The United Agricultural Development Company's primary mission is to establish large-scale plantations in this area to increase Congolese crop yields. Further expansion will only be possible once the company becomes profitable. It's difficult to explain the details in a few words. If you are willing to serve as general manager of the United Agricultural Development Company, you will have the final say in its development, and you will only be responsible to me," Carlo said with a smile. Carlo was most pleased with Duke Jacobo's insistence on asking for details before agreeing. If he simply agreed without asking, Carlo would doubt his ability. To resolve a problem, it was crucial to understand the cause and process. Only then could a more rational solution be found. Duke Jacobo's calm demeanor pleased Carlo greatly. The yet-to-be-established United Agricultural Development Company needed such a leader to carve out a great cause in the desolate Congo River basin. After hearing Carlo's response, Duke Jacobo's concerns were alleviated. He nodded and said respectfully, "I'm happy to share your concerns, Your Majesty." Carlo smiled and nodded again, already treating the honest and dutiful Duke as one of his own. The church will also participate in agricultural development in the Congo territory, and we can collaborate with the church after the company is established. Once the plantations in the Congo territory reach a certain scale and begin to profit, we can mobilize extensive publicity to spread the news, ideally letting all the nobles know. Duke Jacobo was initially stunned to hear that the church would also participate in agricultural development in the Congo. But then, after hearing Carlo mention the extensive publicity campaign planned once the plantations became profitable, aiming to spread awareness among the Spanish nobility, Duke Jacobo fully understood Carlo's intentions. To put it bluntly, the church's involvement was more like bait on a hook, enticing the nobles to take the bait. The clever Duke Jacobo even considered further considerations, such as the government's previous practice of purchasing some of the nobles' land at high prices and subsequently renting it out to Spanish farmers for cultivation. Simply put, the nobles' excessive ownership of land not only impacted Spanish agriculture but also harmed the interests of the majority of Spain's agricultural population. Especially given Spain's limited land, the amount of land a farmer held directly impacted their income. The majority of Spanish land was controlled by the nobility, meaning they captured a significant portion of Spain's agricultural income. What was Carlo's purpose in attracting the nobles to agricultural development in the Congo? Wasn't it simply to secure the nobles' land in Spain? Thinking of this, Duke Jacobo's plan became even clearer, and he expressed sincere admiration for Carlo's ability to come up with it. For Spain at the moment, this was indeed a promising solution, effectively alleviating the problem of the nobility holding the vast majority of the land. More importantly, it wouldn't overly incentivize the nobles. After all, the Congo River basin did indeed possess more land. If it were truly fertile and suitable for agriculture, then the nobles would not lose out by exchanging land for it. Remember, the Congo territory had only been established a short time ago. Carlo's ability to propose such a plan proved that he had this idea in mind before the Congo territory was established. Judging from Carlo's performance so far, he was far superior to the previous two Spanish monarchs. Duke Jacobo clearly understood the importance of the United Agricultural Development Company. It was not only a crucial institution for Spain to gain economic control over the Congo territory and Central Africa, but also a crucial means for Carlo to address the problem of the landed aristocracy. As the company's first manager, Duke Jacobo's importance in Carlo's eyes naturally increased. With this in mind, Duke Jacobo naturally had no hesitation. For him, this was a golden opportunity to enhance his influence in Spanish politics and his standing among the nobility. "I understand, Your Majesty. After the Agricultural Development Company is established, I will contact the church to jointly develop agriculture in the Congo territory. However, regarding publicity, I may also need the cooperation of Solal and El País." Duke Jacobo stood up solemnly and gave his answer and promise. It was clearly difficult for an unestablished agricultural development company to vigorously develop plantations in the Congo territory. However, with the support of the church, or in other words, cooperation with the church, the construction of the plantations would proceed much more smoothly. The influence of the Spanish church was still considerable. Through church propaganda, some Spaniards could be attracted to the Congo River basin for development. Combined with the efforts of church missionaries and the numerous local indigenous people, the establishment of the plantations would be smooth, and profitability, even substantial profits, would be just around the corner. 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 185 Valencia State Shipyard. Establishing a plantation in the Congo will take a long time to bear fruit. While tropical regions can produce 2 or even 3 crops a year, a plantation system must be established, the land must be cultivated, and sowing completed. Judging by the current progress, no results will be achieved within the next 3 months. However, Carlo was not in a rush. After all, leveraging Congo's agricultural development and exchanging Spanish land with the nobles would take a long time to complete. After completing the Congolese affairs, Carlo turned his attention back to Spain. The royal family currently possesses sufficient assets, with over 200 million in available funds, indicating that they still have ample funds for investment in specific industries. And it's not just 200 million in available funds. Some of the diamonds and jewels in the temple treasure could, over time, become more valuable than their actual value. Furthermore, the small amount of gold in the hands of the currency commission could be exchanged for many times the amount of cash. Coupled with a steady flow of income from the royal estates, even investing in multiple sectors annually, let alone a single industry, would present no funding challenges, as long as the steps were not too drastic. Because private capital in Spain was relatively weak at the time, royal investment was crucial for the development of various sectors. Large investments could spur rapid growth in certain industries, and key sectors could play a crucial role in Spain's future. For this reason, royal funds must be invested in key sectors to be most effective, laying the foundation for Spain's future strength. It's a no-brainer that the first sector the royal family needed to invest in was shipbuilding. Spain, a country with numerous maritime borders and colonies spanning multiple continents, naturally prioritized the development of its navy and maritime power. While shipbuilding doesn't guarantee the ability to build warships, it does provide the foundation for a military shipyard. Without a well-developed shipbuilding industry, it would be difficult for a country to build a world-class military shipyard through its own efforts. Conversely, if a country has a well-developed shipbuilding industry, even without assistance from other countries, it can still transform itself into an excellent military shipyard. While this process is fraught with difficulties, countries with more developed shipbuilding industries tend to have a smoother path in military shipbuilding. While Spain's shipbuilding industry is not lacking, with both state-owned and privately owned shipyards of varying sizes, other military shipyards, aside from the Royal Guarnizo shipyard, which Carlo invested in and saved, currently lack the capability to build ironclads. Furthermore, most private shipyards are technologically backward, capable only of producing wooden warships or old steamships. While these vessels may be acceptable for civilian use, they present a significant threat to the enemy if used for military purposes. Spain's future naval development cannot rely solely on the Royal Guarnizo shipyard. If the Royal Guarnizo shipyard were destroyed, wouldn't it mean Spain would completely lose its ability to build the latest ironclads? Considering all these factors, Carlo decided to invest heavily in the development of Spain's shipbuilding industry, helping both state-owned and private civilian shipyards acquire more advanced civilian shipbuilding experience. He also integrated some of these civilian shipyards to build a new medium to large military shipyard. This shipyard did not need to possess the same capacity as the Royal Guarnizo shipyard to build 10,000-ton ironclads. As an emergency replacement for the Royal Guarnizo shipyard, which normally served as Spain's second-largest military shipyard, the new shipyard aimed to have 2 docks capable of building warships exceeding 7,500 tons. The Royal Guarnizo shipyard was located in the Bay of Santander in Cantabria, and the new shipyard had to be located on the Mediterranean coast to protect both shipyards from simultaneous enemy bombing and destruction. After much deliberation, Carlo ultimately decided to locate the new shipyard in Valencia, the closest major port to Madrid. Why not Barcelona, with its larger port? The main reason was that Barcelona already had an industrial zone. If there were another medium-sized or large shipyard, it would inevitably be bombed by the enemy during war. However, the development of the shipbuilding industry cannot rely solely on the efforts of the royal family. The Spanish government must also contribute. The current Spanish government is not poor. After careful consideration, Carlo finally asked Butler Lauren to develop a Spanish shipbuilding development plan and brought this plan to the cabinet to meet with Prime Minister Primo. Seeing Prime Minister Primo after such a long time, Carlo's first impression was that he looked older. Prime Minister Primo was born in 1814 and was only 61 years old. Perhaps because of the excessive energy invested in Spain's reforms, Prime Minister Primo, 4 years younger than Archduke Serrano, looked even older and more decrepit. If he hadn't known Prime Minister Primo's age, Carlo would have thought he was in his 70s or 80s. But in reality, 61 is not that old. While the average life expectancy in Europe was only in his 30s or 40s, this was, after all, a statistic for ordinary people. High-ranking officials and nobles like Prime Minister Primo, with the exception of those who died in childhood, all lived to be over 60 years old, with many even tragically succumbing to various illnesses in their 70s or 80s. The most striking examples are Garibaldi and Serrano. Born in 1807, Garibaldi succumbed to illness in 1882 from the after effects of his early years of wandering and battlefields. He was almost 75 years old at the time of his death, considered a long lifespan by later generations. Archduke Serrano was no different. Born in 1810, he died in 1885, also living to almost 75, practically experiencing the entire 19th century. These examples demonstrate that even though the average life expectancy of ordinary people fell below 40 due to various exploitation and security issues, high-ranking officials and nobles remained unaffected. Forget these renowned dukes and nobles, even ordinary barons and earls, as long as they didn't commit suicide, could easily live to their 50s or 60s. Furthermore, many people of this era died from various chemical poisonings, not truly natural deaths. Among the noble ladies, many used substances from the periodic table to create their makeup. This was strictly forbidden in the palace. Any strange substances or elements entering the palace were subject to inspection. Carlo didn't want his normal food mingled with strange substances. It would not only affect his own lifespan, but also the health of his family and the growth of his children. Your Majesty. Although Carlo had initiated the meeting with Prime Minister Primo still saluted Carlo. Prime Minister Primo, Carlo also stepped forward, ending the Prime Minister's salute, and then pulled him to sit on the sofa next to him, his attitude gentle and respectful. To Carlo, Prime Minister Primo was his unwavering benefactor. Without the support of Prime Minister Primo, he would never have become King of Spain. After choosing a young foreign nobleman as King of Spain, Prime Minister Primo not only didn't seize the opportunity to seize power, but instead guaranteed Carlo a certain say. While this limited influence didn't affect government decisions, it was at least far better than openly sidelining Carlo. Furthermore, Prime Minister Primo gradually ceded more power to Carlo over time. This mere lack of greed for power was enough to earn Carlo's heartfelt admiration for Prime Minister Primo. And that's not to mention Prime Minister Primo's contributions to Spain. His achievements in agricultural reform, land reclamation, literacy, and industrial development make him one of the greatest Spanish prime ministers of the past century, one that could even be worthy of the title. Especially since the reigns of the fiery King Ferdinand VI and Queen Isabel II, Spain has been declining at an alarming rate. Prime Minister Primo played an indispensable role in halting and reversing this decline. Again, in Carlo's heart, Prime Minister Primo was undoubtedly a major contributor to Spain's resurgence, arguably even its greatest contributor. As long as Prime Minister Primo didn't make any foolish moves, he would become the official whom Carlo would highlight and praise throughout his reign. His and Carlo's 10-year partnership would be heralded as akin to the close collaboration between German King Wilhelm I and Chancellor Bismarck, a story and epic poem for all to read and admire. This was truly immortalized. Even if the Kingdom of Spain fell, this history would remain unchanged. For a politician, such fame could be even more alluring than tangible benefits. After all, the benefits, while tempting, were only temporary. Such immortalized fame wasn't something one could simply wish for. It required timing, opportunity, and the king's trust. Prime Minister Primo, this is a shipbuilding development plan I've developed based on the current backwardness of Spain's shipbuilding industry. It requires close cooperation with the government, and the relevant matters require your approval. Carlo smiled as he took out his long-prepared shipbuilding development plan and handed it to Prime Minister Primo. He then explained with a smile. Prime Minister Primo nodded, took the plan, and perused it carefully. Integrate some of the unsalvageable private and state-owned civilian shipyards and convert them into medium to large-scale military shipyards? Help other salvageable private and state-owned civilian shipyards develop further and improve Spain's shipbuilding system. Prime Minister Primo read, occasionally nodding to himself, clearly taking the plan seriously. Carlo's plan was only a few pages, but Prime Minister Primo spent nearly half an hour reading it. Prime Minister Primo personally read out nearly every word of the plan, sometimes even giving it careful consideration. Clearly, he held Carlo's development plan in higher regard. After reading the last word, Primo's subordinate closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again. He nodded, looked at Carlo, and said with a smile, "Looking at this plan alone, I can't find any problems, Your Majesty." Finding no problems essentially signified agreement, though Prime Minister Primo was not one to overstate his opinion. The specific development of the shipbuilding industry required detailed consultation and joint funding between the government and the royal family. Prime Minister Primo would not take on too much responsibility, as that would only place a huge financial burden on the government. "My plan is that the royal family and the government will each invest 15 million pesetas to acquire certain state-owned and private civilian shipyards that are beyond rescue, and completely integrate these shipyards to recruit shipbuilding workers. Then, medium and large military shipyards will be built in Valencia to replace the Royal Guarnizo shipyard in certain emergencies. The government will be responsible for the land and shipyard construction. The government will hold a 55% stake in this newly established military shipyard, and the royal family will hold a 45% stake. We will work together to build this shipyard. What do you think, Prime Minister Primo?" Certain more complicated things naturally cannot be explained by a small plan, and Carlo needs to explain them in more detail. After hearing Carlo's words, Prime Minister Primo pondered and finally offered his answer: 15 million pesetas? That's not a lot. Your Majesty, what about the subsequent incentives for other state-owned and private shipyards? How should it be done? Seeing that Prime Minister Primo had not rejected the idea of establishing a second military shipyard, Carlo breathed a sigh of relief and began to answer Prime Minister Primo's new question. The current preliminary plan is to implement certain tax reductions for the civilian shipbuilding industry and, under the leadership of the government, organize training and development for some shipbuilding employees. We also need to address the order issues facing civilian shipyards. Only through this multi-pronged approach can we completely address the gradual decline of our shipbuilding industry and restore Spain's shipbuilding industry to the forefront of the world. The decline of civilian shipyards is due to many factors, the most prominent of which can be categorized as outdated technology, declining orders, and insufficient staff. These three factors are mutually reinforcing. Outdated technology leads to a decline in shipyard orders, which in turn affects shipyard revenue, ultimately leading to layoffs. Furthermore, the fewer employees a shipyard has, the more difficult it is to achieve technological advancement. This will hinder shipbuilding technology from advancing, ultimately creating a vicious cycle. Resolving this problem requires external intervention and a robust approach to simultaneously address these three issues. If the government and the royal family work together, these three issues can indeed be easily addressed. Shortages of staff can be rapidly trained, and outdated technology can be supported. As for the lack of orders for private shipyards, once they have sufficient staff and superior technology, they can compete with foreign shipyards for orders. Spain still has a certain reputation in the civilian shipbuilding industry. Although it declined for a period, the rise of military shipyards has restored some of its reputation. As long as we strike while the iron is hot and accelerate support and development for civilian shipyards, it will be easy to secure some international orders. Civilian shipyards are not expensive to build. After all, these ships do not weigh thousands or even tens of thousands of tons like battleships. They do not require advanced armor and large-caliber artillery, resulting in significant cost savings. Low costs also mean low prices. As long as the price is low, more orders for ships can be sought from around the world to meet the shipyard's needs. Previously, the Renaissance-class ironclads had failed to find global buyers, but now finding a few buyers for civilian ships is relatively easy. For example, Spain's former colonies in the Americas may not have the funds to build ironclads, but they do have enough to build civilian ships. Besides these American countries, some European countries with less developed shipbuilding industries could also become potential customers for Spanish civilian shipyards. Furthermore, these Spanish colonies also needed civilian ships to strengthen their transport capacity. Sea transportation has always been an extremely advantageous mode of transportation, even in later times. Although airplanes are faster, they can only carry a limited amount of cargo and have very strict cargo restrictions. Trains are also faster than transport ships, but they must travel overland, making cross-border transportation more difficult. Large transport ships are different. Traveling from port to port simply requires crossing the ocean, with supplies refueling at coastal ports. A super-large transport ship in the future could carry tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of tons of cargo, which would be beyond the capacity of an airplane. Hearing Carlo's explanation, Prime Minister Primo nodded, secretly estimating the government's expenses. The shipbuilding industry alone would require an investment of at least 50 million pesetas. If the royal family or the government were to pay this alone, while it wouldn't be a major blow, it would clearly impact development in other areas. If the royal family and the government each contributed half, the problem would be easily resolved. Half of 50 million pesetas is 25 million pesetas, less than a third of the royal family's annual profits and less than a 20th of the government's annual revenue. This amount would not be a significant burden for either the royal family or the government. If it could effectively promote the development of both military and civilian shipbuilding, it would be a positive development. After a moment's reflection, Prime Minister Primo said, "Your Majesty, I agree with your shipbuilding development plan. I will notify the relevant departments to closely cooperate with the royal family's actions, and I will also have the Ministry of Industry come up with a specific plan and timeline for the shipyard's construction. Let the ministers of the various departments in Butler Lauren discuss the specifics. This will be beneficial to Spain and will only promote its development. Your Majesty, do you have any naming suggestions for this integrated medium to large military shipyard?" "A shipyard name?" Carlo shook his head, believing it would be best not to contribute to the naming of the shipyard. Seeing Carlo's shake of his head, Prime Minister Primo continued, "Since it's located in Valencia, why not call it the Valencia State Military Shipyard? In a monarchy, enterprises controlled by the royal government are state-owned, and enterprises controlled by the royal family are also state-owned. An enterprise jointly controlled by the royal government and the royal family is naturally a state-owned enterprise within the state-owned enterprise, so calling it a state-owned shipyard is perfectly acceptable." Carlo nodded, having no objection to the naming of the shipyard. Naming a military shipyard didn't need to be overly fancy. Simple and clear names would actually increase its recognition. Just like the Royal Guarnizo shipyard, the largest military shipyard in Spain, it is actually a military shipyard established by the royal family in Guarnizo, and the name is also simple. 5,400 words, 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 186 Light Bulb. The investment in the Valencia shipyard was only 25 million pesetas, a modest undertaking for Carlo. He then mobilized significant funds to invest in and support Spain's relatively weak heavy industries, such as metallurgy, machinery manufacturing, chemicals, and materials. Each of these 5 sectors averaged over 20 million pesetas, totaling over 100 million pesetas, a significant investment. Even with this investment of over 100 million pesetas, it was still not enough to rapidly boost the development of these industries. It could only effectively promote their advancement, but achieving meaningful results would take a long time. At least with over 100 million pesetas of royal support, private enterprises in these sectors could continue to operate and have sufficient funds for technological advancement. Besides directly supporting businesses in these sectors, another option was to vigorously cultivate outstanding talent in these fields, providing a steady supply of talent. To this end, Carlo personally instructed the Ministry of Education to assist certain universities in developing and restructuring specialized programs. Several universities, under the Ministry of Education's direction, have already added majors and courses related to heavy industry, significantly strengthening Spain's talent development system in these areas. Establishing a comprehensive talent development system is undoubtedly the most effective way to promote an industry. Talent is paramount in any industry, far more crucial than readily available technology and equipment. Ultimately, only with sufficient talent and a comprehensive talent development system can an industry achieve continuous technological advancement. Without a continuous talent gap, even if a brief lead is achieved, future technological progress will stagnate due to the loss of outstanding talent. Beyond these heavy industries, in the field of electricity, after many years, the electricity laboratory has finally achieved some results. To be precise, it's been over 5 years since the laboratory was established. During this time, the laboratory built a DC generator and an AC generator, and, with Carlo's guidance, discovered the electric motor. But that wasn't all. Graham continued to explore broader applications for electricity, Delving into the research of the light bulb. Before the invention of the light bulb, the primary means of lighting were flames and kerosene lamps, one of the primary uses of petroleum. Both of these lighting methods had significant drawbacks. Needless to say, using flames for lighting not only wastes various forms of fuel but also provides a dim light. Kerosene lamps, while relying solely on kerosene for energy, are also not very bright, barely allowing for clear vision. This is precisely why the light bulb was invented. Even the most primitive light bulbs rivaled kerosene lamps in brightness. If it weren't for their limited lifespan and the limitations of electricity development, light bulbs would have quickly replaced kerosene lamps and become the primary source of lighting in daily life. Before Graham's extensive research into the light bulb, it was still in its exploratory phase. When people later mentioned the light bulb, Edison is the first person to come to mind. However, the original inventor was American scientist Henry Goebbels. He used carbonized bamboo filaments placed in a glass bottle and applied electricity, resulting in a light source that lasted over 400 hours. However, because Goebbels failed to apply for a patent in a timely manner, his invention of the light bulb is not as well known as Edison's. While Edison was undoubtedly a capable scientist, he was also an exceptionally successful capitalist. At least Edison's reputation wasn't entirely accurate. A significant number of his inventions were patents Edison purchased and then credited to himself. Carlo had some knowledge of the history of the light bulb. Edison's light bulb patent was purchased from a Canadian scientist, who sold it because they were no longer able to continue their research. Simply put, scientific research requires substantial R&D funding. The light bulb's creation was the result of repeated experiments with related materials. Carlo knew that before the advent of the tungsten filament bulb, the longest-lasting and most effective light bulb was the carbon filament. Therefore, Graham's light bulb research initially focused on carbon filament bulbs, aiming to develop a commercial light bulb with a lifespan of at least several hundred hours. After 5 years of exploration and experimentation, Graham finally brought Carlo good news. The Electric Power Laboratory had successfully produced a carbon filament bulb with an average lifespan of 300 hours. Upon hearing this news, Carlo immediately went to the Electric Power Laboratory to investigate. By the time Carlo arrived at the Electrical Power Lab, Graham had already prepared the relevant light bulb experiments, waiting for Carlo to personally observe and test them. Your Majesty, what you've just witnessed is our entire experimental process for the carbon filament light bulb. Our initial experiments used carbonized cotton thread, which resulted in a lifespan of 40 hours. However, this lifespan clearly wasn't sufficient for commercial use. We then tested carbonized bamboo filaments and cardboard, finally achieving a commercially viable light bulb with an average lifespan of over 300 hours. Graham excitedly explained the filament experiments to Carlo, his eyes almost revealing his excitement and admiration. The Electrical Power Lab had indeed achieved remarkable results over the past 5 years, but whether it was the electric motor or the carbon filament light bulb, the underlying theories were all developed by Carlo. Graham deeply admired Carlo, even considering him a natural scientist. If he hadn't become King of Spain, Carlo would undoubtedly have become one of the greatest scientists in human history, perhaps even more accomplished than he would have been as king. Unfortunately, Carlo, now King of Spain, apparently had little energy to devote to scientific research. This deeply saddened Graham, who greatly admired Carlo, who felt humanity had missed out on a great scientist. Hearing Graham's explanation, Carlo smiled and nodded, then asked his own question, Mr. Graham, can the lifespan of this carbon filament light bulb currently be guaranteed to exceed 300 hours? A 300-hour lifespan would be short for later generations of light bulbs, but it was a significant improvement for bulbs of this era. Even for ordinary households, lights couldn't be left on all night. They were generally lit for only the first few hours after dark. Assuming a 3 to 4 hour daily operation, the lifespan of this carbon filament bulb would be around 75 to 100 days, or about 3 months. Even for street lights designed to stay on all night, assuming a minimum of 10 hours per day, a 300-hour lifespan would extend to more than 10 days. This era wasn't like later generations, where many roads were equipped with streetlights. Even if Spain had a need for streetlights, it would only be in busy streets and cities. Ordinary highways were out of the question. Taking all of this into account, while a 300-hour lifespan isn't long, it's definitely sufficient for commercial use. As long as the production cost of the bulbs remains reasonable, they can be commercially viable and, in turn, promote the use of electricity. This is why Carlo is so concerned about the lifespan of these carbon filament bulbs. We've manufactured hundreds of these carbon filament bulbs, and over 60 have exceeded 400 hours, nearly 20 have exceeded 350 hours, and less than 20 have barely reached 300 hours. Your Majesty, based on these experimental results, we are confident that our carbon filament bulbs will maintain a lifespan of over 300 hours, and may even be able to increase this to over 350 hours in a short period of time. Graham, excitedly responding to Carlo's question about the actual lifespan of carbon filament bulbs, quickly addressed Carlo's question. Compared to current research and patent applications for light bulbs worldwide, this Spanish bulb, with a minimum lifespan of 300 hours, is undoubtedly ahead of the curve. For Graham, a man passionate about scientific research, being able to personally accomplish such an achievement was more wonderful than anything else, more exciting and thrilling. Carlo nodded, his smile growing even wider. It seemed that Graham's reported lifespan of 300 hours was actually quite conservative. Most bulbs lasted over 400 hours, with some inferior products lasting only 350 or 300 hours. Using the exaggerated propaganda of some capitalists, these carbon filament bulbs could easily be advertised as having an average lifespan exceeding 400 hours, with a maximum lifespan approaching 500 hours. Graham didn't do so, demonstrating his rigor in his experimental data. Light up a few bulbs, Carlo instructed. Carlo was curious about these primitive lights. Although Carlo had experienced dim incandescent bulbs before, they were, after all, products that had undergone numerous improvements over a century earlier. What exactly these primitive incandescent bulbs looked like, and how bright they were, was unknown to Carlo now. Hearing Carlo's instructions, Graham signaled his assistant to flip the switch. With a click, several light bulbs on the lab table instantly lit up. Because it was daytime, the light wasn't very bright, even faint. Carlo frowned. It seemed unwise to conduct light experiments during the day. Fortunately, the electrical lab had a plan. All windows were curtained, and the light sources were shut off, plunging the lab into complete darkness. Against the backdrop of the dim lab, the dim light bulbs instantly became brighter. While not as dazzling as later lights, for the early days of electricity in 1875, this light was like a spark on the prairie, ready to catch the wind and start a blaze. Carlo nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the brightness of the light bulbs. Then, the light bulbs were turned off, and several kerosene lamps lit up again. The contrast was even more striking. While the previous light bulbs weren't as bright, they were definitely clearer. If we only consider brightness, this light bulb is at least several times brighter than a kerosene lamp, making it much clearer to see. Working under a light bulb is at least less damaging to the eyes than with a kerosene lamp. With this comparison, Carlo became even more satisfied with the current light bulbs. Your Majesty, what you see is a small light bulb we manufacture, primarily for civilian lighting. Considering the lighting needs of factories in large public areas, we have also specially manufactured larger bulbs that are much brighter than these small civilian bulbs. Seeing Carlo's satisfied expression, Graham was clearly more reassured and continued to introduce other types of light bulbs to Carlo. Hearing about other, larger bulbs, Carlo's curiosity intensified. He smiled and asked, "A larger bulb? What's the lifespan of one like that?" Graham instructed the installation of a larger bulb for the experiment while answering Carlo's question. Due to current technological limitations, the lifespan of these larger bulbs is far less than that of smaller bulbs. After hundreds of experiments, we've determined that these large carbon filament bulbs only have a lifespan of around 120 to 150 hours and can't handle high-intensity use. However, in terms of brightness, large carbon filament bulbs are over 3 times brighter than small ones, illuminating a wider area. Perhaps due to their extensive experience with experiments, the lab staff installed the large bulbs quickly. One was already installed while we were talking. To highlight the larger bulb's brightness, only one would be used for this test, though its brightness was still comparable to that of several smaller bulbs and several kerosene lamps. With a familiar click, the larger bulb instantly lit up, emitting a brighter glow. Carlo surveyed the experimental area and found it was indeed much brighter than the previous illumination from the smaller bulbs. While previous small light bulbs could only illuminate a circle with a radius of 3 or 4 meters, today's large bulbs can illuminate a larger circle with a radius of at least 5 or 6 meters, nearly doubling the illuminated area. While the illuminated area is only doubled, the brightness is significantly improved. Indeed, These large bulbs are a more suitable choice for factories and certain public areas. If small bulbs were used as streetlights, the lighting effect would be ineffective unless the lamp was only 2 meters high. However, by switching to these larger bulbs, the height of the streetlight can be raised to over 3 meters, illuminating a wider area and preventing bulb theft. After all, if the streetlight is only 2 meters high, many people would need to stand on tiptoe to reach the bulb. Even if the cost of the bulb is not high, the price will undoubtedly increase. To prevent this, streetlights should be as tall as possible. Not only do they illuminate a larger area, but they are also more aesthetically pleasing and easier to maintain. Since it has been confirmed that they are brighter than small bulbs, there's no need to compare them to kerosene lamps. Kerosene lamps offer the lowest brightness, but due to their portability and affordability, they became the primary means of illumination in daily life. However, kerosene lamps are still not as bright as a fire. Carlo dislikes working at night because he dislikes the dim light of kerosene lamps. Now, with the advent of electric light bulbs, Carlo can extend his working hours by an hour or two. How much does such a light bulb cost? If mass-produced, can the output meet Spain's current demand? After confirming that the current supply of electric light bulbs is sufficient for commercial use, Carlo raised his most pressing question. There are two key factors in the commercialization of electric light bulbs: production volume and price. After all, electric light bulbs have a lifespan, which must be flexibly adjusted based on the duration of their use. If the price is too high, most ordinary people would likely be unable to afford them. Of course, this assumes that Spain's electrical network is fully operational. Currently, not every village, let alone every city, has access to electricity. Even the generators currently available at the Electric Power Laboratory can only power a small number of experimental equipment, making them inadequate for widespread electricity access. This means that before the electric light bulb can be fully commercialized and rolled out throughout Spain, one thing must be done: the construction of numerous power plants to rapidly increase Spain's electricity generation capacity. Currently, small light bulbs are inexpensive, with only two main components: a glass shade and carbonized cardboard. According to our estimates, mass production of these small bulbs could significantly reduce their cost. The current cost of a small light bulb manufactured in the laboratory is approximately 2.12 pesetas, but if mass production were achieved, the cost could be reduced to under 1.5 pesetas. As for whether the production volume can meet Spain's demand, I believe there won't be much demand for light bulbs in Spain until our power plants are fully built. Your Majesty, regarding the promotion and use of electricity, I believe we need to establish a large-scale demonstration area to showcase the advancement of electricity to all of Spain and serve as a model for its promotion and use. Graham answered Carlo's questions one by one. Carlo nodded, indicating his approval. Light bulbs require electricity. Without electricity, they wouldn't be able to function. Connecting electricity is a complex undertaking. Not only does it require building a power plant, but it also needs to be connected to the areas where the electricity is consumed. This involves issues like voltage and power loss, which are complex to explain in a few words. What is certain is that even with the invention of the light bulb, ordinary people wouldn't be able to enjoy it. Some aristocrats and capitalists could use their wealth to build small power stations, bringing electricity to their homes and powering other electrical appliances, including light bulbs. This might even have spurred reforms in some factories. Electricity is also a crucial energy source. Electric motors can replace some steam engines and become a key power source for factories. Factories can also use electric lighting to improve efficiency. Previously, factories struggled to operate on a two-shift basis, as lighting at night was a significant challenge. However, with the widespread use of light bulbs, factories could remain brightly lit at night, allowing workers to replace daytime workers, allowing for a two-shift production system and significantly improving production efficiency. This might have exploited Spanish workers, but it was unavoidable. After all, various forms of exploitation persisted in later generations, and many workers worked more than 10 hours a day. Talking about an 8-hour workday, weekends off, and protecting workers' rights in 1875 was against the Times 5,400-word 2-in-1 chapter. Please support Chapter 187 National Flag Modification Plan. Although existing carbon filament light bulbs could be commercially used, they clearly wouldn't have a significant market until a power plant was built. To address this issue and accelerate Spain's electrification, Carlo decided to build a thermal power plant outside Madrid to provide electricity for the royal palace and parts of the city. The good news was that the light bulb was the only electrical appliance currently in use worldwide, and it consumed very little electricity. While the power of the generators currently available for thermal power plants was limited, they were still sufficient for lighting. Graham himself was well versed in generators. The ring-shaped electric drive he developed could be used not only for hydropower but also for thermal power. Graham's calculations and estimates indicated that the entire ring-shaped electric drive engine could generate 5.5 kilowatts, making it one of the largest power plants in Europe. Graham manufactured two different sizes of light bulbs, the smaller of which had a power of approximately 15 watts, while the larger one boasted a power of 35 watts. This also means that even if this 5.5 kilowatts thermal power plant were operating at full capacity, it could only illuminate about 300 small bulbs or 140 large bulbs at best. This doesn't account for power transportation losses. Even with the power plant's proximity to the royal palace in Madrid, power losses are inevitable. Fortunately, however, the power plant's primary purpose is to illuminate the palace, while also showcasing the conveniences of electricity to Spain's nobility and capitalists. Relying solely on the royal family to promote electrification in Spain is difficult. However, if the nobility and capitalists contribute together, the process of electrification in Spain could be greatly accelerated. At least the first step would be to incite these nobility and capitalists to become interested in electric lighting and electricity, encouraging them to invest in the power industry. Electric lighting is crucial. It illuminates not only the castles and estates of the nobility, but also the factories of the capitalists. The nobility seeks practical convenience and technology that reflects their status, while the capitalists seek ways to increase profits by operating factories in two shifts. Some people are likely to see the business opportunities in electricity and light bulbs. Carlo's electrical laboratory is a sure bet, and with more people involved in the power industry, technological advancement will accelerate. Besides having the electrical laboratory build a thermal power station near the royal palace outside Madrid, Carlo also assigned the laboratory new tasks. First, continue researching light bulbs to maximize their lifespan and brightness. Small bulbs are a simple matter, but the lifespan of large bulbs, at just over 100 hours, is far too short. Considering that large bulbs are typically used in wide areas like factories and streets, where illumination lasts for extended periods, their lifespan must be increased to at least 300 hours. Otherwise, the cost and hassle of frequent replacements might deter some interested parties. Second, continue to vigorously develop generators and related power generation methods. A 5.5 kilowatts generator is far too small, illuminating only a few hundred light bulbs. How can this contribute to Spain's electrification? We can't build dozens or even hundreds of power stations to meet a city's electricity needs. Not only would that occupy vast tracts of land, it would also lead to greater pollution. Carlo's demand was that, over the next 5 years, the power of generators be gradually increased to at least 30 kilowatts. By building several more generators per power plant, raising the power output to hundreds of kilowatts, perhaps even just enough to meet the electricity needs of a single street or small city. Only when the power output exceeded 100 kilowatts could we attempt to replace the steam engines in factories with electric motors. Relying on a current that barely illuminates a light bulb would be worse than clinging to the old steam engine. Thirdly, we must research more efficient methods of power transmission. This was unlike later times, with their sophisticated power transmission systems. Even before the battle between Tesla and Edison over direct current and alternating current had begun, power transmission in this era consisted of simply running wires. While this was simple, the transmission process involved significant power losses. Power plant generators were already low-powered, and the power lost during transmission was considerable. This reduced the amount of power a single power plant could provide, even negligible at distant locations. To promote electricity, a more efficient method must be found to transmit power over long distances while minimizing power losses. Only in this way can electricity be successfully universalized. However, considering the historical development of the power industry, Carlo did not set high expectations. The current research results of the power laboratory have exceeded Carlo's expectations. As for Carlo's subsequent requests, regardless of whether they are met, Carlo will not reduce the power laboratory's research funding. To build a thermal power plant, Carlo specifically instructed butler Lauren to establish the Royal Electric Company of Spain. Although the Royal Electric Company is currently just a shell subsidiary, Carlo remains optimistic about its future development. It is no exaggeration to say that the Royal Electric Company will be crucial to the smooth progress of Spain's electrification process and may even become Spain's largest power giant in the future. In addition to building thermal power plants, the Royal Electric Company also has a mission to recruit power-related talents from across Europe. The excuse used externally is that the construction of the thermal power plant requires a large number of power professionals. Although it is only a small power plant, there is no limit to the talent recruitment. Anyone with electricity-related talent and expertise, after passing a background check, could easily join the Royal Electric Company. Exceptional researchers could even be recommended for positions at the Electricity Laboratory and the Royal Academy of Sciences, enjoying more comprehensive benefits and enhanced status. European electricity research hadn't yet yielded any significant results, so Carlo didn't need to worry about his blatant talent acquisition sparking opposition from other countries. Before other countries paid more attention to the electricity industry, Spain was primed to recruit a significant number of foreign talents. While it could have filled the gaps by cultivating talent internally, university training alone would take 4 years. For Spain today, 4 years is enough to make a significant difference. At least, Spain can't afford to wait. While the Royal Electric Company's recruitment campaign was a major event, it was ultimately just one example of Spain poaching talent from abroad. It wasn't just the Royal Electric Company. Other companies, including the Royal Guarnizo Shipyard, the United Shipyards of Valencia, the Royal Steel Works, and numerous other factories and enterprises, were aggressively recruiting both domestically and internationally. Before Spain's reforms, its appeal to other European countries was limited. After all, it was an absolute monarchy, with backward institutions and harsh oppression of the people. However, after the Spanish reforms, Spain's appeal has further increased. Many domestic and international media outlets have promoted post-revolutionary Spain as a representative example of constitutional monarchy, touting it as the most advanced system capable of bringing progress and strength. This has garnered considerable attention, and Spain has seen an annual increase in the number of European immigrants, particularly from Italy and Portugal. Italy, by comparison, offers a relatively good environment. However, its industry and economy are primarily concentrated in the north, while the vast expanse south of Rome remains a largely agricultural and underdeveloped region. This is due to two main reasons. Southern Italy's limited mineral resources make it less suitable for industrial development. Second, southern Italy was once part of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, not the Kingdom of Sardinia, the core of the Italian kingdom. Although the population of the Apennine Peninsula has been integrated into the Italian population, the significant disparity in industry and economy between northern and southern Italy has led to a low level of acceptance of the country as a whole among southern Italians. Immigration data from various European countries also reflects this trend. Before the unification of the German Empire and the Kingdom of Italy, the largest source of immigrants came from Britain. Since then, immigrants from southern and eastern Europe have gradually replaced those from northern Europe, becoming the mainstream of European immigration. Italy is currently demonstrating this trend. Spain, with a population of only 18 million, sees an annual population growth of over 200,000 people. Italy, with a population long exceeding 28 million, experiences only a net annual population increase of around 150,000. Is this due to Italy's low birth rate? Not really. It's because large numbers of Italian farmers choose to emigrate each year, and the tiny Apennine Peninsula simply can't support such a large population. This isn't the era of highly mechanized and automated agriculture, but rather the 1870s, when agriculture was entirely manual. Coupled with the immaturity of fertilizer technology, the Apennine Peninsula struggled to support a population of nearly 30 million. Despite Italy's population steadily growing by over 150,000 people annually, millions of farmers in southern Italy faced low incomes and even faced starvation. Spain currently accepts over 10,000 Italian immigrants annually, and is poised to surpass 20,000. For Spain, the influx of Italian immigrants is both a blessing and a curse. The vast majority of these Italian immigrants come from southern Italy, where farmers are predominantly employed. These Italian immigrants have a low level of literacy and speak only the local Italian dialect, making it difficult for them to communicate with Spanish people. Precisely because of their low literacy, they are willing to accept jobs that pay less than the Spanish average in exchange for more stable hours. For these Italian immigrants, A stable work environment is more important than income. They are willing to sacrifice a certain salary for a stable job with no layoffs. This is a boon for Italian immigrants, who can secure more stable employment by making compromises in income. However, it is a disadvantage for native Spanish residents. The influx of Italian immigrants has displaced many jobs that would otherwise have been held by Spanish residents, as capitalists favor employees who offer lower wages and are less demanding. The continued growth of Spanish industry and its continuous development plans have led to the expansion and hiring of factories and businesses across the country. Otherwise, the arrival of these Italian immigrants would undoubtedly disrupt the tranquility of Spain and ignite conflict between Italian immigrants and native Spanish residents. Judging by the scale of talent recruitment currently occurring in Spanish companies and factories, Spain remains a significant international draw. Last year alone, royal companies and factories hired over 1,000 foreign professionals, including nearly 50 scientists who joined the Royal Academy of Sciences and other research laboratories. At this rate, until Spanish universities are able to cultivate sufficient talent, Spain could attract tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of foreign talent through importation alone. Of course, importing foreign talent is only one way to address the talent shortage. Cultivating talent in-house is the fundamental solution. Even though Spain attracts a significant number of talented individuals annually, it will not abandon the strategy of developing universities and cultivating its own talent. It's worth noting that, according to the cooperation agreement between Spain and the Republic of Lanfang, the Republic of Lanfang will send at least 50 international students to study at various Spanish universities this September. Their tuition will be covered by the Republic of Lanfang, along with food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Spain will only provide round-trip transport to help them arrive in Spain and assign them to universities based on their preferred fields of study. These university students are just the first step. There will also be students trained from a young age. The first was to help the Lanfang Republic better acquire industrial knowledge and technology. The second was to cultivate, through the training of international students, a group of intellectuals who were deeply impressed by Spain, even blindly worshipping it as an advanced nation. These intellectuals would be used to influence Lanfang's policymaking and even control the Republic. Over the next decade or even decades, these international students might rise to high positions in the Republic, becoming high-ranking officials or high-ranking military officials. Their influence on the Lanfang government would also increase. As long as their admiration and favorable impression of Spain remained, the entire Lanfang Republic would naturally side with Spain. Thanks to a steady influx of immigrants and people, Spain's capital, Madrid, is expected to become the first Spanish city to exceed 500,000 in population this year. Spain's second-largest city, Barcelona, surpassed 400,000 earlier this year, becoming the second Spanish city to do so. The rapid population growth of Madrid and Barcelona also reflects Spain's rapid development in recent years. The combined population of these two cities now exceeds 900,000, accounting for over 1/20th of Spain's total population. This is not a country of immigrants like the United States. A characteristic of immigrant countries is that large cities have far more people than small ones. Some large cities, in particular, even have a population greater than that of all other small cities combined. As a European nation with a long history, Spain's population naturally cannot be entirely concentrated in major cities like Madrid and Barcelona. The fact that these two cities alone account for 1/20th of the country's total population demonstrates the prosperity of Barcelona and Madrid, and the relatively small size of other Spanish cities. Aside from the two notable cities of Madrid and Barcelona, other cities like Seville, Valencia, and Zaragoza have populations of only 100,000 or less. Carlo returned from the electrical power laboratory in high spirits. After all, Spain has been experiencing excellent growth across all industries so far. Thanks to significant investment from the royal family and the government, Spain's heavy industry is poised for rapid development. The power industry has also made significant progress, and perhaps Spain's electrification will one day achieve significant progress. Relaxed, Carlo has the energy to focus on other areas, such as culture and entertainment. Since Charles's coronation as King of Spain, the Spanish flag has remained the same since the kingdom's founding, a two-color flag with red stripes above and below, and a yellow horizontal bar in the middle. To the left of the horizontal bar is a vertical oval emblem with a crown. The emblem is divided into two parts. The castle on the left represents the Kingdom of Castile, and the lion on the right represents the Kingdom of Leon. While this flag is not problematic, as Castile and Leon are important components of the Kingdom of Spain, Charles considered it necessary to continue using the same flag as during the Bourbon period. The reason why the Spanish flag was not changed during the reign of Amadeus was, firstly, the political chaos in Spain, and secondly, his reign lasted only 3 years. However, Charles felt the need to design a new flag. A new flag must reflect the House of Savoy's dominance over Spain, strengthen ties between the various regions of Spain, and minimize excessive changes to the original flag, lest the Spanish people become uncomfortable. Given these considerations, the later Spanish flag met these requirements. The familiar two-color horizontal stripe flag remains, and the color scheme remains unchanged. The only difference is that the central yellow stripe, representing the Spanish royal coat of arms, has been redesigned from a vertical oval to a shield, divided into 6 sections. The central section accommodates the coat of arms of the House of Savoy, reflecting the Savoy's dominance over Spain. The shield is divided into 4 sections, each housing the emblems of Castile, Leon, Aragon, and Navarre, 4 of Spain's most historic kingdoms, the 4 most important parts of the country. The corners below the shield accommodate the flag of Granada, the last Muslim region annexed by Spain and currently its most populous region. Even the 2 Hercules pillars flanking the shield are worth referencing, representing the 2 sides of the Strait of Gibraltar. Spain currently has territory on both sides of the Strait of Gibraltar, making this flag design perfectly appropriate for the country. With this in mind, Carlo decided to gather people to make some modifications to the Spanish flag, modifying it to reflect the characteristics of modern Spain and distinguish it from the original Spanish kingdom. 5,300 words 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 188 Bourbon Remnants. From the time Carlo convened to discuss the proposed flag change to the time the Spanish Chamber of Deputies voted to approve it, the entire process took less than 40 days. The process went smoothly, as the changes to the flag itself were minimal. The revised flag received widespread praise in Parliament. After all, the new coat of arms represented the 5 key regions of Spain: Castile, Leon, Navarre, Aragon, and Granada, while also highlighting the dominance of the House of Savoy. Officials viewed the new flag as differing only from the original in the coat of arms. Since the difference was minimal, there was no need to risk offending the king by vetoing the proposal. After all, the proposal came from a member of the Conservative Party, who would naturally not tinker with the flag for no other reason than to revise it. This suggests that Carlo was most likely behind the initiative. Spain's first new flag was unveiled on October 15, 1875. From that day on, the Spanish flags flown by the government, Parliament, and the royal palace were all replaced with a new national flag. The change was announced throughout Spain through government proclamations and press releases. Because the new flag differed only in the coat of arms, it was quickly accepted by the Spanish people, with few objections. The addition of regional elements from Granada, Aragon, and Navarre even gained popularity among those regions. When the new flag was changed, the government proclamations and press releases clearly explained the meaning of each component of the coat of arms. To the delight of the Spanish people, the 2 Hercules pillars flanking the coat of arms emphasized their authority over both sides of the Strait of Gibraltar, a move that was strongly supported by the Spanish people. As the former empire on which the sun never set, the Spanish people held a strong sense of pride and identity, and were willing to fight for their country. Spain's past decline had less to do with the common people than with the chaos within the government and the selfishness of the royal family. As the renowned philosopher José Ortega y Gasset wrote in 1921, "From the monarch to the church, the Spanish authorities have always been selfish." When has the heart of either the monarch or the church truly moved for Spain? As far as we know, never. They have always acted on the contrary. To secure their own interests, they have deliberately sought to present those aims as if they were also for the benefit of the nation. Under Carlo's rule, the Spanish people once again demonstrated a patriotic side. Carlo didn't even need to resort to favorable publicity. The Spanish people spontaneously supported any government action. Even when the government announced an expansion of the military, large numbers of Spaniards signed up. While higher salaries were partly to blame, who would change their minds over a mere increase in salary if they truly didn't want to enlist? Good things are often fleeting. Just days after Spain changed its flag, bad news arrived from France to the north. Spain's former Queen Isabella II publicly declared her son, Alfonso, the heir to the Spanish throne and the true King of Spain, and that Charles of Savoy was a usurper. This would have been fine if it were just the deposed queen's solitary outcry, but according to intelligence from the Royal Security Intelligence Service, a small group within the Spanish aristocracy had begun secretly contacting Queen Isabella, and their motives were clear. A rebellion by the nobility against their king would normally be rare, but considering Spain's development over the past decade and the impact of various government policies on the nobility's actual income, such a development seems unsurprising. The Bourbon dynasty had ruled Spain for over a century, while Charles had been in the country for just over 6 years. Some nobles were unwilling to accept the dwindling incomes under Charles's rule, preferring the unfettered reign of Queen Isabella, who could exploit the common people with impunity and enjoy a luxurious lifestyle. Since hearing this news, Charles's expression had never brightened. Unexpectedly, even after fleeing north to France, the Bourbons continued to be a scourge to Spain. However, this was indeed a good opportunity to completely resolve the Bourbon family's long-standing influence on Spain and at the same time eliminate some of the scourge. As mentioned before, Spain's decline was primarily due to the Spanish government, the royal family, and the church, while the lower classes bore no responsibility. While the Habsburg dynasty also bore some responsibility for Spain's decline, the primary blame still lay with the Bourbons, specifically Queen Isabella and her father, King Ferdinand VI. October 27, Royal Palace of Madrid. Kadir, director of the Royal Security Intelligence Service, walked into the palace with a serious face. When he saw Carlo, he saluted very respectfully, and then reported the news, "Your Majesty, it has been checked clearly." Carlo then opened his eyes, with a hint of coldness and disdain in his eyes, and said in an emotionless tone, "Tell me, how many of our noble lords were involved in this incident?" According to our investigation, in the past few days, about 12 nobles have met privately many times and strengthened their ties with Isabel of France. These 12 nobles are headed by the Duke of Osuna, and this small group seems to have a tendency to expand. Kadir lowered his head slightly and nervously reported the specific news. Duke of Osuna. Carlo smiled faintly and nodded. His smile, which made people feel cold, did not diminish at all. Very good. Continue the investigation, but don't alert the enemy. I want to see how many parasites there are in our country. Before the final action, the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau should not take any action. Let them discuss the conspiracy they think will succeed. Yes, Your Majesty. Kadir nodded and retreated respectfully. Duke of Osuna. After Kadir left, the smile on Carlo's face disappeared, and his face was cold and expressionless. Carlo, are you okay? Queen Sophie walked to Carlo's side and looked at Carlo, who was emitting a cold aura, with a worried look on her face. Is the matter serious? Do you need my father's help? Queen Sophie asked with a worried look on her face. No, it hasn't come to that. Carlo shook his head, a warm smile returning to his face, as if nothing had happened. Okay, let's not talk about this, Sophie. Where's the little one? How is he doing? Speaking of her son, Queen Sophie's face also broke into a gentle smile, and she said happily, the little one just fell asleep. Carlo, time flies. In the blink of an eye, the little one can already roll over. Carlo nodded, his smile undiminished. When the little one can crawl, we'll have another child. The Spanish royal family is small, and it depends on the two of us to have more children. Queen Sophie's face flushed slightly at the mention of having children, but she nodded. After all, having received an aristocratic education, Queen Sophie understood the importance of having children for aristocrats. Without an heir to inherit the family business, the title and property would at best fall into the hands of a collateral branch, or at worst, the family line could become extinct. European aristocrats placed great importance on family inheritance, and naturally sought to avoid this phenomenon whenever possible. How could they avoid this? Of course, by having more children. Especially considering the high rate of infant mortality in that era, the primary concern for newlywed aristocratic couples in their 20s was having children. Ha ha ha! Carlo happily embraced his wife, gently scratching the tip of Queen Sophie's nose, which was tinged with a faint blush, and said with a smile, I've already thought of a name for our next child. If it's a boy, Martin. If it's a girl, Sophia. What do you think? Queen Sophie nodded, unobjectionable. Beginning in late October 1875, a dark cloud began to gather in the shadows of Spain, sweeping across many regions. Carlo was well aware of these individuals and their motives. But for Carlo, now was not the time to settle accounts with them. His ultimate goal was to allow them to recruit more potential rebels, and then to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Regardless, the Bourbon family remained a threat to Spain. Only by thoroughly resolving this issue could Spain's future be considered completely stable. However, events soon unfolded beyond Charles's expectations. The number of nobles contacting Queen Isabella quickly surpassed 20 and was slowly approaching 50. The primary reason for this surge of nobles contacting the Bourbons was a piece of news that shocked even Charles. Queen Isabella, the legitimate Bourbon, had allied with the Carlists of the Bourbon family. Indeed, for the Spanish throne, Queen Isabella had chosen to ally with the Carlists to counter the now powerful House of Savoy. This puzzled Charles. Why hadn't Queen Isabella chosen to join forces with the Carlists in their crusade against the Savoys at the beginning of Charles's reign? Had they joined forces when Charles was still struggling, perhaps they would have caused even greater trouble for him. But now, if Charles hadn't let her do what she wanted, the situation Queen Isabella hadn't caused would have been so catastrophic. Ultimately, an investigation by the Royal Security Intelligence Service provided Charles with the answer. It wasn't that Queen Isabella was unwilling to ally with the Carlists in the early years of Charles's reign, but rather that the Carlists were unwilling to cooperate with Queen Isabella. After being driven out of Spain, Queen Isabella, in order to preserve the Bourbon throne, voluntarily abdicated the throne and abdicated to her son Alfonso. However, this proposal was not accepted by Primo, Serrano, and others. After all, they had just driven out Queen Isabella. If they had enthroned her son as the new king, wouldn't that have marked their revolution's failure in another way? Perhaps with Alfonso as the new king of Spain, those who had driven the revolution would be purged. The reason for the Carlists' refusal to cooperate with Queen Isabella was simple: a fundamental conflict between the two sides over the succession. Queen Isabella supported her son Alfonso, while the Carlists supported Charles VI. After the Carlists' complete defeat, they, too, were driven out of Spain and fled to France. However, due to various reasons, Queen Isabella and the Carlists finally reached a partnership several years later, in 1875. Another major factor leading to their collaboration was the impact of the Spanish government's land rent reduction policy on the Spanish nobility. Early Spanish reforms had little to do with the nobility, but with the beginning of agricultural reforms, their incomes were significantly impacted. Some chose to accept the government's reforms and remain united under Charles' rule. Naturally, others resisted, hoping to return to a previous era in Spain, one in which the nobility could exploit the common people with impunity. It was through the influence and connections of this group of nobility that Queen Isabella and the Carlists finally united to jointly confront Charles and restore Bourbon rule in Spain. This alliance proved highly effective, with a small number of nobility quickly responding to their call and expressing their willingness to help restore Bourbon rule. The historical restoration of King Alfonso VI also demonstrates the significant influence of the Bourbon dynasty in Spain. Even in later generations, the Bourbons remained the ruling family in Spain. However, in this world, after Carlo had driven out Queen Isabella and the Carlists, he used public opinion to vigorously promote the Bourbon family's devastation of Spain, directing the public's hatred of Spain's decline entirely toward the Bourbons. Although a small number of nobles contacted Carlo after Queen Isabella publicly opposed her rule, the common people remained strongly supportive of his rule. After all, the common people were the ones actually living at the bottom of Spain, and they undoubtedly understood the difference between the reigns of Queen Isabella and Carlo. They understood who truly had their best interests at heart and who truly wanted Spain to become stronger. Furthermore, the Spanish common people did not want to see civil war. For them, peace and stability were paramount. Civil war would only bring misfortune to the Spanish people, the pain of broken families and the loss of lives, an unnecessary sacrifice. Despite the dark undercurrents within Spain, thanks to the support of some nobles, the common people remained sane. Of course, this was also due to the influence of public opinion wielded by Carlo. Although Charles failed to use public opinion to dismantle Queen Isabella's plot, Queen Isabel was equally unable to leverage public opinion to bolster her own momentum. Simply put, Queen Isabel's actions had lost popular support in Spain, meaning that no matter how many nobles supported her, such actions would ultimately fail. Had Spain not implemented military reforms, Queen Isabel might have had a chance. However, after the reforms, the Spanish military system was no longer what it once was. Previously, the Spanish nobility held considerable influence in the military, but with the new Spanish royal army, ordinary nobles found it difficult to gain influence. Only truly powerful nobles could retain their military positions after the reforms. For example, Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano still held a rank of Field Marshal of the Spanish army, holding undeniably the highest and second highest influence in the military. Meanwhile, the nobles who supported Queen Isabel, including the Duke of Osuna, held little influence in the Spanish military. With the powerful guards, Charles had no concerns, even if Queen Isabel joined forces with the Carlists. The turmoil in Spain also alarmed Prime Minister Primo. Although Spain lacked a dedicated intelligence service, as the leader of the Spanish government, he could not conceal certain news and developments. Upon learning of the news, Prime Minister Primo hurriedly sought out Carlo to discuss countermeasures against Queen Isabel and the Carlists. To Prime Minister Primo's surprise, Carlo's face showed no sign of panic. Instead, a relaxed smile filled the air. Prime Minister Primo proposed measures to counter and prevent civil war sparked by Bourbon remnants. Carlo's proposed solution astonished Prime Minister Primo: allow the Carlists and Queen Isabel to provoke a civil war, then suppress it with lightning speed, eliminating all rebels, including Queen Isabel. While it might be called a civil war, it was more like a small-scale rebellion. After all, most of the nobles had intelligence and could assess the situation in Spain. They wouldn't just rush in at the mere gesture of Queen Isabel. Even if they were dissatisfied with Spain's reforms, they wouldn't easily side with Queen Isabel and the Carlists until Queen Isabel and the Carlists were able to completely overthrow the Spanish government. Those who quickly sided with the Bourbon family were either already trusted and loyal members of the Bourbon family, or had suffered significant losses under Carlo's rule. They could only protect their interests by rebelling against Carlo and the current Spanish government. During discussions between Carlo and Prime Minister Primo, Carlo stated that not only would he not stop them from rebelling, but he would actively create opportunities for them to launch a larger-scale rebellion. The mission of Prime Minister Primo and the Spanish army was to swiftly suppress any rebellion and apprehend the ringleaders. Even Queen Isabel and the Carlists, even those far away in France, would be subject to the Spanish government's crackdown. If the French government refused to hand them over, Carlo wouldn't hesitate to resort to other means. Given the mature intelligence system of the Royal Security Intelligence Service 5100 word to in one chapter, please support. Chapter 189 Southern Tour of Southern Morocco. Your Majesty, are you really determined to do this? Inside the Royal Palace of Madrid, Prime Minister Primo's usually impassive face flickered with surprise as he looked at Carlo in disbelief. If we don't, these rats hiding in the dark corners won't even come out. Carlo wore a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by his proposal. I don't want to let any rats escape. This would be a golden opportunity to catch them all. But, you're taking a risk. Prime Minister Primo remained somewhat concerned. Carlo's proposal was quite bold. What if the enemy attempts an assassination attempt on you in southern Morocco? If anything were to happen to you, it could still destabilize Spain's current situation. Your Majesty, you should remain in Madrid. The army will handle any threats and will not allow the enemy near Madrid. Carlo's proposal, which surprised Prime Minister Primo somewhat, was to travel south to southern Morocco for an inspection at this gloomy time. Over 5 years had passed since the establishment of the southern Moroccan colony, and considerable progress had been made. At the time, Carlo and Prime Minister Primo engaged in a political exchange of interests, with Prime Minister Primo proposing the first Governor-General of the southern Moroccan colony, leading Canovas to ascend to the prestigious position of Minister of Agriculture. 5 years later, the southern Moroccan colony welcomed its second Governor-General, Count Antony, a seemingly ordinary Spanish nobleman. After 5 years of development, the number of Moroccans in the southern Moroccan colony has plummeted. When Spain first occupied the territory, there were millions of Moroccans living there. But now, according to estimates by the southern Moroccan colonial government, the number of Moroccans in the southern Moroccan colony does not exceed 800,000. Agadir is the largest city and capital of the southern Moroccan colony. Carlo chose to visit the southern Moroccan colony at this time, not only to lure out the enemy but also because the colony's development warranted scrutiny. The port of Agadir has experienced rapid development since the establishment of the southern Moroccan colony. The vast majority of the colonial production is concentrated at the port and shipped to mainland Spain by sea. Over the course of 5 years, thousands of Moroccans chose to join Spain, becoming honored Spaniards. However, these individuals were a tiny minority. The majority were reduced to working as cheap labor on Spanish plantations or earning meager wages by serving Spanish colonists. Although these Moroccans were also white, their treatment was only marginally better than that of the indigenous populations of other Spanish colonies. Unless they willingly accepted Spanish citizenship and converted to Catholicism, they and their children would remain Spanish labor. There were two ways to obtain Spanish citizenship: marrying a Spanish soldier stationed there and becoming his wife would grant them Spanish citizenship. Alternatively, those who had made significant contributions to the colonial government could be nominated as Moroccan immigrants and thus obtain Spanish citizenship. Regardless of the method, fewer than 200 Moroccans were admitted to Spain each year, and each individual was subject to rigorous political screening. Extreme Muslims were virtually out of the question. Spain is a Catholic country after all. If there are too many pagans, it will undermine the stability of the country. Back to Carlo's proposal. Although Prime Minister Primo did not want Carlo to risk going to the colony of South Morocco, Carlo obviously did not want to wait like this. Only by luring the snake out of its hole and successfully wiping out these rebellious nobles and other forces can Spain's future political environment achieve long-term stability. Although there are certain risks in going to South Morocco, Carlo will not go alone. Not only will there be a royal guard of thousands of people accompanying him for protection, the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau will also arrange a large number of intelligence personnel scattered along the way to ensure that Carlo will not encounter any danger. For the safety of Carlo's itinerary, no information will be disclosed during the inspection, and the Spanish Navy fleet will also accompany him for protection to ensure that the entire itinerary is foolproof. Convinced he could no longer dissuade Carlo from his plans, Prime Minister Primo finally nodded and instructed, "Your Majesty, I have nothing more to say. May God bless you and may your journey be safe. I will be stationed in Madrid for you. Whether it's Queen Isabel or the Carlists, they will eventually be consigned to the dustbin of history, becoming fertilizer for Spain's development. Spain will only move forward under your leadership. Your Majesty, please remember to return safely." Carlo nodded, his eyes filled with solemnity. "Rest assured, Prime Minister Primo, I look forward to witnessing Spain's great renaissance with you. I will not break my promise until Spain reaches the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, with the Royal Guard protecting us, even if the enemy has thousands of troops, what can they do to me?" With the meeting concluded, Carlo's plan to lure the enemy out of their lair was successfully implemented. For the safety of Queen Sofia and Prince Juan Fernando, the Royal Guard would remain stationed outside Madrid, protecting Spain's political center. The Royal Palace of Madrid would also be fortified. With the support of the guards, even a regular army would be unable to threaten its security. After arranging the palace's defenses, Carlo, watched by Prime Minister Primo, with mixed reactions from government officials and the farewells of the Spanish people, embarked on a fleet with a massive force of over 1,000 men, embarking on his southern tour of the Moroccan colonies. To make his southern tour less abrupt, the Moroccan colonies had already announced the discovery of a large gold mine 2 weeks prior. Whether the gold mine was real or not was irrelevant. Carlo had already departed the royal palace for the Moroccan colonies, which was paramount for Queen Isabel and the Carlist rebels. Spain's stability depended on the efforts of three individuals: Prime Minister Primo, Archduke Serrano, and Carlo. With Carlo's departure from Madrid, only two elderly men, Primo and Archduke Serrano, remained to defend the city. While overthrowing the current Spanish government is exceedingly difficult, this may represent the best opportunity for Queen Isabel and the Carlists. While Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano could combine to control Spanish politics, they cannot control every aspect of the political landscape. While the overall direction of the Spanish government is under Prime Minister Primo's leadership, some officials remain dissatisfied with the existing system. The previously introduced performance evaluation system for officials has dealt a devastating blow to some lax officials. Receiving a poor performance evaluation not only makes re-election difficult, but further advancement becomes impossible. The Spanish public also places great importance on the government's published official performance evaluation results, and officials who receive poor ratings generally lose their trust and support. Since the implementation of the performance evaluation system, most Spanish officials have been operating with trepidation. This feeling of having their fate in the hands of others is like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, a threat that could be fatal if they are not careful. After everyone boarded the fleet, it began its journey southward along the Mediterranean, passing through the Strait of Gibraltar and entering the vast Atlantic Ocean. While it was possible to continue southward along the eastern Atlantic coast to the colony of southern Morocco, Carlo was in no rush to reach southern Morocco so soon. He first ordered the fleet westward into the vast Atlantic, then directed it to conduct concentrated fire on a hypothetical target to test the ship's reflexes and combat effectiveness. Once all was completed, Carlo ordered the fleet southward to southern Morocco. Although Carlo arrived at the port of Agadir in southern Morocco several hours later than expected, the colonial governor, Count Anthony, showed no displeasure. He led the colonial officials and garrison officers to greet Carlo respectfully at the port. As the fleet approached the port, over 1,000 soldiers in Royal Guards uniforms disembarked from the transport ships and formed a neat line at the harbor before Carlo and his entourage disembarked from the fleet's warships. The officer leading this small guards unit was Alessandro Riverens, a distinguished graduate of the first cohort of the Royal Military Academy. He was awarded the rank of captain on his graduation day and subsequently selected for the Guards officer selection. Due to his outstanding performance in the Guards and the expansion of the Guards, Alessandro Riverens, previously a company commander, was first promoted to deputy commander of the 7th Infantry Battalion, 2nd Guards Infantry Regiment, and then, as an exception, to commander of the 14th Infantry Battalion, 4th Guards Infantry Regiment. The majority of the thousands of guardsmen tasked with protecting Charles II were from Alessandro Riverens's 14th Infantry Battalion. Alessandro Riverens's rapid rise through the ranks of the Guards was primarily due to his exceptional skills and Spanish heritage. Upon Charles's ascension to the Spanish throne, he was unsure of who would be available, so he primarily relied on his own personnel brought from Italy. But now that Carlo had cultivated a number of Spanish confidants through various means, he naturally wanted to make use of these Spanish subordinates. This was Spain, after all, and while a few Italians could rise to prominence through Carlo's favor, the majority of those Carlo favored had to be Spanish. As Carlo set foot on the land of southern Morocco, Count Anthony, the governor of the southern Moroccan colony, led a group of officials and officers from the colonial garrison and quickly approached Carlo. Carlo addressed him respectfully, "Your Majesty, Anthony greets you on behalf of the officials and officers of the southern Moroccan colony." Carlo nodded and looked at the colonial governor before him. The Royal Security Intelligence Service's investigation revealed Count Anthony's family background and recent activities. While Count Anthony's abilities were limited, his loyalty was guaranteed. His family had not enjoyed significant influence during Queen Isabella's reign, remaining merely ordinary members of Spain's vast aristocracy. Before being appointed governor of the South Moroccan colony, Count Anthony had remained a well-behaved confinement within his castle, with only a few mistresses to maintain. This was nothing new in those days, as some nobles had dozens or even hundreds of mistresses, a number so numerous they could hardly be counted. As long as they were forcing women into prostitution, Carlo didn't care how many mistresses his nobles and officials had. Following Count Anthony, a group of colonial officials and garrison officers saluted Carlo respectfully. The number of people who saluted was relatively small, less than 10 at most. While there were many colonial officials and garrison officers, only a handful were worthy of meeting Carlo and personally paying their respects. Led by Count Anthony, Carlo and his entourage traveled to the colonial governor's palace to first assess the current state of the South Moroccan colony. For transportation, Carlo chose the luxurious carriage he had brought from Spain. Yes, he even brought his own custom-made carriage. There were several reasons. First, Carlo was accustomed to riding in this luxurious carriage. This carriage was significantly larger than a typical carriage, boasting not only more space but also lavish decorations. The cost of this carriage alone reached several thousand pesetas, equivalent to more than a kilogram of gold. Such a massive carriage required at least 6 sturdy horses to pull it. Carlo had brought 8 white horses from the royal palace in Spain, sufficient to ensure the carriage could navigate the lands of southern Morocco. While the carriage's exterior appeared to be made of wood, its interior was inlaid with thick steel plating, capable of withstanding rifle fire. The carriage's base was protected by several centimeters of steel, ensuring the safety of those within even in the event of a bomb blast. In such a carriage, Carlo had no need to worry about his own safety. Carlo would not foolishly stick his head out, creating an opportunity for a potential assassin. Many high-ranking officials and nobles who were assassinated throughout history rode in open cars, without much security, and were seen by the public. Being assassinated in such circumstances was inevitable, and Carlo was not about to put himself in too much danger. On this trip to southern Morocco, Carlo would certainly appear in public. However, such public places would be searched beforehand, and no one would approach Carlo's area. After 5 years of construction, The port of Agadir has transformed from a Moroccan-style city into a city of mixed styles. The street near the governor's palace is particularly striking, with its buildings entirely in Spanish style. Next door is the barracks of the Spanish colonial army. A colonial garrison is stationed here, ensuring the maximum security of the governor's palace. Not far from the colonial government is the colonial government, making this street, almost a political center of the entire southern Moroccan colony, virtually invisible to Moroccans. Before arriving in southern Morocco, Carlo had heard that colonial officials were proud to have a Moroccan maid. However, upon arriving in Morocco, perhaps because colonial officials had learned of Carlo's arrival, Carlo failed to detect the presence of the so-called Moroccan maid. The group arrived at the colonial governor's residence in a grand procession, where the royal guard quickly took over its defense. For Carlo's safety, the royal guard would assume responsibility for the defense of his location. This included both the colonial governor's residence and the colonial government. Led by Count Anthony, Carlo and several colonial officials and officers entered the governor's conference room for a brief meeting. Count Anthony first presented Carlo with pre-prepared materials and reported on the development of the South Moroccan colony to date. Although the population of the South Moroccan colony had plummeted by 200,000 within 5 years of its establishment, many of these 200,000 were radical Muslims. Due to the difficulty of governing, they were either forced into slavery in mines and plantations, where they died, or were forcibly driven south to the Sahara Desert. Despite these 200,000 sacrifices, the South Moroccan colony experienced rapid development. The colony has already constructed a zigzag railway line from Agadir to Tata and from Agadir to Tantan. This railway, stretching over 500 kilometers, is the colony's most important transportation route. This railway allows Spanish troops to easily reach any point in the southern Moroccan colony. Whenever a major Moroccan rebellion breaks out, Spanish troops can arrive and quell it in record time. Since the establishment of the southern Moroccan colony, there have been numerous Moroccan rebellions. However, these rebellions were mostly small-scale, with the largest involving fewer than 10,000 people, and were quickly suppressed by the Spanish colonial army. The Spanish presence in the southern Moroccan colony has also grown from a few scattered individuals to over 1,000, and its number continues to increase. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Chaos Arises. 1875, in a secret estate outside Madrid. Originally the home of a Spanish count's mistress, this place had become the site of a secret gathering of aristocrats since late October. The nobles' private gatherings had a single purpose: to discuss how to overthrow the existing Spanish government and install Alfonso X of the House of Bourbon as the new king of Spain. Previous meetings had been attended by only a handful of dukes, but since Charles II publicly inspected his colony in southern Morocco, the number of dukes visiting the estate had increased. The attendees were beaming with joy, enthusiastically engaged in the discussion, with Duke Osuna being the most excited. When the assassination attempt on Prime Minister Primo was revealed to be Duke Osuna, both Charles II and Prime Minister Primo prioritized the matter for the sake of stability in Spain, saving Duke Osuna's life. But mistakes come with a price. The Duke of Osuna sold most of his lands to the government and the royal family at bargain prices, leaving the historic Duke of Osuna in the awkward position of possessing less wealth than even an ordinary earl. Perhaps the most radical of these nobles, the most opposed to Prime Minister Primo and Carlo, was the Duke of Osuna. Only by overthrowing the rule of Carlo and Prime Minister Primo could the Duke of Osuna's lands be reclaimed. This was a matter of personal and family interests, and for the Duke of Osuna, he had already placed all his weight on Queen Isabel's side. There was no other way. The crime of assassinating Prime Minister Primo alone was enough to exclude him from the core circle of Spanish politics. Coupled with the loss of most of his lands and wealth, if he didn't take action now, the title of Duke of Osuna and his family would never rise again, even falling below the level of an ordinary duke. Our king has chosen to travel south to southern Morocco at this time. Did anyone tell him he was about to face disaster? Duke Osuna said with a rather relaxed smile, taking a sip from his own winery's red wine. He had originally worried that the presence of Carlo and Prime Minister Primo in Madrid would complicate their coup attempt. But now that Carlo has traveled to southern Morocco, Isn't that actively creating an opportunity for a coup? It can only be said that Carlo is still young, unsure of the dynamics of the political landscape, and acts without considering the consequences. It's best not to become complacent until we've completed our plan. Another duke stood up next to Duke Osuna and expressed his opinion. We must proceed with caution and thoroughly investigate before formulating a plan of action. It's rather unbelievable that our king would travel to southern Morocco at this time. Even if our young king had no such concerns, wouldn't old Primo be unprepared? Our king's reforms are at stake. He won't allow Carlo to suffer. The attitudes of these two dukes mirror those of nearly all the nobles present at the meeting. They fell into two camps. One was more radical, believing the time had come to overthrow Primo's government. The other was more cautious, believing they needed to wait and determine whether Carlo's trip to southern Morocco at this time was unusual. With the talks at a stalemate, the Bourbon representative finally shifted the balance of power. This so-called Bourbon representative was actually a guard officer of the former Queen Isabella II. As Queen Isabella's most trusted confidant, the officer's words reflected her own perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that difficult. Although Queen Isabella was forced to flee to France due to Primo's evil revolution, this doesn't mean Her Majesty will surrender without a fight. The Bourbon influence in France is immense. We have trained a small, elite force specifically to restore the greatness of Bourbon rule. Whatever Carlo's motives for traveling to southern Morocco, this is truly our opportune moment. We will deal with Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano. You must be prepared to rebuild the Spanish government amidst the chaos of the loss of its Prime Minister and Minister of Defense. The moment we take control of the Spanish government, Queen Isabella and King Alfonso will return to Spain. When Bourbon rule returns to Spain, its loyal subjects will receive their due glory. The nobles present breathed a sigh of relief at the words of the officer's officer. If they had relied solely on their own strength to pull off a coup, it would have been impossible to accomplish. Prime Minister Primo controlled the government, and he and Archduke Serrano enjoyed high prestige within the Spanish military. This alone ensured the current Spanish government's invulnerability. Unless Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano were eliminated, or a stronger and larger army was secured to counter the Spanish royal army, a coup would be impossible. While Queen Isabel lacked an army capable of confronting the royal army, eliminating these two troublesome figures would significantly increase the chances of a successful coup. Leveraging the remaining influence of the Bourbon family and the efforts of numerous nobles, perhaps stability could be achieved in the chaotic Spanish government without Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano. Even if Charles realized the situation and returned to Spain, it would be difficult for him to regain control. After all, Charles was Italian, and some Spanish nobles still held stigma against him. Furthermore, Prime Minister Primo's agricultural reforms, which threatened the interests of the nobility, further exacerbated this stigma. While Spain was stable, there wouldn't be any problems. However, if chaos descended, it was uncertain whether the nobles would listen to Carlo's words. If Queen Isabel were to raise her voice at this moment, there would likely be many nobles who would want to restore Bourbon rule, not just the small group currently attending the meeting. As long as we can resolve the problems with Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano, the rest of the matter will be much simpler. The Duke, who had advocated caution, nodded, his expression relaxing slightly. He smiled at Duke Osuna and the guard and said, "Then why don't we continue discussing how to proceed and how to quickly take control of the Spanish government? With control of the Spanish government, we can more quickly welcome the arrival of Queen Isabel and King Alfonso." None of the nobles present were fools. If their planned coup succeeded, then control of Spain would return to the Bourbons. The Bourbons and Queen Isabel, once relegated to the sidelines of Spain, would once again be the masters of the country. Would anyone who could gain Queen Isabel's trust be guaranteed greater importance in the future Spanish government? Their efforts to overthrow Prime Minister Primo and Carlo's rule simply aimed to secure greater influence and reclaim their own interests. Naturally, these nobles wouldn't miss such an opportunity to win Queen Isabel's favor. Following the Duke's proposal, the nobles quickly engaged in a detailed discussion on how to proceed and how to quickly seize control of the Spanish government. After the heated deliberations, a comprehensive and detailed action plan emerged, including a plan for quickly seizing control of the Spanish government after the successful assassination of Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano, as well as a series of temporary policies to stabilize the situation. The nobles erupted in unimaginable enthusiasm during the discussion, and the leading dukes, believing it to be a shared desire to end Primo's revolution and restore aristocratic privileges, held no doubt. On November 2, 1875, a steam train rumbled from a southern French city toward Spain. After a rather cumbersome process at the Spanish border, the passengers transferred to a brand new train and continued on to Spain. Due to the significant difference in track width between France and Spain, French trains could not directly reach Spanish territory. While this hindered economic exchange between Spain and continental Europe, it also effectively prevented a French invasion of Spain during its period of decline. France had indeed successfully invaded Spain during the Napoleonic Empire, but France was unstoppable in Europe at the time, and an invasion of Spain was inevitable. After the Napoleonic Empire, France's control over Spain was no longer tenable, and subsequent French invasions were unsuccessful. After successfully transferring to the Spanish train, the several strong men in the last carriage regrouped. The leading man visibly relaxed, his expression lightening. "Captain, do you think our operation will succeed?" one of the men asked quietly after taking a quick look around. Of course, the captain whispered to his team, eyes closed, pretending to rest. "Just get close to the target and fire. We've practiced this process hundreds of times in France, we only need to do it once this time." The team member nodded, no longer questioning the situation. With a complete operational plan in hand, the rebellious nobles and Bourbon remnants prepared without hesitation to launch a large-scale rebellion that very day. The key to completing the coup was the assassination of Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano. To ensure a foolproof outcome, the rebellious nobles decided to stage an incident to distract Prime Minister Primo's attention and lower his defenses. What was that incident? Take, for example, the age-old conflict of interests between capitalists and workers. If the primary conflict in a feudal autocratic kingdom was between the landed aristocracy and the peasantry, then the primary conflict in a constitutional monarchy was between the capitalist class and factory workers. While Spain's labor laws and other regulations offered some protection for workers' interests, they ultimately could not escape the exploitation and enslavement of capitalists. As the saying goes, every policy from above has its countermeasures from below. Capitalists' enslavement of workers will never be eradicated. The Spanish government's labor laws stipulate that workers should work no more than 11 hours a day and 70 hours a week. However, capitalists used various tactics to coerce workers into working more, and ultimately, Spanish workers' working hours still exceeded 11 hours. If it weren't for the government and royal enterprises implementing a 10-hour workday, the average Spanish worker's working hours would likely exceed 12 hours. Yes, that's an exaggeration. These were the Dark Ages, an inevitable theme in the industrial development of European countries. This wasn't unique to Spain. Powerful powers like Britain, France, Germany, Russia, and Austria also suffered from this. The industrial rise of Western nations, in addition to colonial exploitation around the world, was also accompanied by the exploitation of workers and citizens at home by the rise of capitalism. The history of Western industry is a tale of blood and tears. It was the exploitation of tens of millions of people that made Europe the jewel of the world, the most developed, advanced, and prosperous region in the world. Of course, over time, workers' treatment in various countries has been guaranteed to a certain extent. At least in Spain, workers' working hours will not exceed 12 hours, which is the bottom line set by Carlo and Prime Minister Primo. Capitalists can exploit the people to a certain extent, but they cannot treat them as if they were not human beings. As long as this bottom line is not exceeded, the government will turn a blind eye to capitalist exploitation. After all, this can indeed improve factory efficiency and promote Spain's industrial and economic development. With the overall environment in Spain improving, the conflict between capital and workers, while intense, is not a powder keg. However, for these rebellious nobles, nothing is untouchable. If they can ignite the old topic of capitalist exploitation of workers, they can further seduce Spain. Turbulent waters are easier to exploit. If large-scale demonstrations break out, it will surely attract Prime Minister Primo's attention. By the time Prime Minister Primo focused on the massive demonstrations, he would naturally relax his vigilance against the rebellious nobles. At that point, a surprise assassination would have plunged Spanish politics into even greater chaos. The nobles would then step in, criticizing the capitalist class to win the favor of the people and workers, and then take over the Spanish government without Primo. Everything would be perfectly natural. On the afternoon of November 2nd, several Spanish newspapers published articles alleging that capitalist factories were overexploiting workers, using various methods to push their working hours close to 12 hours, despite the government's strict 11-hour work week. This seemed to be driven by someone. These newspapers were small-scale and lacked the capacity to distribute their newspapers nationwide. However, once the news was published that day, it quickly appeared on the streets of Madrid and surrounding cities. Thanks to the Spanish government's literacy campaign, more than half of the Spanish population is literate, at least able to understand most Spanish words. This report sparked widespread discussion in Madrid and surrounding cities, further fueling workers' hatred of the capitalists. The public blindly follows the crowd. Regardless of whether they were exploited and oppressed by the factory owners themselves, such news reports inevitably drew their own influence, intensifying their hatred and hostility towards them. At the time, Spain lacked any unions, leaving workers' power without an outlet, forced to fester in secret. When such reports appeared in the streets of Madrid, they immediately caught the attention of Prime Minister Primo. He knew who was behind this plot. After all, the capitalists wouldn't be foolish enough to release such reports in the streets of Madrid. What a bunch of damned people. They've abandoned the interests of the country for their own benefit. Sitting in his office, Prime Minister Primo's face sank as he read the news reports. Perhaps your Majesty is right. Only by eradicating these parasites can we prevent them from harming Spain in the future. The fruits of Spain's reforms cannot be eroded by these parasites. Prime Minister Primo sighed, his admiration for Carlo's decision growing even stronger. The young king's courage to risk his own life to lure out a scourge is truly admirable. Carlo seemed to handle the rebellious nobles with ease, prompting Prime Minister Primo to sigh at his maturity and the qualities to become a worthy king. It seems the time has come to return power to His Majesty, Prime Minister Primo observed, gazing at the map of Spain's territory hanging on the wall. He couldn't help but touch every inch of the Spanish territory, then seemed to make up his mind. In Madrid, workers' anger, with nowhere to vent, eventually escalated into gatherings and discussions of discontent. Driven by force, a small-scale demonstration soon broke out. This demonstration, in turn, attracted the attention of some workers, and subsequently escalated into a larger strike and demonstration. In just half a day, workers in over a third of the factories around Madrid were on strike, and the number of workers participating in the demonstration exceeded 10,000. The workers spontaneously gathered, holding up simple, homemade slogans and banners, and marched through several busy streets of Madrid. The massive demonstration quickly attracted the attention of the Public Security Department, but the police were helpless. A demonstration of tens of thousands of people was simply beyond the police's control unless a large number of police officers could be mobilized. However, the current chaotic situation in Madrid has left the Public Security Department with insufficient time to mobilize police, and it seems that only the army can suppress such a large-scale demonstration. A 5,000-word 2-in-1 chapter, please support. Chapter 191 Assassination and Trump Card. What a lively spectacle. Carlo read the contents of the telegram from mainland Spain with a calm smile on his face, seemingly unaffected by the situation. Your Majesty, should the garrison be prepared? Count Anthony, governor of the southern Moroccan colony, asked cautiously. While the current chaos in Madrid is limited to the workers' march, there's no guarantee these enraged workers won't resort to any undue violence. Furthermore, the fact that such a large-scale workers' march had occurred in such a short period of time suggests someone is behind the scenes orchestrating it. Conspiracy theories suggest a Madrid workers' march may have been orchestrated by someone. While their motives are unknown, it certainly doesn't bode well for the Spanish government or Carlo. Count Anthony's concern stems from the fear that something unexpected might occur during the march, leading to a large-scale conflict between the government and the protesters, or even a rebellion. He urged the colonial garrison to be prepared so they could be transported to mainland Spain immediately to suppress the rebellion. While a large number of troops were stationed in mainland Spain, they were beyond Carlo's sight and control. That's not necessary, Carlo shook his head. He didn't share Count Anthony's concerns. His smile remained, and he looked quite relaxed. What we need to worry about isn't the workers marching, but the rebels hiding among them. Only when they step out can we close the net. Carlo had a certain amount of trust in Count Anthony. Although he was a member of the nobility, as a count, Anthony didn't own much real estate, and was even considered a lesser noble. If it weren't for Carlo's favor, Anthony and his family would have faced bankruptcy long ago. Upon receiving Carlo's favor, Anthony, as a token of his loyalty, sold his land to the royal family at a low price. Count Anthony now held only a small amount of land, and his family's businesses had long since shifted to finance and industry. He was also a member of the Royal Council. He had no reason to betray Carlo. After all, he was already highly valued, serving as governor of South Morocco, one of Spain's 4 major colonies. As long as he diligently fulfilled his duties as governor of the South Moroccan colony and accumulated meritorious service, a future dukedom was possible. With such a promising future ahead of him, it would be completely unreasonable to claim that Count Anthony had betrayed Charles. Of course, even if Count Anthony had betrayed Charles, it would not have affected Charles's plan to lure the enemy out of their lair. The rebellious nobles and the Bourbons were already on the verge of action, ready to launch. Even if news reached the South Moroccan colony, the rebellion would likely have already begun by the time the rebellious nobles received it. Furthermore, a rebellion is no game, it cannot be called off at will. The rebellious nobles now had no choice, either persevere and seek survival through rebellion, or surrender and await their fate. This was no small undertaking, and the chances of Charles forgiving them were extremely low. Precisely for this reason, even knowing the rebellion's odds of success were slim, the rebellious nobles persisted, gambled on the future of themselves and their families. In those days, information transmission was still subject to delays. By the time the news reached the southern Moroccan colonies via telegram, the situation in Madrid had already developed further. The rebellious nobles and the Bourbons knew that workers' demonstrations alone would not be enough to shake the Spanish government. Even the publicly acknowledged purpose of the demonstrations wasn't to overthrow the government, but rather to protest against perceived exploitation by the capitalist class. Simply put, the workers still had faith in the government. As long as the government made promises and offered workers hope, the demonstrations would quickly disintegrate. But that didn't matter. The rebellious nobles had launched the workers' demonstrations to attract the Spanish government's attention. They first exploited the scale of the workers' demonstrations to attack several police stations in Madrid, preventing the Spanish security forces from quickly controlling the situation. Subsequently, the assassins laid an ambush along Prime Minister Primo's route between the government building and the Prime Minister's residence, seeking an opportunity to assassinate him. And, surprisingly, they found their chance. Although Prime Minister Primo had strengthened his security after the previous assassination attempt, the distance between the government building and the Prime Minister's residence was not far, only a few hundred meters at most. Therefore, there were not many guards accompanying Prime Minister Primo. This indeed gave the assassin an opportunity. Learning from the previous failed assassination attempt on Prime Minister Primo, this time the assassination attempt directly used a small caliber cannon, intending to overturn Prime Minister Primo's carriage first, then rush in and shoot him to death. Boom! With a cannonball that shook the entire street, the shell landed 1 meter in front of Prime Minister Primo's carriage. Assassin! The guard driving the carriage in front only had time to shout before he was hit by the exploding shell, silencing him. Prime Minister Primo, sitting in the carriage, only felt a roar before the carriage was overturned by the aftermath of the shell. Success. Keep going. Blow him up. The assassin manning the cannon nearby beamed with joy, quickly reloading and firing. Cannons and ammunition couldn't be brought into Spain from France. This cannon and several shells were procured by Spanish nobles with great difficulty from the army's logistical supplies. To avoid attracting attention, the cannon was of a small caliber, and only 3 shells were obtained. But it seemed effective so far. Even Prime Minister Primo's specially modified carriage couldn't withstand a few shells. Boom! Although the assassins intended to fire continuously, this cannon wasn't the latest product from the Spanish royal arsenal, and its rate of fire was relatively slow. After about 10 seconds, the second shell was finally loaded and fired. Bang! The second shot wasn't as accurate as the first, but the aftermath of the explosion and the shell fragments still shattered the wooden carriage, revealing the steel plating within. Even with the steel plates protecting it, the carriage's shape was warped, and to say it was on the verge of collapse was no exaggeration. One more shot, ideally one that kills Primo, the assassin leader commanded. Killing them directly would be the best option, and it would also allow them to evacuate safely. If they advanced with more shots, there was no guarantee there were still people inside the carriage alive. If the enemy launched a final counterattack, they might all be killed. The assassin operating the cannon immediately resumed loading, but he soon noticed something was amiss. From the far side of the street, Prime Minister Primo's guards were already running towards them. Bang! Bang! After catching a glimpse of the assassins, the guards showed no mercy, firing their rifles incessantly, forcing the assassins to seek cover and unable to reload. Suppress the enemy, protect the Prime Minister. The leading guard immediately gave the order, calling out to Prime Minister Primo, "Prime Minister, are you alright? Damn it, what the hell is that idiot Jim doing? Can't he hold these guards back for 5 minutes?" The leading assassin was clearly caught off guard. Forced into cover by the enemy's supporting fire, they dared not move an inch. The power of a rifle was no joke. If they were hit, even if they could escape, they would most likely die. Not to mention that the technology of this era couldn't heal a bowl-sized gunshot wound. Even if such medical technology existed, these assassins wouldn't dare seek medical attention. The gunshot wound was too obvious, and going to the hospital would be like walking into a trap. This also meant that they had to ensure they didn't get hurt themselves, otherwise they would die in Spain. Watching the assassins cowering in cover, the leading guard issued new orders: "Torn, lead a team around them, around behind them. I don't believe these assassins can fly and escape. Remember to leave one alive. I want to see what damned bastards dared to assassinate the Prime Minister." A nearby guard nodded and quietly left with a few others. "Damn it, we must find a way to evacuate. If we don't leave now, there will be no chance." The leading assassin knew the dire situation he faced. The sound of gunfire would definitely attract more support, making it even more difficult to escape. "Thomas, Eric, you two will cover the rear. The rest of you, follow me and retreat back to the manor in the suburbs. 2 artillery shells will kill Primo, unless God protects him." The leading assassin also issued his own orders. Their mission was to assassinate Prime Minister Primo, but that didn't mean they were willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Furthermore, Prime Minister Primo's carriage had already been struck by 2 artillery shells, crumbling to pieces, not to mention the people inside. Even if they managed to survive, they would undoubtedly be severely injured. Given the current state of medical technology, serious injuries meant death, which meant their assassination had a high probability of success. All they had to do now was figure out how to evacuate, and the mission would be a complete success. The 2 assassins whose names were called had complex expressions. Although they were carefully trained soldiers by Queen Isabel, they hadn't been told they would pay the price with their lives. Who could have imagined that a seemingly easy assassination would turn out this way? Knowing that staying would inevitably lead to death, the 2 assassins looked dejected and pale. "I will inform Her Majesty and provide due compensation to your families," the leading assassin said, his eyes devoid of any pity, his promise rendered emotionless. To protect the others' evacuation, someone had to make a sacrifice. These 2 were simply unlucky, but if they didn't sacrifice themselves, would he, the captain, have to do the same? Assassinating Prime Minister Primo would undoubtedly be a great feat. Returning alive would surely earn them a generous reward, perhaps even a knighthood. The leading assassin wasn't so foolish, he had to prioritize his own survival. After all, only by staying alive could he claim the reward. Death would leave him with nothing. Hearing their captain's words, the 2 assassins forced to remain behind nodded palely, but didn't object. If they volunteered to remain behind, their families might receive compensation. But if they refused, thus hindering the others' evacuation, their families would not only receive no compensation but also face accountability from Her Majesty the Queen. Queen Isabel herself was an absolute dictator, her rule particularly brutal. If they were disliked by the Queen, their families would likely face a difficult future. The 2 men's sacrifice indeed allowed the other assassins to escape. But their fate was tragic, too. They were murdered by the enraged guards, each riddled with bullet holes, and a river of blood flowed. After ensuring their safety, the guards anxiously searched for Prime Minister Primo. The good news was that he was not dead. Protected by the carriage and the guards within, he was only seriously injured and in a coma, but his life was not in danger. The bad news was that his injuries were serious, and he showed no signs of waking up. This meant that the Spanish government would be leaderless for a short period of time. Without Prime Minister Primo's intervention and mediation, the workers' rebellion would intensify. The assassins escaped, bringing news of their successful assassination attempt on Prime Minister Primo. This news immediately caused ecstasy among the rebellious nobles and the Queen's guards. Their joy immediately led them to the next step, a full-scale rebellion, seizing control of the Spanish government while it was leaderless. Using the Spanish government's name, they would quell the workers' demonstration and restore stability to Spain. It's worth noting that the assassination of Prime Minister Primo coincided with the assassination of Defense Minister Archduke Serrano. However, Carlo had personally instructed Archduke Serrano before arriving in the southern Moroccan colony to temporarily relocate the Ministry of Defense's offices to the military barracks and not to leave, awaiting Carlo's next order. Archduke Serrano, though surprised by Carlo's order, immediately nodded in understanding after Carlo explained the seriousness of the matter. It wasn't that Carlo was being cautious, it was simply that history had taught him enough lessons. He had to be prepared for any eventuality, at least until he had control of the military. If the rebellious nobles were allowed to seize some military power, it would not be just a minor rebellion, but another civil war in Spain. Spain had finally ended its chaotic domestic situation through reforms, ushering in a golden period of development. If these rebellious nobles and Bourbon remnants plunged Spain back into the quagmire of civil war, the consequences would be disastrous. Even if the civil war is won, it will severely damage Spain's infrastructure and industrial development. At best, it will set back Spain's development for several years, and at worst, it will completely destroy Spain's hopes of becoming a major power. Although the previous assassination attempt on Prime Minister Primo failed, he ultimately died in history. As a precautionary measure, it is imperative to ensure the safety of one of the two pillars of support, Prime Minister Primo or Archduke Serrano. Archduke Serrano's safety is the easiest to guarantee. He can remain in the barracks, unthreatened. However, Prime Minister Primo is different. Under the influence of the rebellious nobles and the Bourbons, Spain is destined to fall into a brief period of chaos. As the Prime Minister of the Spanish government, Prime Minister Primo will be extremely busy during this period, and will be forced to make public appearances. This will make assassination attempts on Prime Minister Primo easier, which is why Carlo chose Archduke Serrano to ensure his own safety and become the ultimate stabilizing force. So far, the results have been very positive. Especially when Archduke Serrano learned that Prime Minister Primo had been assassinated and seriously injured, he was even more grateful that he had obeyed Carlo's orders and never left the barracks. At the manor outside, rebellious nobles and the Queen's heralds also learned of the failed assassination attempt on Archduke Serrano. It wasn't even that the assassination had failed, but that it had never been carried out. Archduke Serrano had always lived in the barracks, making it impossible for assassins to infiltrate. They couldn't storm the barracks to assassinate him. After all, the soldiers there were armed with real weapons and possessed a large number of artillery. Unless they had a numerical advantage, storming the barracks would be suicidal. Forget assassinating Archduke Serrano, they would likely be suppressed before they even saw him. Everyone, will the fact that Archduke Serrano is still alive affect our plan? Duke Osina's face was a little grim, having not expected such a misunderstanding during the assassination attempt on Serrano. I don't think it will have much of an impact. The Queen's herald still stood up and expressed his opinion. Primo is dead, and the Spanish government has entered a state of disarray. We only need to control the situation in the Spanish government to control the whole of Spain. When we issue an order in the name of the Spanish government, does Serrano dare to refuse? Haha, when we control the Spanish government, we will have more troops. Then, whether it is Serrano or Carlo, their fate will be in our hands. Everyone, the most important thing now is to quickly control the situation in the government and avoid interference from the parliament. If the parliament elects an acting prime minister, it will be difficult for us to control the Spanish government. Guys, it's your turn to perform. As long as you can control the Spanish government, Her Majesty the Queen and His Majesty the King can return to Spain. The Queen's herald said with a smile. 5,000 word 2-in-1 chapter, please support. I saw that the extra chapter has reached 300 floors, and the extra chapter of no less than 3,000 words will be delivered within 3 days. Thank you for your support. Chapter 192 Prime Minister for a Day. The news that Prime Minister Primo had been assassinated and seriously injured, now unconscious, quickly spread through various channels throughout Madrid and even throughout Spain. Ministers in the Spanish cabinet and members of the House of Representatives were all stunned. Since his election as Prime Minister after the revolution, Prime Minister Primo has consistently controlled Spanish politics and remains the government's anchor. With Prime Minister Primo in place, officials are confident they can quell even the most devastating chaos. But now that Prime Minister Primo is seriously injured and unconscious, the government urgently needs someone with influence and the ability to step up and stabilize the situation. Who could that person be? The Spanish government quickly split into two factions. One, led by Minister of Transport Ruiz and mostly members of the Progressive Party, believed that the government should now push for Parliament to elect an acting prime minister to stabilize Spain until prime minister regained consciousness, and then remove the acting prime minister. The Conservative Party, led by Industry Minister Canovas, believed the most important priority was to retrieve Carlo from southern Morocco and to have His Majesty the King issue orders to stabilize the situation. The Progressive Party, once the largest party in the Spanish Parliament, was now evenly matched with the second-largest Conservative Party without the leadership of Prime Minister Primo. While the parliamentary debate raged, the rebellious aristocracy had already begun its actions. Under the malicious instigation of some individuals, workers' marches in some areas became chaotic and violent, turning what were initially demonstrations into clashes with local police. Once the clashes began, even workers who had not originally opposed the government were unable to intervene. The result was serious clashes on several streets in Madrid, resulting in casualties among both the protesting workers and the police. These clashes shifted the dynamics of the Spanish parliamentary debate. Transport Minister Ruiz, suddenly supported by the Liberal Party, was elected acting prime minister with a majority of seats. He assumed the duties of prime minister during Primo's injury and coma, and his term would automatically end when his coma ended. Ruiz, having overcome countless obstacles to become Spain's acting prime minister, was filled with optimism. He was aware of Prime Minister Primo's serious injuries and that even if he could be revived, his health would deteriorate rapidly. Although his term as prime minister was nominally limited to the duration of Primo's injury, it was, in reality, a kind of training unavailable to anyone else. If Prime Minister Primo retired, who would succeed him? Of course, he, having previously served as acting prime minister, would be a valuable asset in his future as the new Prime Minister of Spain and the new leader of the Progressive Party. Ruiz, however, took no notice of such a minor workers' demonstration. On the afternoon of November 5, 1875, having recently been elected acting Prime Minister, he immediately ordered the troops stationed in Toledo north to Madrid, declared martial law in Madrid, demanded the workers disperse, and promised to seek justice for them. Although Madrid also had a garrison, Ruiz wisely avoided mobilizing the main Madrid army. Why? Because Archduke Serrano had relocated his Ministry of Defense offices to the Madrid barracks, leaving the Madrid military completely under his control. Ruiz was no fool. While the Madrid army was certainly closer, it also posed a greater threat to his position as acting prime minister. As a radical reformer, he already had clashing ideologies with conservative nobles like Archduke Serrano. A military coup by Archduke Serrano would have been disastrous. Therefore, even if it meant mobilizing troops from Toledo, dozens of kilometers away, Ruiz was unwilling to deploy them from the closer barracks outside Madrid. To Ruiz's surprise, before the Toledo troops arrived, he faced a new crisis. While these rebellious nobles were deeply dissatisfied with Prime Minister Primo, their hatred and disgust for the even more radical reformer Ruiz was undeniable. Prime Minister Primo's reforms took the nobles' opinions into account and did not intend to annihilate them. However, Ruiz's reforms were extremely radical, even advocating the abolition of the Spanish monarchy and the establishment of a fully democratic republic. For the rebellious nobles, Ruiz was a thorn in their side. If Ruiz were to gain power, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to promote a republic. The rebellious nobles were still waiting for Queen Isabel's return and the restoration of their noble privileges, but they didn't want Spain to become a republic before the Queen arrived. If that were the case, what would the Queen's return mean? Would she need a Spanish Republic ID card? While rapidly preparing for armed rebellion, the rebellious nobles spread rumors that were detrimental to Ruiz. For example, they claimed that Prime Minister Primo had been murdered by Ruiz, spurring him to seize power in his coma. They also claimed that Ruiz controlled several large factories and was even more despicable than the exposed factory owners. These rumors were intended to discredit Ruiz, the acting prime minister. Ruiz was in a state of panic. He had just become acting prime minister, barely enjoying power, when his reputation was already tarnished. However, the most important priority was ending the workers' demonstrations that had engulfed much of Madrid, otherwise, the government would be unable to address other issues. To ensure stability in Madrid, Ruiz issued a new order allowing police officers responsible for maintaining public order to use firearms in dangerous situations to prevent the workers' demonstrations from escalating into armed conflict. However, he hadn't anticipated how this order would instantly ignite the workers' demonstrations. While the police had initially intended not to fire on the workers, they were forced to respond to the malicious guidance and incitement of the rebellious nobles. When shots were fired at the police from the chaotic crowd, even those reluctant to shoot at civilians were forced to use their firearms for their own safety. The fatal consequences of this were that several demonstrations erupted in a short period of time, and the cumulative casualties among workers and police quickly reached hundreds. What? Ruiz, having just learned of the casualties, was stunned and asked incredulously, "Who told them to shoot first? Didn't I tell you to wait until the most dangerous moment to use firearms? Prime Minister, it wasn't our police who fired first. Someone in the crowd attacked them," the Minister of Public Security explained with a wry smile. "The crowd was thrown into chaos after the shooting, and our police suffered heavy casualties. To maintain stability, we had no choice but to fire warning shots and force them back." Damn it. Ruiz slammed the table twice, his mood unpleasant. The situation had reached a critical point. If the workers' march wasn't handled properly, it could easily devolve into civil unrest against the government. Where are our troops? How long will it take them to reach Madrid? Ruiz demanded. Only by controlling the military could he ensure Madrid's stability and secure his position as acting prime minister. Whether using the military to suppress the march would provoke a violent worker revolt was no longer a question Ruiz wanted to consider. After all, only by resolving the current workers' demonstration would the Spanish government have the opportunity to consider other issues. If they couldn't even resolve the workers' demonstration in Madrid, there was no point in considering other matters. The workers would overthrow the government themselves. This morning, the Toledo army reported that they've already launched an operation. Judging by the distance between Madrid and Toledo, they should be in Madrid in half a day at most, the Minister of Security replied. Ruiz didn't dare trouble Archduke Serrano with mobilizing troops, so he contacted the Toledo garrison directly as acting prime minister. Although acting as prime minister, he retained the same powers as the prime minister, including the power to mobilize the army in an emergency. Upon hearing the news of the imminent arrival of the troops, Ruiz nodded in relief and ordered, "Once the troops reach Madrid, immediately suppress the workers' demonstration. I don't want any demonstrations on the streets tomorrow. Spain should be stable by tonight." "I understand," the Minister of Security nodded. Elsewhere, in the Madrid military camp, Archduke Serrano was communicating with Carlo via telegram. Archduke Serrano reported in detail the current situation in Madrid and the fact that Minister of Transport Ruiz had become acting prime minister with the support of the progressive and liberal parties in parliament. Carlo responded that since the Spanish government already had an acting prime minister, Archduke Serrano naturally had no need to intervene. Carlo had originally intended to deal with the rebellious nobles and Bourbon remnants during this period of chaos, but with both the progressive and liberal parties interfering, it became more important to let them clash and watch the fun unfold. Without Carlo's will, Ruiz would have been unable to suppress the workers' demonstration. Military power in Spain was completely concentrated in Archduke Serrano's hands, and he, in turn, answered to Carlo. Prime Minister Primo had previously held considerable influence over the military, but after his serious injury and coma, no one could match Archduke Serrano's influence. While Ruiz's clever move to deploy the troops in Toledo might seem like a clever move, the commander of the Toledo garrison had already telegraphed Archduke Serrano's opinion. Had Archduke Serrano refused, the Toledo army would have remained silent, much less openly complied with Ruiz's orders. On the evening of November 5th, a small force of rebel nobles attacked the Madrid police and seized a cache of weapons and equipment. This shipment quickly swelled the rebel army to several hundred men. These hundreds, along with thousands of workers, stormed the Spanish government and parliament, attacking several arms depots set up by the security forces in Madrid. A group also attacked the royal palace, but even the guards division had already been stationed around the palace as soon as the workers' march began. Even a force of tens of thousands, let alone a few hundred, would have been unable to capture the palace in such a short time. Defeated, the rebel nobles turned their attention to other key locations, such as the Spanish government buildings, the parliament, and the residences of senior government officials. Unprepared, the Spanish parliament was quickly seized, and fierce fighting ensued between some police and the rebels outside the government building. The Spanish government was losing ground to the rebels. Ruiz's coveted Toledo's army was still advancing slowly south of Madrid. Charles's goal was to further muddy the waters in Madrid. So, while Archduke Serrano's telegram to Toledo didn't explicitly state it, it hinted at a delay. Madrid and Toledo were only 70 kilometers apart, and the Toledo army was stationed north of the city, just over 50 kilometers from Madrid. Even with this 50-plus kilometers, The Toledo army still had to cover more than 10 to 20 kilometers between morning and evening. Toledo's deliberate slowdown left the Spanish government with little means of resistance against the rebels. While Madrid had a large police presence, they were scattered across the city to maintain order and prevent the marchers from causing chaos. The police protecting the government and parliament buildings totaled only a few dozen. Faced with hundreds of armed forces and thousands of united workers, these few dozen policemen were far too few. Damn it. Ruiz, inside the government building, was pale. He knew he was doomed. The workers' march had turned into a rebellion, essentially igniting a small-scale civil war in Spain. Regardless of the outcome of this war, with Prime Minister Primo seriously injured and unconscious, he would undoubtedly be the primary scapegoat. With such a reputation as the cause of the Spanish Civil War, even avoiding being purged would be a good outcome, let alone a chance at the next prime minister. Furthermore, the rebels had already reached the government building, leaving Ruiz unable to escape. A pale Ruiz, still trying to mount a final resistance, asked hoarsely, "Where are the troops from Toledo? Have they reached Madrid?" The Minister of Security shook his head, and then a telegram arrived inside the government building. After reading the entire telegram, the Minister of Public Security stepped forward with a strange expression and handed it to Ruiz. "Acting Prime Minister, please read it yourself. Toledo's troops have arrived, but they went to report to Archduke Serrano south of Madrid." Ruiz's pupils dilated instantly, and then he slumped onto the stool with a pale face. It's over. Chapter 193 Dissolved Parliament and Abolished Cabinet. At the same moment the Toledo army arrived in Madrid, Archduke Serrano, who had been confined to his barracks, finally emerged from the military camp, bearing a new order from King Charles, a nationwide state of martial law. Due to Prime Minister Primo's serious injury and the misguided decisions of acting Prime Minister Ruiz, which had led to major clashes between police and workers' marches, King Charles, in accordance with the Constitution, dissolved the Spanish Parliament and the Cabinet, establishing a provisional military government. Field Marshal Serrano served as Commander-in-Chief, and Minister of Industry Canova served as Governor of Madrid. Simultaneously with the order, the Spanish army entered the city in force, brutally suppressing the rebels who had laid siege to the parliament and government buildings. This escalation was bound to result in unnecessary casualties among the protesting workers, but there was no other way. To fully mobilize the rebellious nobles, some sacrifices were unavoidable. However, King Charles would not hold the protesting workers accountable, as they, too, were being coerced by the rebellious nobles. While their demonstrations inflicted significant losses on the Spanish government, they also facilitated Carlo's rise to power. With Prime Minister Primo seriously injured and unconscious, and the reputation of Ruiz, the Progressive Party's second-in-command, severely damaged, Carlo's power grew immeasurably. Even if he could control the military, Carlo could easily establish an absolute monarchy and make the entire Spanish kingdom his own. However, excessive despotism is not a good thing. Even if Carlo could guide Spain's direction by drawing on historical experience and lessons, it could only ensure that problems would not arise during his reign. If the heir to the throne was chosen incorrectly, absolute monarchy could easily plunge the House of Savoy's rule in Spain into the abyss. Of all the European monarchies, Carlo was most drawn to emulating the British monarchy. While the British king held little power in normal times, if he steadily cultivated his reputation and reigned for a period, he could acquire considerable power in the middle and later stages. This system ensured that capable kings received the power they deserved, while incompetent kings could serve as mascots, at least ensuring that the throne would not be lost. Of course, this kind of political system had to be developed step by step. In the early days of Carlo's reign, he would not relinquish all power to the government and parliament. By the time the final siege was announced, Carlo had already departed the southern Moroccan colonies, returning to Madrid with a large entourage. This inspection tour of the southern Moroccan colonies had been intended to lure the enemy out of their lair. Now that the original purpose had been achieved, the inspection tour should naturally conclude. The entire fishing expedition went relatively smoothly, although there were some mishaps along the way. Carlo had not anticipated Prime Minister Primo's serious injuries and coma. He had repeatedly advised Prime Minister Primo to strengthen his defenses, but he had been caught off guard. The good news was that, while Prime Minister Primo was seriously injured and unconscious, he was not in danger of death. However, it was uncertain when he would awaken, and what extent his body would be damaged upon awakening. The assassination attempt might have brought Prime Minister Primo's retirement forward, But this was likely a good thing for Carlo, as no one could stop his rise to power. Ruiz, the only threatening figure, had stepped forward in the act, digging his own grave. The rebellion of the nobles was quickly quelled by the military, and the government regained control of the government and parliament buildings. The workers' demonstrations that had threatened Madrid for days were also resolved with a personal promise of Archduke Serrano. After all, the workers' initial goal was simply to protect their own interests. They had no intention of opposing the government, they simply followed the crowd out of hatred for the capitalists. Although Archduke Serrano's prestige among the Spanish people was not as high as Prime Minister Primo's, he represented King Carlo of Spain. With the king's promise, Archduke Serrano's personal appearance, and the rebellious nobles' execution, the workers' demonstrations were easily resolved. By the time Carlo returned to Spain, it was already the following evening. Upon returning to the royal palace in Madrid, Archduke Serrano and Canovas presented a list of nobles involved in the rebellion, along with a list of officials who had secretly sided with the Bourbon family. The list was quite shocking. These nobles and higher-ranking officials with ties to the Bourbon family totaled hundreds, including 14 dukes, 4 marquises, 32 counts, and over 50 barons. The number of rebellious nobles alone approached 100, and the combined land holdings of these 14 dukes and 4 marquises were several times greater than those held by the Spanish royal family. This is truly eye-opening. Carlo gazed at the list of nobles involved in the rebellion, his eyes cold and frightening even Archduke Serrano. Compared to these nobles, the officials associated with the rebellion paled in importance. Aside from a handful of councillors, the remaining officials were of low rank and unworthy of being ranked alongside the nobility. "Send Cadiz here," Carlo said in a cold, emotionless voice. Kadir, director of the Royal Security Intelligence Service, approached with his head held high, his eyes filled with loyalty and fervor. He saluted respectfully before Carlo and then listened quietly to his instructions. This was the first time Carlo had revealed his true colors to the others. The Royal Security Intelligence Service had been kept secret until now, and Prime Minister Primo was only aware of the existence of such an organization under Carlo's control. "Investigate these people thoroughly. Leave no one unpunished." Carlo sneered, his words already a death sentence. "Investigate their families, investigate their friends. Anyone connected to the Bourbon remnants will be apprehended and imprisoned in the Royal Security Intelligence Service. I do not want this to happen again. As for the culprits in France, I believe you know what to do." "As you command, Your Majesty," Kadir nodded. He understood Carlo's intentions. Since the Bourbons had orchestrated the assassination of Prime Minister Primo, it was only natural for Spain to retaliate. While the Bourbons were once the royal family of Spain, that did not give them the right to dictate the affairs of Spain under Carlo's rule. If you have the guts to meddle in Spain's internal affairs and plot a rebellion against the Spanish government, you should also have the guts to bear all the consequences. Carlo was no pushover. Since the Bourbons had become his enemies, the best solution was to eliminate them. Hearing the stark implication of Carlo's words, Archduke Serrano swallowed hard, but dared not utter a single objection. Canovas, standing beside him, remained expressionless, silently listening to Carlo's further instructions. After watching Carlo leave, Carlo turned his gaze to Archduke Serrano and Canovas, who were quietly waiting nearby. He smiled and continued, "Gentlemen, although the situation in Madrid has stabilized, Prime Minister Primo remains seriously injured and unconscious. May God bless Prime Minister Primo's speedy recovery, but the most important issue for us now is getting the Spanish government back to work and ending the recent chaos. The acting Prime Minister elected by Parliament has handled this crisis disastrously, so I have abolished the Spanish Parliament. To ensure the smooth functioning of the government, I have decided to reorganize the interim military government into an interim cabinet, with Archduke Serrano as Prime Minister and Canovas as Deputy Prime Minister. What do you think?" Archduke Serrano hadn't expected to return to the prime ministership after so many years, and naturally had no objections. While Canovas held the newly created position of Deputy Prime Minister, it was still related to the Prime Minister, making him a clear promotion compared to the previous Minister of Industry. Seeing neither of them objected, Carlo nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Since that's the case, the task of keeping the government running will be left to you. Parliament has been dissolved, so your appointments will simply be announced in the name of the government. Once Prime Minister Primo recovers from his injuries, it won't be too late to discuss the formation of Parliament and the election of a cabinet." Carlo made the decision to appoint Archduke Serrano as interim prime minister after careful consideration. While he could have directly promoted Cunovus to the position, that would have been somewhat contrived, and Cunovus didn't yet have the prestige to quell the chaos in the government and military. Archduke Serrano was the best choice as a transitional figure during the power transition. He had the prestige and status to maintain stability in the government and military, and his age wouldn't affect the subsequent transition. If Prime Minister Primo, born in 1814, was nearing retirement age, Archduke Serrano, 4 years his senior, would already be 65. This is precisely why Carlo was confident in allowing Archduke Serrano to serve as interim prime minister. After all, this wasn't the modern age, and 65 was already quite advanced. On the morning of November 7, 1875, the Spanish government officially announced Carlo's decree, transforming Spain from a provisional military government into a provisional cabinet government, with Archduke Serrano as prime minister and Cunovus as deputy prime minister, also known as Minister of State. Besides the addition of a new deputy prime minister position, the Spanish interim cabinet underwent a number of changes. The 10 major departments of defense, finance, industry, agriculture, people's livelihoods, transport, public security, health, education, and foreign affairs remained unchanged. In addition, 3 new positions were added: Minister of the Crown, Minister of the Colonies, and Minister of Justice. Including the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, the Spanish cabinet now held 15 key positions. However, the Deputy Prime Minister often also served as Minister of a department, bringing the total number of cabinet members to 14. Here's an extra 3,000 words. Today's main story will be available later. Chapter 194: Severe Punishment. While Archduke Serrano and Cunovus were responsible for forming a provisional government, Charles was more concerned with handling the rebellious nobles. There was little to say about these rebellious nobles. The natural course was to strip them of their titles, confiscate all their property, execute the ringleaders, and imprison their accomplices. However, dealing with nearly 100 nobles, including many high-ranking dukes and marquises, meant stabilizing the emotions of the rest of the nobility. At the very least, the nobility must be prevented from causing panic throughout the ranks, as their continued rule of Spain would require their input. It's worth noting that the rebellious nobles had used the excuse of capitalist exploitation of workers to guide the workers' demonstrations, further exacerbating the conflict between the nobility and the capitalist class. This, however, was actually good news for Charles. Spain's landed aristocracy would eventually become a thing of the past, and the nobility would increasingly engage in finance and industry, forming a new capitalist power. However, after this rebellion, it would be difficult for aristocratic and private capital to work together. By pitting aristocratic and private capital against each other, he could not only effectively limit the power of the capitalist class, but also allow the royal family to serve as the referee between the two forces. As long as this balance is struck, both the nobility and the capitalists will become future ally of the royal family. Acting as the referee between the two types of capital, the royal family can actually further strengthen its relationship with the workers. How could a monarchy supported by the working class and peasantry lose such a battle? At noon on November 7, the Spanish government first shut down factories reportedly exploiting and withholding wages, then allocated funds to fully pay all workers at the factories. When distributing the salaries, government officials specifically mentioned that the full payment was Carlo's order. This move instantly delighted the previously nervous workers, who were filled with gratitude to their king, Carlo. Carlo also promised free medical assistance to workers injured during the march. While nominally funded by the royal family and the government, in reality, a fraction of the property confiscated from the nobility and officials was sufficient. Covering the injured workers' medical expenses was also intended to mend the rift between the government and the workers caused by the armed clashes during the march. Regardless of the workers' initial motivations, the exchange of fire with the police inevitably created rifts and even resentment. Carlo could only do his best to mend these rifts and shift the workers' hatred of the government onto the capitalists and the Bourbons who instigated the rebellion. While Carlo employed various methods to appease the public, the Sun and the National Daily published news reports on the causes of the civil unrest, blaming the Bourbons and the capitalists who withheld workers' wages. The workers desperately needed an excuse to deflect responsibility. Regardless of their motivations, they were the ones who caused the large-scale demonstrations and armed clashes. This effectively shifted the workers' hatred onto the Bourbons and the capitalists, leaving the government unblamed. Even when significant clashes broke out between the police and workers, they were attributed to the Bourbons' instigation and the capitalists' withholding of wages. If the capitalists hadn't withheld workers' wages, if the Bourbons hadn't instigated the demonstrations, none of this would have happened. Driven by this wave of public opinion, the Bourbons quickly became a target of widespread condemnation in Spain, completely shattering any hopes of a Bourbon restoration. For at least the next 50 years, Spanish workers and peasants would vividly remember the damage inflicted on the Spanish government and people by the Bourbon family's incitement of civil unrest. Nearly 1,000 police and workers were killed or wounded, and much of this resentment was directed at the Bourbons. Of course, certain capitalists also ultimately took the blame. Although they had no involvement in the incident, the workers' extreme anger led to numerous factories being vandalized, causing significant damage. For all this, Carlo could only offer his sincere apologies. However, while they were relatively innocent victims of the incident, if they had never withheld wages or exploited workers, how could the workers' anger have been directed at them? After addressing the fallout from the workers' demonstration, Carlo immediately began dealing with the rebellious nobles and officials involved. To prevent panic within the nobility, it was crucial to define a specific scope before purging these nobles and officials. Upon his return to Spain, Charles had informed Duke Jacobo to call all nobles of the royal council to a meeting to discuss measures to deal with the rebellious nobles and appease the remaining nobles. Duke Jacobo naturally complied, notifying nearly every noble in the royal council who could be notified and urging them to come to Spain as soon as possible. The meeting was scheduled for the morning of November 9th, giving nobles in mainland Spain ample time to attend. There was no need to notify nobles living overseas, but the results of the meeting would still be made public to reassure those not involved in the rebellion. On the morning of November 9th, the Royal Council officially began its session. The meeting brought together the vast majority of Spain's nobility, including dozens of distinguished Grand Dukes, hundreds of long-established nobles, and numerous marquises and counts. The barons were completely ignored in such a meeting place, confined to the corners of the meeting, unable to speak and only listening. Spain's nobility was incredibly numerous. Even though the rebellion affected nearly 100 nobles, nearly 1,000 other nobles in Spain remained unaffected. The combined number of nobles attending the meeting was a staggering 600, and these 600 individuals controlled more land than even the Spanish peasants. It's no exaggeration to say that the wealth held by those present at the meeting was greater than that held by the entire population of Spain outside. This is a prime example of how a nation's wealth is consistently concentrated in a small minority. The Spanish nobility, a class numbering only a few thousand at its peak, wielded wealth that ordinary people could hardly fathom. Even the insignificant barons present at the meeting, while their wealth might seem modest compared to that of other nobles, was, for ordinary people, wealth that a family could never earn in a lifetime. Around 8:30, with a parade of guards forming outside the meeting hall, Carlo officially arrived. Accompanied by Archduke Serrano, Count Canovas, Duke Jacopo, and others, Carlo made his way directly to the center of the meeting hall. There was a large podium, nearly a meter above the ground. On it, the material Carlo was about to address was already laid out. Stepping onto the dais, Carlo didn't rush to speak. Instead, he glanced calmly at the nobles. After most of them nervously bowed their heads, Carlo slowly began, "Ladies and gentlemen, Spain has recently experienced a shocking event. Some of the nobles I trusted betrayed me and attempted to ally with the Bourbons to overthrow my rule. To oppose me, they even instigated a workers' march involving tens of thousands of people, sparking conflict between the workers and the government. This incident has caused immeasurable damage to Spain and further exacerbated public suspicion and hostility toward the government. It's unimaginable that such corrupt and degenerate individuals could exist among the nobles I trusted. If this incident hadn't occurred, how long would they have lurked among you? Tell me, nobles I trust, are you still loyal to me? I will shed my last drop of blood for your majesty." Archduke Serrano promptly stepped forward, shouting his oath. The other nobles weren't fools either, and they all joined Archduke Serrano in shouting. Carlo nodded, a smile plastered across his face. He spoke, "Of course I trust you, everyone. This incident was merely an accident, but it has revealed some corrupt officials and corrupt elements within the nobility. As long as they are eradicated, the nobility will still have my trust and will undoubtedly be indispensable to this nation. Now, let's discuss how to deal with these corrupt officials and corrupt elements. How can we prevent them from reappearing and undermining the prestige and status of the nobility as a whole?" Much of the resolution regarding the rebellious nobles had already been determined. For example, their titles would be stripped, their property confiscated, and so on. The nobles were now being asked to discuss how to deal with these rebellious nobles, whether to execute or imprison them, and which individuals would be executed or imprisoned, would all be decided by a vote. The reason for allowing these nobles to participate was to show them the consequences of rebelling against Carlo's rule. Carlo undoubtedly believed in the nobility and was willing to make use of them. But the premise of all this is that the Spanish nobles are willing to submit to Carlo's rule and they have to remain loyal to Carlo. Many nobles also understand this, so in the subsequent vote, they all chose to deal severely with these rebellious nobles. Anyway, Carlo had set a tone before the meeting, that is, these rebellious nobles are just parasites and scourges among the nobles, and they do not represent the aristocracy itself. This also means that the liquidation of rebellious nobles will not affect other nobles. As long as the nobles did not participate in this rebellion, they are safe and will not be affected in the slightest. The final voting results made Carlo very satisfied. More than 600 nobles attended the meeting, and the vast majority of them agreed to severe punishment. Most of the remaining people also gave up their right to vote. After all, the relationship between the nobles is complicated, and it is quite normal for them to be relatives. After receiving the final vote, Carlo's expression remained expressionless as he spoke nonchalantly. All right, according to the vote, the punishment for these rebellious nobles will be severe. Therefore, as King of Spain, I hereby declare that the titles of all nobles and their families who participated in the rebellion will be revoked, all property confiscated, and all those involved in the rebellion and their families imprisoned. All nobles personally involved in this rebellion will be sentenced to death, with various forms of execution to be carried out. Their families will be imprisoned forever, and their titles will not be restored, nor will they be released, unless they have made significant contributions to the nation and the crown. I hope you will remember this lesson, the lesson of this severe damage to the hopes and status of the nobility. Spain needs the strength of the nobility, but not the corrupt and harmful elements within it. I hope the Royal Council will strengthen its oversight of all nobles to prevent further cases like this from occurring within the nobility. Furthermore, I propose to reorganize the Royal Council, merging it with the Spanish Senate to form the Royal Senate, which will serve as Spain's upper and lower chambers, along with the Chamber of Deputies. What are your thoughts? If the harsh punishments imposed on the rebellious nobles were a blow to the aristocracy, then the option of reorganizing the Royal Assembly and merging it with the Senate was a sweet treat for the nobility. Previously, the Royal Assembly was not part of the Spanish Parliament, but rather an organization established by Charles to oversee the nobility. Beyond its role in overseeing the nobility, the Royal Assembly had no power. Instead, nobles who joined the Royal Assembly were subject to oversight, with no other benefits. By merging it with the Senate, these nobles who joined the Royal Assembly would become members of the Royal Senate. While it's unlikely that all of the over 600 nobles would become members of the Senate, it meant that a significant number would join. While the Senate's power is not as great as that of the upper and lower houses, it depends on the relative power. After merging with the Royal Assembly, the Spanish Senate would undoubtedly be more powerful than the previous Senate. Charles's merger of the Senate and the Royal Assembly was not without reason. He intended to use the Royal Senate to check and balance the Chamber of Deputies. Spain's Prime Minister is elected by the Chamber of Deputies, while the Prime Minister appoints most cabinet members. The cabinet government is accountable to the Chamber of Deputies, which allows the Chamber of Deputies to expand its power infinitely. The party that controls the Chamber of Deputies can even exert unlimited influence over the cabinet government. This is something Carlos would not want to see. Not everyone in power is as power-conscious as Prime Minister Primo. Many are blinded by profit and ultimately sideline the king or even become dictatorial. To prevent this, using the Senate to check the Chamber of Deputies is a good way to avoid this. The Chamber of Deputies has legislative power, but the Senate can overturn its legislation. Furthermore, the Senate has the power to oversee officials, including the Prime Minister, who are subject to the scrutiny of the Chamber of Deputies. Even the power to impeach officials and the Prime Minister belongs to the Senate, ensuring a strong check on the Chamber of Deputies. After the Senate and the Royal Assembly merge, the nobility will form the majority in the Senate. Since the nobility are under Carlos's control, this means Carlo will have direct control over the Spanish Senate. Due to Spain's rules for selecting the Prime Minister, if no one wins a majority, the Senate will participate in the election of the Prime Minister. This also means that Carlo will have a strong influence in the future selection of the Spanish Prime Minister. Combined with a certain degree of military power, this would ensure that the Spanish monarchy would retain a certain level of authority and be passed down for many generations. As Carlo anticipated, upon hearing of his plan to merge the Senate and the Royal Council, many nobles expressed joy. If some nobles could become senators, it would strengthen the power of the nobility. While this power would be far less than during the era of aristocratic privilege, it would still be a significant improvement. More importantly, with nobility in the Senate, they would be able to work together to reject proposals that harm their interests, rather than having to sit idly by when the government proposed policies. This was Carlo's true intention in offering this candy. The Senate lacked legislative power, preventing the nobility from proposing proposals that would benefit them. However, with the power to reject bills, they could reject proposals that were detrimental to them. This would ensure that the nobility retained a certain level of influence, allowing the royal family to manipulate them, while also preventing the nobility from gaining too much influence and threatening the royal power. It can even create a natural confrontation between the nobles and the House of Representatives, allowing the nobles to actively confront and check the House of Representatives, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Seeing some of the nobles showing some interest, Carlo then spoke. The idea of merging the Senate and the Royal Assembly is just an idea I have. Now that the Parliament has been dissolved, there's ample time to consider this matter. If any of you have ideas or suggestions regarding the merger, please submit them to me. Well, the main purpose of today's meeting has been accomplished. I hope everyone will carefully consider the lessons learned from this incident to prevent it from happening again. Ladies and gentlemen, the stability of the country depends on your support. I urge all nobles to contribute their efforts, working together for the stability and peace of Spain, and for the realization of the dream of Spain becoming great again. Any additional leads on the rebellious nobles can be submitted to Director Carlo. Following this incident, Spain will enter a new era, and I do not want any more accidents to happen. Well, everyone, the meeting is over. Please disperse. Carlo left the meeting room first, quickly followed by Archdukes Serrano and Canovas. At the end, a line of guards followed their king back to the palace respectfully, leaving only the nobles in the meeting hall with different expressions still discussing in low voices 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 195 Primo Awakens. After the meeting, Carlo immediately went to the Royal Hospital of Madrid, near the Royal Palace, where the seriously injured Prime Minister Primo was being treated. Directly controlled and funded by the royal family, the Royal Hospital was Spain's most luxurious and advanced hospital, employing renowned European physicians and pharmacists. Carlo attached great importance to the health of himself and his family. Millions of pesetas were allocated annually to the Royal Hospital, used not only for the research and development of advanced pharmaceuticals but also for the development of medical devices. While not the largest hospital in Spain, the Royal Hospital was undoubtedly the most capable. Besides members of the royal family, the Royal Hospital primarily served high-ranking government officials and nobles, and was closed to the public. It wasn't that Carlo was unwilling to allow ordinary people to enjoy advanced medical services, but for most ordinary people, a year's income wouldn't even cover a single day's stay at the Royal Hospital. In a luxurious ward at the Royal Hospital, Prime Minister Primo lay pale. Fortunately, the fragments from the shell explosion had only passed through his abdomen and were not fatal. Thanks to the desperate protection of his guards, Prime Minister Primo survived the assassination attempt without suffering a fatal injury. Unfortunately, medical technology was not as advanced in that era. Although prompt medical treatment saved Prime Minister Primo from exsanguination, infection could have threatened his life at any moment, even more serious than the wound itself. While Europe was a symbol of civilization and advancement during this era, prior to the 20th century, European medical technology could only be described as poor and backward. How did European doctors treat the ulcers and swelling caused by wound infections? The most famous method, of course, was the traditional remedy of bloodletting. The history of bloodletting dates back to the theory of humors proposed by the renowned Greek physician Galen in the 2nd century AD. Galen proposed that the human body contains 4 humors: blood, mucus, yellow bile, and black bile. When the humors are out of balance, the body can suffer from a variety of illnesses. Of the 4 humors, blood is the most susceptible to imbalance because it is produced continuously by the liver. The theory of humors fueled the popularity of bloodletting in Europe for over 2,000 years, resulting in the deaths of numerous commoners and higher-ranking officials. Notable figures included King Charles II of England, Queen Anne, and George Washington, the first president of the United States. Although technological advances in the mid-19th century, just over 20 years ago, led to growing skepticism about bloodletting and its eventual abandonment by European physicians, it remained prevalent in some areas of relatively underdeveloped Spain, and not just in Spain, but even in some regions of the great powers. This was simply due to its prolonged popularity. During a time when bloodletting was a widespread European superstition, it was claimed to cure all ailments. From minor colds to major plagues and diseases, European doctors widely adopted bloodletting, achieving remarkable results. During its 2,000-year reign, bloodletting claimed the lives of at least tens of millions of Europeans, including countless prominent figures. Besides bloodletting, Europe currently has only two medical treatments for wound infections. One is to sear the infected area with a branding iron, but this can lead to even more severe infection. The other is direct amputation. Yes, amputation. These are the only three treatments currently available in Europe for wound infections. If praying to God counts, then this is the fourth. Prime Minister Primo's treatment must not involve the first three, doing so would only hasten his death. Carlo's first act upon returning to Spain was to have the Royal Hospital of Madrid change the sheets and bedding in Prime Minister Primo's room daily and disinfect his wounds. How? With strong alcohol, of course. Regardless of its effectiveness, it was the best solution Carlo could come up with. Medical technology in this era was such a rudimentary state that when seriously injured, one's only reliance wasn't on medical technology, but on the ethereal God and a lingering desire to live. Whether he could escape this disaster depended on Prime Minister Primo's luck and the favor of the god, a being Carlo had never seen. Prime Minister Primo's assassination reminded Carlo once again that before the advent of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, before medical technology advanced to the point where even injuries could be avoided, the most important thing he could do was protect himself and avoid accidental injuries. Before medical technology became available, the world was relatively fair in some respects. Whether it was high-ranking officials or even a high-ranking noble like Carlo, facing serious injuries, all they could do was pray to God, hoping that the doctor treating them wasn't a quack. This approach wasn't much better than for ordinary people. Essentially, everyone was waiting to die, and only the lucky ones could survive. Once medical technology fully developed, this equality would be broken. The rich and powerful would have more resources to treat their illnesses, while ordinary people, faced with serious illnesses, would still be left waiting to die. The good news was that in this era of underdeveloped medical technology, Prime Minister Primo was clearly the luckier one. The reason why Carlo rushed to the Royal Hospital of Madrid was because he heard the news that Prime Minister Primo had regained consciousness. After rushing to the hospital, Carlo saw Prime Minister Primo who had regained consciousness. His face was still as pale as before, but his eyes were open and his head could turn. In order to take care of his physical injuries, Prime Minister Primo was not allowed to get out of bed, or even sit up. During the entire recuperation period, his eating, drinking, defecating and urinating would all be taken care of by special nurses arranged by the Royal Hospital. These nurses are all professionals and can provide Prime Minister Primo with very caring care. Of course, after Prime Minister Primo is out of danger, his family can also come to take care of him. Prime Minister Primo, how are you feeling? Carlo sat on the sofa next to the bed and expressed concern for Prime Minister Primo's physical condition. You won't die yet, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Primo said with some self-mockery, I'm sorry to have worried you, Your Majesty. I was careless this time. I didn't expect that the enemy could plan another assassination in the heavily guarded Madrid. How is the government? Has the Workers' March been resolved? Is this rebellion over? Prime Minister Primo is concerned about the government and the current situation in Spain. The Workers' March has been disbanded, and the nobles who started the rebellion have been arrested. They will face a severe trial. Carlo said with a smile, we have achieved a complete victory in this incident. There will be no factors that interfere with Spain's development in the future. That's good, that's good. Prime Minister Primo nodded repeatedly, then looked at Carlo and said seriously, Your Majesty, you have grown so much in the past 6 years. I was thinking of returning power to you after the end of this term of Prime Minister, but I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Please forgive me for my previous behavior of monopolizing power. I had to do this for Spain. And now, Spain should be helmed by a more suitable person. Your Majesty, you are the most suitable helmsman of the Spanish warship. Tears welled up in the corners of Primo's eyes, and there was a hint of relief on his face. He seemed to pull his injuries while speaking, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly calmed down. Ruiz is a radical reformist, and he poses a certain threat to your Majesty's power. Your Majesty, if it really comes to the last resort, I support you to take action in advance to resolve the potential threats facing the kingdom. Archduke Serrano is a reliable guy, and with him in control of the Defense Department, no one else dares to have any ideas. Canovas, whom you chose, is a qualified prime minister, but he is good at maintaining the status quo and not good at pioneering. For the future development of Spain, I suggest that you choose a future prime minister from the existing Progressive Party and Liberal Party, and control and cultivate them. If the Liberal Party and the Progressive Party are used well, they will become your Majesty's reliable prime ministers. Relying on support. The Conservatives can be used to contain these two parties, but if they were to become the ruling party, they would erode the pioneering spirit that Spain has worked so hard to cultivate. In the future, when Spain rivals Austria, perhaps the Conservatives can be revitalized. But until then, I still recommend keeping an eye on the Liberal and Progressive members. Your Majesty, I believe you can achieve your stated goal of making Spain great again, but unfortunately, I may not see it. I truly wish to see what Spain will look like then. Perhaps we can once again stand at the top of the world. Carlo took Prime Minister Primo's outstretched hand and patted it vigorously, his admiration for the Prime Minister deepening. Upon waking, Prime Minister Primo was immediately concerned about the situation in Spain, but he showed no concern for his position. Upon learning that Spanish politics were stable and the rebellious nobles had been imprisoned, Prime Minister Primo's primary concern was how to help Carlo stabilize the throne and resolve potential dangers. This kind of selflessness is truly rare, especially in a position as powerful as Prime Minister. Holding power without being arbitrary, perhaps this is Prime Minister Primo's personal charm. Italy was blessed to have Garibaldi, but Carlo was not envious. Spain was also blessed to have a great figure like Prime Minister Primo. God will bless you, Prime Minister Primo. Carlo was silent for a long time, and then he spoke hoarsely. After you recover, you will still be the Prime Minister of Spain. Our cooperation has not ended yet. We must see the future of Spain's great rejuvenation together, and witness together Spain standing on the top of the world again. Prime Minister Primo shook his head, tears rolled down his eyes again, but a smile appeared on his face. Maybe, Your Majesty. But whether God blesses me or not, it is indeed time for me to take a break. Spain will surely become great under your leadership. I have never worried about this, and I have never thought about becoming Prime Minister again. Your Majesty, I will inform the Progressive Party about my resignation, and the affairs of the Progressive Party will have nothing to do with me in the future. The Progressive Party is not a party that pursues a republic. Except for a very small number of more radical reformers like Ruiz, most of the others hope to carry out appropriate reforms under a monarchy. I suggest that you do not take action against the Progressive Party, so as not to disrupt the party balance in Spain. But if the Progressive Party goes against you, please don't care about my feelings. Everything is based on the future development of Spain. Javier. Minister Ruiz. Carlo replied, his expression puzzled. Minister Ruiz forced a parliamentary session while you were injured and was elected acting prime minister. However, under his watch, workers' demonstrations intensified, and even armed conflict broke out. Rebel groups besieged government buildings and parliament, nearly bringing down the Spanish government. Because of this poor performance, and because Parliament's election of an acting prime minister violated the Spanish constitution, I have dissolved Parliament. Archduke Serrano is currently serving as prime minister of the interim government. Upon hearing of Ruiz's actions after his coma, Prime Minister Primo nodded unsurprisingly, sighing and saying, "This guy has come to this. If he were willing to submit to your rule, he would be the perfect prime minister for you. But unfortunately, he's a radical reformer whose dream is to promote a republic in Spain. That's a good thing. With Ruiz's situation resolved, the Progressive Party will pose no threat to your Majesty. A balance among the Progressive, Liberal, and Conservative parties is perhaps the best outcome for Spain." Carlo nodded. The UK's two-party system is quite representative. The party holding the majority of seats in Parliament becomes the ruling party, while the party holding the minority becomes the opposition. The ruling party organizes the UK government, while the opposition party has the power to oversee it. This appears to be a relatively balanced system. However, The struggle between the two ideologies and parties is bound to be fierce, leading to situations where opposition is simply for the sake of opposition, or agreement is simply for the sake of opposition. During the struggle between the two parties, MPs focus not on the impact of the issue itself on national development, but rather on the impact on their own elections and their own parties. Of course, the two-party system also has certain advantages. Because power rotates between only two parties, it is more stable. The British king can also gain a certain amount of power through the struggle between the two parties, ensuring that he is not completely excluded from the British government. The struggle between the Liberal and Conservative parties in Spain is similar to the struggle between the two parties in the UK. The Liberal Party advocates democracy and workers' rights, while the Conservative Party advocates free trade and the status quo. The Progressive Party, which holds a majority of seats in Parliament, acts as a balance between the Liberal and Conservative parties. Like the Liberals, the Progressive Party advocates reform to change the social status quo, demanding the protection of workers' rights and a certain degree of democratic rights for the people. However, like the Conservatives, it seeks to limit reforms to a certain extent, avoiding radical change and social unrest. Prime Minister Primo is a highly representative progressive. He promoted various reforms and enacted laws and a constitution radically different from those of Spain's authoritarian era. At the same time, however, he supported the Spanish monarchy and, in some respects, advocated for preserving the status quo. Indeed, as Prime Minister Primo stated, Spain is currently not suited to a single dominant party, but rather to healthy competition among the three parties. The Progressive Party, as a unique entity among the three, is able to form governments in coalition with both the Conservatives and the Liberals, offering considerable flexibility. This prevents the emergence of extreme left or right-wing governments and ensures Spain's relatively stable development. The three parties have reached a certain balance, and King Carlo, as King of Spain, naturally has a significant role to play in balancing these parties. The political tendency of the Progressive Party can also be classified as a royalist party. They support the Spanish monarchy, which also means that the Progressive Party is loyal to Carlo to a certain extent. In addition, the Conservative Party is a royalist party, which means that Carlo can control two of the three major parties in Spain. Doesn't this mean that Carlo can manipulate the Spanish parliament in disguise? By manipulating the Spanish parliament, the future Prime Minister of Spain can be decided. Compared with the two-party system in the United Kingdom, the three-party system in Spain may be more suitable. Carlo can adjust the composition of the Spanish government at any time through the balance between the three parties to ensure that the development direction of the Spanish government will not go beyond his control. Seeing that Carlo listened carefully to everything he said, Prime Minister Primo nodded with satisfaction and relaxed. Your Majesty, that's all I have to say. You are definitely the king I have ever met who has the greatest hope of leading Spain to achieve a great revival, and that's why I chose you. Now it seems that my original idea was completely correct. Spain is already on the right track, and perhaps Spain's great revival is not just a goal, but a milestone that will be achieved soon. Whether I can see that moment or not, for me, I have no regrets. Your Majesty, it is an honor to have been able to work with you for such a long time. This period of time is the golden time of development for Spain that I have experienced. It is definitely an honor for all Spaniards that Spain has a king like you. Prime Minister Primo looked at Carlo sincerely, explaining why he chose Carlo as the King of Spain. It is an honor for Spain and all Spaniards to have you. Carlo also looked at Prime Minister Primo, his eyes full of admiration and respect. Prime Minister Primo, you are one of the greatest prime ministers since the founding of Spain. It is also my honor to work with you for such a long time. I am still waiting for you to fully recover so that we can discuss Spain's national affairs together. Get well soon, Prime Minister Primo. Spain's development still cannot do without you in the short term. You are the biggest contributor to Spain's development, aren't you? 5,200 word 2 in 1 chapter, please support. Chapter 196 Protecting Workers' Rights. From November 1875 onward, Spain fully entered the Carlo era. On November 11th, over 20 nobles and officials, convicted after trial, were publicly executed in Madrid's Central Square. Those sentenced to death were free to choose their method of execution, whether by guillotine or gallows. The large-scale execution of officials and nobles sparked public curiosity. Even the revolution 6 or 7 years earlier had not led to such widespread public executions of nobles. Carlo's ability to order the execution of nobles was seen by the Spanish people as a sign of respect for their opinions. Along with these 20 nobles and officials, the owners of the factories exposed at the center of the public outcry were also executed. To appease the anger of the Spanish workers, these factory owners were used as scapegoats. However, they were not entirely innocent. After all, flies don't bite cracked eggs. The fact that the rebellious nobles used their crimes as an excuse for a demonstration at least proved that they had been actively exploiting workers. In addition to executing these criminals, the government also publicly disclosed the treatment of other nobles and officials whose crimes did not warrant the death penalty. First, all property, whether noble or official, was confiscated, and nobles' titles were revoked. Their families were banned from running for parliament for 50 years, and any currently elected members were also disqualified. Their prison sentences varied according to the extent of their involvement in the rebellion, ranging from nearly 20 years to life imprisonment. Carlo would build a new prison within the Congo territory to house these traitors. Whether these individuals were sent to prison or to Congo as laborers was a question only the people of the Congo territory knew. Regardless, these individuals were criminals. Rather than wasting food in prison, they should be allowed to contribute to the development of the Congo territory with their remaining energy. After executing these criminals, the Spanish government immediately turned its attention to protecting workers' rights. The primary reason for the widespread worker demonstrations in Madrid was the unbridled exploitation of factory owners. Although the government had enacted a corresponding labor protection law, loopholes were always found. These capitalists exploit legal loopholes at every turn, continuing to exploit workers without legal oversight. To protect workers' interests and quell the public outrage caused by workers' protests, Spanish interim Prime Minister Serrano publicly announced his commitment to further reforming the workers' protection law, clarifying working hours and minimum wages, and implementing them nationwide. Serrano acted swiftly, promulgating Spain's new workers' protection law within just a few days. The new law stipulates that Spanish citizens working in domestic businesses and factories must not exceed a normal working day of 10 hours. Any additional hours worked in excess of 10 hours will be considered overtime and receive a higher salary than regular hours, at least 1.5 times the normal salary. Spanish citizens must work no more than 70 hours per week and receive at least 2 days of vacation per month. Overtime workers who continue to work during major holidays and important events must receive at least 1.5 times the normal salary. While the government doesn't explicitly limit workers to working more than 10 hours, factories must provide overtime pay at 1.5 times the regular working hours for any hours worked beyond 10. This satisfies the workers' demands. The workers' anger isn't about the overtime, but rather about the unrewarded overtime. As long as overtime earns them higher wages, most workers are willing to work harder and earn more. The new workers' protection law regulates working hours for Spanish citizens, and the subsequent minimum income law for workers amends the minimum wage for Spanish citizens. The minimum wage law enacted a few years ago is clearly no longer relevant in Spain today. During the past 6 years of rapid development, per capita income has increased significantly. If the previous minimum wage law continued to protect all Spanish workers, factory owners would have significant room to exploit them. Since the law needs to be revised, the minimum wage law must also be amended. Under the latest minimum income law for workers, the minimum wage for Spanish citizens has also seen a significant increase. The minimum weekly wage for adult male Spanish citizens must not be less than 2 pesetas 15 coppers, and for adult female Spanish citizens, it must not be less than 1 peseta 75 coppers. The minimum weekly wage for male Spanish citizens aged 50 and over must not be less than 1 peseta 60 coppers, and for female Spanish citizens aged 50 and over, it must not be less than 1 peseta 25 coppers. The minimum weekly wage for child workers must not be less than 90 coppers. Child workers are prohibited from working overtime for any reason. Their daily working hours must not exceed 10 hours, and they must have Sundays as a day off. Compared to the previous minimum income law for workers, the current law significantly strengthens income protection. Even child workers are guaranteed a weekly wage of at least 90 coppers, which is higher than the weekly wage for female Spanish citizens aged 50 and over under the previous law. The significant increase in child workers' wages is primarily due to the need to provide for impoverished families who have forced their children to work. Carlos could allow capitalists to exploit workers to a certain extent. After all, as this benefited factory production, Spain's industrial development, and economic development. But if capitalists even exploited child laborers, Carlos wouldn't mind letting them experience the full force of Spanish law. Child workers' interests must be protected, with a daily workday capped at 10 hours and a weekly day off. This was Carlos' bottom line. The latest minimum income law for workers was formulated based on Spain's per capita income. Economic conditions vary across Spain's regions, and the minimum income fluctuates somewhat. However, this fluctuation is solely based on the fact that people in more economically developed areas deserve higher incomes. Therefore, fluctuations in the minimum income law within each region are only allowed to increase, not decrease. With a revision of two laws protecting workers' interests, the public outrage caused by the workers' protests has been completely quelled. As always, the Spanish people still trust the Spanish government. Their anger lies solely with the capitalists' exploitation of workers, not with the government itself. After the government's successive labor law amendments, the public was filled with nothing but satisfaction and admiration, with no sign of dissatisfaction or opposition. Carlo and Archduke Serrano, who spearheaded the labor law amendments, also earned the love and admiration of the Spanish people. A few days later, at the royal palace in Madrid, Carlo met with Count Canovas, who had become deputy prime minister. Besides Carlo, who gained significant government power, the two individuals who benefited most from the rebellion were Archduke Serrano, who became prime minister, and Count Canovas, who became deputy prime minister. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Archduke Serrano's appointment as prime minister was merely a transitional role, with Count Canovas undoubtedly the next official prime minister. The reason was simple. First, Archduke Serrano, already 65 years old, lacked the energy to assume the reins of the Spanish government. Second, Archduke Serrano held a high reputation within the military and had served 2 terms as Minister of Defense since the Spanish Revolution. If he were to become prime minister, wouldn't his prestige rival that of Prime Minister Primo? Carlo had finally secured his chance at power, so how could he allow another prime minister like Primo to emerge? This sentiment led many legislators and officials to believe that Count Canovas, who lacked much prestige within the military, would ultimately become prime minister of Spain. Carlo certainly shared this sentiment, but it wasn't out of fear of Archduke Serrano's intentions. Instead, he felt that the younger Canovas was more suitable for the position. Born in 1828, Canovas was only 47 years old. For the position of prime minister, Canovas was clearly still in his prime, with ample time and energy to oversee Spanish government. Archduke Serrano, after all, was already 65. Furthermore, Archduke Serrano himself lacked experience in government and economic development. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appointed Primo prime minister after the revolution while he himself became Minister of Defense. Canovas, in his prime, could serve as Prime Minister of Spain for 2 terms, a total of 10 years. A longer reign is a valuable developmental period for Spain. The danger is that frequent regime change can cause a country with a potential for rapid development to stagnate. Historically, Spain experienced this period due to civil unrest and frequent regime changes. Queen Isabel was followed by a provisional government, which was followed by Amadeo I, who was succeeded by a republican government, and who was succeeded by Alfonso X. Throughout this period, whether under the 3 kings, the provisional governments, or the republican government, Spain's prime minister and presidency remained unstable. This meant that Spain had little room for stable development during this period. After missing this golden opportunity for development, Spain fell into complete decline. Carlo would not repeat this mistake. Unless the prime minister's loyalty was questionable, Carlo would not consider frequent changes. However, if his ability was questionable, he would still need to be replaced. After all, only a capable prime minister can drive a country's development. An incompetent one would only make matters worse. While Spanish political parties and legislators were preoccupied with reorganizing parliament and holding new elections, Carlo was preoccupied with the vast tracts of land acquired through the confiscation of noble property. While the number of nobles involved in the rebellion was close to 100, it represented only 1/10 of the Spanish nobility. Yet, this 1/10 possessed immense wealth and an exorbitant amount of land. Preliminary estimates indicate that these nobles held over 1 million acres of land, nearly 600,000 of which was arable land, a resource urgently needed in Spain. Once the entire estate of the rebellious nobles was fully accounted for, the land acquired would be even greater. While this would not completely solve Spain's arable land shortage, it would at least address a significant portion. Carlo did not intend to control the land himself, but rather to sell or lease it to local residents for cultivation. The land would be sold at standard market price, with a subsidy of up to 10% considered for low-income families. Leasing would be conducted strictly in accordance with Spanish land leasing law. Carlo would not reduce the rent further. After all, sometimes a reasonable fee is beneficial to maintaining good relations with a people. However, some of these lands would eventually have to be sold. Carlo did not intend for the royal family to become a landed aristocracy. They only needed to control a small portion of the land. There were countless more profitable industries than farming or leasing land, and Carlo did not need to compete with other farmers in the agricultural sector. While retaining some land in plains and flat areas to accommodate the future development of mechanized agriculture, the rest would be best sold to the government or farmers. Furthermore, the royal family controlled the entire Congo territory. There was no upper limit to the size of the Congo territory. Wherever Spanish colonial outposts were established, they became part of the Congo. Carlo, currently preoccupied with the development of the Congo territory, naturally would not hold on to these lands. A few days later, the royal family began gradually selling and leasing the lands confiscated from the nobles. The prices for these sales were very fair, and they were sold to local farmers to prevent the land from returning to the hands of the nobles. For farmers who simply cannot afford to purchase land, the royal family can also rent it to them at a low price. Current land rents in Spain are relatively low, at least much lower than before the land leasing law was enacted. This effectively protects farmers' incomes, which have seen a significant increase. In addition to owning vast tracts of land, the nobles also own castles and estates of all sizes, as well as a variety of other properties. Carlo had his butler, Lauren, screen these castles and estates. Those with favorable locations and environments would be retained by the royal family. Those with less favorable locations or environments would be sold publicly to Spanish nobles or capitalists for capital. Although the Royal Palace of Madrid is one of the 3 largest palaces in Europe, Carlo did not intend to reside there permanently. A suitable retreat or stay in a beautiful estate would not only relax the mind, but also benefit one's health. The Spanish royal family currently does not have many castles and estates other than the Royal Palace of Madrid that Carlo could offer a vacation to. These aristocratic properties would be a valuable addition to Carlo's portfolio, and at least a few of them would meet his requirements. The nobles' castles and estates also held a vast amount of precious jewels and other property. Because the wealth was so dispersed, even after several days of inventory by butler Lauren, the team still couldn't fully account for it. However, it was clear that the combined wealth of these nearly 100 nobles was immense. Cash alone approached tens of millions of pesetas. The value of the gold, jewelry, and various antiques and paintings reached tens of millions more. The total value of the assets currently accounted for was approaching 50 million pesetas. While a significant portion came from the contributions of the dukes, the accumulated wealth of the counts and barons was a significant sum. In fact, if the land was included, the wealth of these rebellious nobles would be even greater. Furthermore, the value of the castles and estates, these real estates, was inestimable. Some of the castles were centuries old. While not much to Carlo, if they were auctioned later, they would easily fetch over $100 million in US dollars. The good news was that the wealth and various gold, silver, and jewelry of these nobles could be easily sold. Even the current inventory of the property's value would have increased the royal family's wealth by 1/20. However, Carlo did not intend to keep all of the wealth for himself. Instead, he established a charity focused on poverty alleviation to enhance the royal family's reputation. Carlo acted swiftly, establishing this charity in Madrid in just a few days. He named the charity the Royal Relief Commission of Spain, aiming to provide assistance and aid to the extremely low-income population in Spain. On the day of the announcement, Carlo publicly pledged a 5 million pesetas contribution to the Royal Relief Commission to support the low-income population and pledged to contribute no less than 2 million pesetas annually. To ensure the Royal Relief Commission's effectiveness, Carlo encouraged all Spaniards to monitor its spending, ensuring that all funds allocated to it were used to help the low-income population rather than enriching individuals. After all, an organization designed to enhance the royal family's reputation had to deliver concrete results. In addition to its headquarters in Madrid, the Royal Relief Commission will also expand to the capital cities of each of Spain's major regions, spreading the good name of the Spanish royal family throughout Spain and bringing a great deal of prestige to the royal family. Every year 5,000 word to in one chapter. Please support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Rebuilding Parliament and Institutional Reform. While the number of nobles and officials involved in the rebellion was only around 100, the actual number affected far exceeded this figure, reaching thousands. If the armed forces eliminated during the rebellion are included, the actual number of participants was even higher. After being tried, these individuals would all be sent to the African colonies of South Morocco and the Congo territory for colonial development. They would join the local Moroccans and Congolese people as ordinary Spanish plantation workers. To ensure they would not unite again, these thousands of individuals would be dispersed throughout South Morocco and the Congo territory and placed under strict surveillance. Parts of South Morocco are barren deserts, and the Congo territory, beyond the colonial outposts, is also in the uninhabited interior of Africa. Even if they managed to escape Spanish control in such a place, they would likely die in the wilderness. This was no joke. Even a well-equipped and large-scale colonial expedition would be in danger of death if they were not careful, not to mention the criminals who might have managed to escape from the plantations and other guarded areas. Unless sufficient food, weapons, and medicine could be found, fleeing across Africa would be an ordeal worse than death. Carlo, unconcerned with the fate of these traitorous nobles and officials, instead considered whether to reconstitute the Spanish Parliament. Although Carlo had dissolved the parliament on the grounds of poor performance and the unconstitutional election of an acting prime minister, the Spanish parliament still held considerable influence. Unless further political parties could be disbanded, the parliament would eventually have to be reconstituted. Carlo did not intend to establish an autocratic government. The proper use of parliament was beneficial. However, the power of the Spanish parliament was currently too vast, requiring certain restrictions. A reorganization of the Spanish parliament and a revision of the constitution would be necessary to establish a more rational government for the Kingdom of Spain. On November 17, 1875, Carlo convened a meeting of the Spanish Senate and announced the merger of the Royal Assembly and the Senate to form the Royal Senate. The newly formed Royal Senate instantly grew to a massive body with hundreds of senators and became Spain's only remaining parliamentary body. Carlo then convened a meeting of the Royal Senate for a public vote on whether to reinstate the Chamber of Deputies and hold new elections. The Senate ultimately voted in favor of reinstating the Chamber of Deputies, putting the reorganization of the Spanish Parliament on the agenda. On November 19, 1875, Carlo announced the reorganization of the Spanish Chamber of Deputies, with new elections scheduled for December and January. Unlike the previous chamber, the reorganized chamber would have a full 298 seats, distributed proportionally among the Spanish regions and colonies. For example, Madrid, Spain's capital, with a population of over 500,000, would receive 8 seats. These 8 seats would be elected publicly in the Madrid Chamber of Deputies, where members could nominate other candidates or register for election. The 8 highest voting members would receive seats for a 3-year term. Any unforeseen vacancy would be filled by re-election in the regional chambers. With a larger number of seats in the Chamber of Deputies, and elections held entirely by the regional and colonial parliaments, the possibility of a single party dominating the chamber would be reduced. A party that maintains a majority of seats in the chamber under these rules demonstrates its popular support and trust. Along with the changes to the number of seats in the House of Representatives, Spain's laws governing political parties and the election of the cabinet and government were also amended. First, regarding political parties in Spain. To establish a legal political party in Spain, it must be submitted to the Royal Senate for approval and receive at least 50% of the votes to be considered legal. Otherwise, it is deemed illegal and prohibited from engaging in any political activities, including elections. The majority of senators in the Royal Senate are aristocrats, who are under the purview of Carlos. This means that Carlos can now determine the legality of any political party in Spain. This largely ensures that large parties like the Republican Party will not emerge in Spain to interfere with parliamentary and government elections. Any future political party established without Carlos' approval will be deemed illegal. Illegal parties lack government support and cannot participate in any political activities, making their expansion opportunities extremely slim. Currently, only 3 parties have been declared legal by the Spanish Royal Senate: the Progressive Party, the Liberal Party, and the Conservative Party. These three parties are also Spain's three largest parties, significantly outnumbering the rest, making it unlikely that Carlos would declare them illegal without reason. Regarding the election of the Spanish cabinet, the expansion of the House of Representatives has led to some changes in the selection criteria. While the cabinet is theoretically formed by the prime minister or the ruling party, several positions in the current Spanish cabinet are not appointed by the prime minister, but rather by the king, who is also King Charles, and are elected by the royal senate. The cabinet positions directly appointed by King Charles are the deputy prime minister and the minister of royal affairs. The position of deputy prime minister in Spain is officially known as Minister of State, meaning a cabinet minister who assists the prime minister in handling state affairs. The deputy prime minister plays a crucial role, fulfilling the prime minister's role when the prime minister is unable to handle government affairs. The Minister of Royal Affairs, as the name suggests, assists the government in handling matters related to the royal family. Because it requires extensive knowledge of royal affairs, this position is also appointed directly by King Charles. In addition, the Secretary of State for the Colonies and the Secretary of State for Justice are elected by the Senate, and the Prime Minister and the ruling party do not have the power to replace or nominate them. King Charles also singled out the Secretary of State for Defense, one of the most important cabinet positions. Of course, the Minister of Defense was not appointed directly by Carlo, nor was he elected by the Senate. Instead, he was appointed through a vote within the Spanish Defense Council. The council consisted of 7 members: the King of Spain, the then Prime Minister, the then Commander-in-Chief of the Spanish Army, the then Commander-in-Chief of the Spanish Navy, the then Chief of the Spanish Defense General Staff, the then Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Guard, and the then Minister of Defense. This 7-member council voted to elect the new Minister of Defense at every cabinet change, preventing the Prime Minister from completely controlling the Minister of Defense. For Carlo, this arrangement clearly served him well. As the Grand Marshal of both the Spanish Army and Navy, it was quite natural for the King of Spain to be a member of the Defense Council. Most of the remaining members of the Defense Council were high-ranking military figures, especially the then Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Guard, who was completely under Carlo's command. This meant that Carlo only needed to win over one of the Grand Marshals of the Army and Navy, the Minister of Defense, or the Chief of Staff, to be highly unlikely to lose the vote for the Minister of Defense. By winning over 2 of them, Carlo would have the power to appoint the Minister of Defense. Although he couldn't directly decide the selection, the Spanish Prime Minister still held considerable power. 9 departments: finance, industry, agriculture, people's livelihoods, transport, public security, health, education, and foreign affairs, remained under the Prime Minister's control, totaling 10 cabinet seats. The positions outside the Prime Minister's control: the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Justice, the Secretary of State for the Crown, the Secretary of State for the Colonies, and the Secretary of State for Defense, actually only accounted for 5 seats. But as long as he maintained control over the all-important military, Carlo wouldn't have to worry about a similar crisis, no matter how the Spanish Prime Minister's choices changed. Of course, it was unlikely that Spain would see another Prime Minister like Primo. Prime Minister Primo's monopoly on power was unique, as he controlled not only the government but also the Spanish military. It was for this reason that Carlo separated the appointment of the Minister of Defense from the Prime Minister's portfolio and handed it over to the Defense Council for selection. Of the 6 seats on the Defense Council, Carlo himself held 1, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Guards also held another. By winning over any 2 of the remaining 4 positions, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, Minister of Defense, and Chief of the General Staff, Carlo would control the selection of Spain's Minister of Defense. Controlling the selection would allow him to exert unbridled influence over the military. With the support of the Guard, Carlo, with control of the military, would have complete control over Spain and steer it in his own direction. Although the Spanish Parliament would be reconstituted, Carlo did not intend to re-elect the Spanish cabinet. Continuing with the current cabinet was the most appropriate option, as Carlo held a significant voice in it. Blind changes would be undesirable. The current Spanish cabinet positions are as follows. Archduke Serrano serves as both Chief Minister and Minister of Defense, nominally holding the highest position and greatest power in the Spanish government. Count Canovas serves as both Secretary of State and Minister of Industry, a high-ranking official who, like Archduke Serrano, holds 2 cabinet posts. Unlike Archduke Serrano, while nominally Prime Minister, Archduke Serrano's primary responsibility remains the Ministry of Defense. Although Cunovus was only Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industry, he effectively shouldered the entire economic development of Spain. After all, Carlo had previously stated that Archduke Serrano possessed considerable status and influence, but was not particularly adept at economic development. There were currently no candidates for Minister of Justice and Minister of Colonial Affairs, and the newly merged Royal Senate had not yet begun elections for these two cabinet seats. Carlo favored Menotti as Minister of Royal Affairs. Menotti's loyalty and ability were evident during his explorations of Africa, and Canova was not averse to using him. Aval Bartel remained as Minister of Finance. Aval was a close confidant of Prime Minister Primo and a proven expert in financial management. Since the cabinet had not held elections, there was no need to replace such a capable Minister of Finance. Javier Soler was appointed Minister of Agriculture. As a member of the Conservative Party, Javier Soler had already gained Carlo's initial trust and was given a certain level of support. Carlisle Daniels was appointed Minister of Public Affairs. Carlisle was also a member of the Progressive Party, but unlike the more radical Ruiz, Carlisle leaned decidedly conservative. His tenure as Minister of Public Works wasn't particularly successful, but neither were his faults. His record could be considered mediocre. Ruiz was originally to hold the post of Minister of Transport. However, after being elected acting Prime Minister by Parliament, Ruiz performed disastrously during workers' demonstrations. Carlo dissolved Parliament and dismissed the Spanish cabinet. After just one day in office, Ruiz was disgraced and dismissed from his job, arrested by the Spanish army for crimes against the state. Carlo had little regard for such a radical reformer. Had he remained in power, Spain would likely have quickly become a republic. But history has taught us a lesson. Spain did become a republic during this period, but the transition didn't mark the end of internal struggles. Instead, the republic, which had lasted for several years, collapsed due to the struggles between various political parties and factions. From a bird's-eye view, this period of Spanish Republican history began with considerable haste and ended with considerable misery. Radical reformers like Ruiz failed to grasp the current situation in Spain. Spain doesn't need a republic, rather, a monarchy is the only way to maintain national unity and stability. The position of Minister of Transport is currently vacant, but Carlos intends to promote Deputy Minister of Transport, Icarus Montoya. Icarus has performed well, even outstandingly, in the transport department. If Icarus hadn't blocked some of Ruiz's more radical decisions, the transport department's performance this year might have been significantly lower. Having such a capable and experienced leader in the transport sector effectively mitigate the stagnation caused by the rotation of department heads. García Herrera is the Minister of Public Security. García is a rare non-partisan figure in the Spanish cabinet, but he is also a member of the Spanish aristocracy and, theoretically, more conservative. The name of the Minister of Health, Carlos, is unfamiliar, perhaps due to Spain's poor healthcare situation. After all, healthcare at the time was truly poor. Carlos's focus on medicine and biology was largely on research, with little attention paid to the medical sector. The current Minister of Health is Javier Jackson, a relatively famous figure in biology and medicine. The Minister of Education continues to be Gerard Wilson. Gerard Wilson has made good achievements in literacy education in Spain, and Carlo also intends to make further use of him. Anyway, there is no term limit for cabinet ministers in Spain. As long as one is capable enough, it is not an exaggeration to have a term in office in a cabinet position for decades. Finally, there is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is also a member of the nobility and holds the title of Marquess. Carlo is no stranger to the Marquess of Everton, because the Marquess of Everton is not only the first Spanish nobleman to express goodwill to Carlo, but also one of the first Spanish nobles to join the royal parliament. Chapter 198 General Election and Industrial Development. Beginning in December 1875, regional elections in Spain were incredibly lively. Because the results of regional parliamentary elections determine the candidates for each region's parliament, the elections in each region were fiercely competitive. These elections were also crucial for Spain's three main political parties. Only by securing over 60% of seats in the lower house could they form a government and appoint a prime minister. If they failed to secure over 60% of seats, the three major parties would have to consider forming a coalition government with other parties. During Prime Minister Primo's administration, Spain's lower house was dominated by the Progressive Party. Of the 208 seats in the lower house, The Progressive Party held over 51%, or 106. The Conservative Party was next, holding 25% of the total seats, or 52. The Liberal Party had the fewest seats of the three major parties, but still held over 20%, or 42 seats. This clearly demonstrated the control of the three major parties over seats in the lower house. Aside from the three major parties, only 8 of the 208 seats in the former lower house of parliament were held by parties other than the three major parties and independents. This disparity was largely due to the consequences of the revolution. The revolution led to the establishment of a constitutional government in Spain, a parliamentary constitutional monarchy with parliament as the core. To promote reform, Prime Minister Primo was forced to strengthen his control over the government and parliament. This resulted in a large number of progressive and liberal members in the lower house of parliament, forcing the Conservatives to a second-place position, holding about the same number of seats as the newly formed Liberal Party. However, the actual situation in Spain suggests that the number of Conservatives and Independents is much larger. The aristocracy, Spain's most powerful class, is overwhelmingly conservative or conservative-leaning independents. This means that the proportion of Conservatives and Independents in the new lower house of parliament will increase, widening the gap with the Liberals. Carlo estimates that the Progressives and Conservatives should each hold around 30%, or about 100 seats each. The Liberal Party's share should be around 10%, and 30 seats would be quite good. Independents likely outnumber the Liberals, accounting for around 20% of the lower house, or about 58 seats. While the support for the three major parties varies across regions, this percentage is a reasonable estimate of Spain's overall political landscape. After all, Prime Minister Primo, who supported the Progressive Party, has announced his retirement from politics. Spain's current Prime Minister, Archduke Serrano, and Deputy Prime Minister, Count Canovas, are both members of the Conservative Party. Carlo believes the Liberal Party's share of seats in the lower house does not exceed 10% because the current Spanish Liberal Party lacks a key figure leading the overall effort. The Progressive Party has Prime Minister Primo, while the Conservatives have Archduke Serrano and Count Canovas. The Liberal Party currently lacks a prominent leader. The only person with a certain level of prestige in the government, Praxedes Mateo Sagasta, is a Liberal Party member, but his actions and principles are more like those of the Progressive Party, or rather, the Progressive Liberal Party under Prime Minister Primo's rule. Mateo is also quite famous in Spanish history. He formed 7 governments and was a rival of Canovas. In particular, for nearly 13 years, from 1884 to 1897, the position of Prime Minister of Spain alternated between Canovas and Mateo, fulfilling Mateo's pursuit of a limited monarchy, where power was shared between the king and parliament to ensure political stability and peace. This period of exchange between him and Canovas also marked a period of relatively stable development in Spain. Unfortunately, both Canovas and Mateo died around the turn of the 20th century, Canovas in 1897 and Mateo in 1903. After their deaths, the Spanish political system gradually fell into chaos, ultimately leading to the Second Spanish Republic. Carlo had a certain admiration for Mateo. He was not an extremist, but rather supported the establishment of a limited monarchy. On this point, Mateo and Prime Minister Primo shared the same views. Their ideal government wasn't one entirely controlled by Parliament, but rather one where power was shared between the king and Parliament, with government shifting back and forth between several parties. This ensured that no single party or faction dominated politics, thus preventing a dictatorship from emerging in Spain. For this reason, Carlo ultimately decided to keep the Liberal Party alive, hoping that Mateo could lead it to become one of Spain's 3 largest parties, alongside the Conservatives and the Progressives, a position that wasn't achieved by simply supporting reform. While regional elections were underway in Spain, a lengthy cabinet meeting was underway in the government building, the epicenter of power in Spain. This cabinet meeting was convened at the request of Prime Minister Archduke Serrano, and Carlo, King of Spain, also attended. Unlike during the Primo administration, Carlo only had the power to listen to the meetings and didn't have the authority to issue orders to the cabinet or its ministers. However, during the Serrano administration, Carlo already possessed this power, at least the other ministers wouldn't dare ignore Carlo's opinions. During the stalemate stage of the meeting, Carlo's opinion even became an important way to end the stalemate. Although this meeting was convened by Archduke Serrano, Carlo had become the person who had the final say in the meeting. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister," Based on the latest news from European countries, I think the economic crisis is likely to come back in the new year. Aval Bartel, the then Spanish Minister of Finance, expressed his opinion in the meeting with a very serious expression. Carlo nodded, looked at the Minister of Finance, who was trusted by Prime Minister Primo and quite capable, and asked, "Is there any relevant evidence?" Carlo certainly knew that this economic crisis broke out twice and had an impact on European and American countries for several years. But the results were completely different when it was raised by others and when it was raised by Carlo. Carlo did not need such a prophet to add mystery to himself. Taking early precautions and preventing Spain from being affected was what Carlo should do. Aval nodded, took out the information he had prepared long ago, handed it to Carlo, and then continued, "This shows a certain correlation between the scale of industrial production and market prices in European countries. Although the impact of this year's economic crisis has been much less severe than in the previous 2 years, it doesn't mean it's over. On the contrary, I believe the British economy is very likely to collapse. If they can't save the London market before the crisis returns, London's economic crisis will likely be the next to hit." During the economic crisis, at least a quarter of steel mills and factories across Europe were forced to shut down, with some cases reaching a third. However, in London, the number of factories affected was far less. Given the UK's remoteness from continental Europe, I believe the impact of the economic crisis will be delayed. And this year, factory bankruptcies in the UK are continuing. As a country with a highly developed industry, the UK has been hit hardest by the economic crisis. If the crisis ignites, it could easily become a new economic crisis no less severe than the last one. I believe we must prepare in advance to deal with the potential for a new wave of crisis that could spread across Europe. Carlo reviewed the data Aval had prepared, and it was indeed as he had predicted. During the previous economic crisis, Germany and Austria were the hardest hit. Data for the United States is incomplete. Theoretically, however, Britain, as the most industrially advanced nation, should have been the hardest hit. The UK hasn't been affected on the scale of Germany and Austria, in part because its industrial and economic development hasn't been as rapid as that of Germany and the United States in recent years. Furthermore, Britain has a larger colony, representing a vast market. Britain doesn't face the same severe overproduction problems as Germany and the United States, naturally allowing it to withstand the initial stages of the economic crisis. However, the impact of the economic crisis was widespread. As the strongest in both industry and economy in Europe, Britain was not immune. The outbreak of the economic crisis led to a sharp decline in the price of manufactured goods in Europe. The price drop for processed metal products, particularly steel, was particularly dramatic. The overall decline in European prices put British factories under even greater pressure. They had to either lower the prices or face competition from low-priced European manufactured goods. Furthermore, the fact that countries around the world reduced imports during the economic crisis also posed a risk to British industry. These combined risks meant that, while British industrial development wasn't as sluggish as that of Germany and the United States, it wasn't completely secure. While Carlos supports the need to prevent a second economic crisis, this doesn't mean he will express his views directly. As King of Spain, Carlos' role isn't to express his views directly, but rather to allow the cabinet to express its own views on the matter. This is crucial for mobilizing cabinet members. There's a fundamental difference between simply issuing direct orders and having cabinet ministers work out a solution through consultation. A self-proposed solution will also have greater momentum when implemented. While direct orders might work in the short term, they might cause dissatisfaction among some cabinet ministers in the long term. Another important goal is to stimulate cabinet ministers' enthusiasm and thinking, preventing the Spanish government from becoming too rigid. While Carlo can be forthright in expressing his views on the economic crisis, this doesn't mean he can decisively find a reasonable solution to every problem. Active discussion among cabinet members is crucial. This not only allows for collective wisdom to find better solutions, but also fosters a sense of participation among cabinet ministers, fostering a more democratic Spanish government. Of course, another crucial point was finding someone to blame if things failed. If the king himself proposed a proposal, he would undoubtedly be held responsible. However, if a proposal came from another cabinet minister, even if its implementation ultimately failed, the king would not bear significant responsibility. This was also the principle of kingship that Carlo had grasped. Although Carlo sought to create a government that would obey his orders, this did not mean that every aspect of the Spanish government would be governed by his orders. Carlo would only guide the government in the right direction. The detailed implementation would still be up to the cabinet government. Seeing that Carlo did not express any opinion, Archduke Serrano paused before turning to Secretary of State Canovas and asking, "Count Canovas, what do you think?" Archduke Serrano was not particularly adept at economic development. Since Carlo had no intention of commenting, Archduke Serrano could only consult the Deputy Prime Minister, who possessed greater experience and competence. The Deputy Prime Minister's official title was Secretary of State, essentially a cabinet minister who assisted the Prime Minister in handling state affairs. Since Archduke Serrano was undecided, it seemed reasonable to consult Count Canovas. "I think it's necessary." Count Canovas expressed his opinion, but he didn't offer a definitive answer. Instead, he said tactfully, "I think a vote is appropriate. If everyone feels the need to prepare for a second economic crisis, then naturally, we should." During Canovas' nearly 2 years as Minister of Industry, he had a deep understanding of the economic crisis's impact on industry and the losses suffered by European countries. But despite his understanding, Canovas wouldn't be so foolish as to make a direct decision in front of Carlo. Carlo hadn't expressed his opinion, so how could he, the Deputy Prime Minister, make the final decision? Having the cabinet minister's vote was clearly the most conservative option, but also the best one. Whether the vote favored a preemptive response or simply disbelieved in the possibility of a second economic crisis, the vote involved all cabinet members, ensuring there was no overreach in front of Carlo. The cabinet members voted quickly, and a majority supported a preemptive response. In reality, there wasn't much to vote for. After all, responding to the economic crisis wouldn't require the Spanish government to incur significant costs. Archduke Serrano's indecision, coupled with Count Canovas's reluctance to overstep his authority before Charles, led to this unnecessary vote. However, the outcome was positive, as Charles had expected. Although there's a possibility of a second economic crisis in the new year, it's not all bad news for us, Minister of State Canovas said to Charles and the other cabinet ministers, smiling as he stood up after the vote. As long as we can avoid the impact of this economic crisis, we can use it to accelerate development and close the gap with countries like Britain, France, and Germany. Given our current pace of industrial and economic development, this is easily achievable. We currently have ample funds to manage the risks posed by the economic crisis. This may not be a crisis for us, but rather an opportunity to accelerate development. The other cabinet ministers nodded in agreement. While the economic crisis had impacted Spain, the impact was minor, or perhaps not fatal. While the economic crisis severely impacted industrial production in Europe's major powers, Spain's industrial output was surprisingly spared. At the time of the crisis, Spain's industrial sector was limited, with only a handful of factories bankrupting. Even during the crisis, Spain's industry achieved positive growth. This was quite rare, given the continued decline in industrial production in other countries due to the crisis, and it demonstrates that the Spanish government's efforts during the crisis were not in vain. The cabinet deserves the primary credit for averting the impact of this economic crisis, Carlo nodded, praising the cabinet's efforts. "Once this crisis is over, I will reward everyone according to their contributions. But before that, we must prepare for a second wave of the economic crisis and, at the same time, find opportunities within this crisis to close the gap between Spain and other European powers." The mention of rewards for merit lit up the faces of everyone present, expressing anticipation. Spain is, after all, a monarchy, and the aristocracy holds considerable weight there. Whether in the progressive, conservative, or liberal parties, the idea of becoming a noble is naturally well received. This not only represented an elevation in status but also a rise in political influence. Furthermore, in addition to the bounty of titles, nobles could also receive other rewards, including land, funds, and factory shares. While the new nobility, bestowed by Carlo, could not obtain the land, castles, and estates of the traditional landed nobility, they could still receive some funds and other benefits, in short, numerous benefits. The nobility was also the most powerful force in Spain. Becoming a member of the Spanish nobility signified membership in the upper echelons of the Spanish kingdom. In that case, why don't each department report on their achievements this year and, at the same time, set tasks for next year? Archduke Serrano said with a smile. If a second economic crisis does indeed strike next year, It means that next year's development will be crucial for Spain. Preemptive development plans are essential, and I hope that each department will successfully complete them, making our country even stronger. The so-called performance reports were essentially a way for Carlo to understand the specific work of each department and, by extension, the achievements of its ministers. The cabinet ministers with greater achievements would receive greater rewards. Archduke Serrano, already at the pinnacle of the Spanish nobility, no longer desired rewards. But other nobles were different. Most of the cabinet ministers were non-nobles, yet they still yearned to become true nobles. Excluding Ruiz from the current Spanish government, all the ministers in the cabinet supported the monarchy. Your Majesty, the industrial sector is developing very well. Construction of our Barcelona industrial base is progressing smoothly, and we hope to begin initial production in the new year. So far, over 786 new factories of all sizes have been added nationwide, including 472 with capital exceeding 50,000 pesetas and 133 with capital exceeding 100,000 pesetas. Currently, there are 34 large factories in various regions of our country with a value exceeding 1 million pesetas or employing more than 1,000 people, primarily concentrated in Madrid, Seville, and Barcelona. The industrial sector plans to invest over 12.25 million pesetas in the new year to promote the development of factories and related enterprises nationwide, and to bring more factories to the Barcelona industrial base. Without the impact of the economic crisis, my country would have expected the number of new factories to reach a new high in the new year. However, due to the need to prepare for the impact of the economic crisis, the number of new factories in the new year may be reduced to around 500. However, the industrial sector plans to invest over 15 million pesetas to help factories cope with a potential economic crisis, which will further reduce the impact of the economic crisis on my country's industry. Currently, my country's total steel production has exceeded 950,000 tons and is expected to officially break the million-ton mark in the new year. My country's annual steel production exceeds 270,000 tons and its annual pig iron production exceeds 680,000 tons, both of which show significant growth compared to last year. However, considering the impact of the economic crisis, the industrial sector has set the expected growth target for steel production in the new year at 1 million tons, with steel production of 300,000 tons and iron production of 700,000 tons, respectively. Cunning reported in detail on the status of the industrial sector and its development in the coming year, setting a good example for other cabinet ministers. In the 2 years since Cunning took over the industrial sector has developed rapidly. This is why Carlo is satisfied with Cunning's evidence and plans to make him the new Prime Minister of Spain. Although he is a member of the Conservative Party, Cunning's personal ability is quite good. With Carlo formulating the general direction of Spain's development and Cunning controlling the details of the smaller directions, Carlo is confident that he will witness a new golden period of development in Spain. Of course, it is impossible for Cunning to be the Prime Minister of Spain forever. Talents like Matteo, Carlo does not mind. He means giving him some time to grow. If there are truly capable people competing with Cunning, and after confirming their loyalty, Carlo would certainly like to see more people competing for the position of Prime Minister to avoid the same person sitting in the position of Prime Minister for too long. Carlo's intention to maintain the three major parties in Spain is actually to let the Prime Minister candidate alternate among these three parties, so that the three parties can compete with each other and supervise each other. The three parties can also avoid the phenomenon of two-party struggle for opposition for the sake of opposition, as in the British government. In addition, Carlo's control in the middle can also ensure that the King of Spain has enough power and will not be marginalized by the Prime Minister or Parliament and become a mascot. 6,100 word to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 199, Political Examination Bureau and Anti-Corruption Bureau. At this cabinet meeting, the Spanish government set the development theme for the new year as stability with progress, primarily pursuing industrial and economic stability and, secondarily, achieving progress based on existing foundations. If a second economic crisis were to strike again, Spain would be fortunate to be able to maintain its current industrial and economic scale. Achieving rapid growth during an economic crisis, even if successful, would easily attract the attention of other major powers. This cabinet meeting demonstrates the growing influence of Carlos in the Spanish government. One clear signal is that after the cabinet meeting, Carlo instructed the Royal Senate, the upper house, to strengthen oversight of officials, rigorously scrutinizing and eliminating corrupt and incompetent officials. If the performance evaluation bill promoted by Prime Minister Primo was a relatively mild measure of scrutiny, Carlo's anti-corruption campaign was a more forceful one. The Senate has the power to oversee the cabinet and other officials, so promoting anti-corruption efforts is a natural step. Starting in December 1875, while Spain was holding lower house elections, it also vigorously promoted anti-corruption and oversight work, including examining the legitimacy and accuracy of performance appraisals of regional government officials over the previous year. Although Prime Minister Primo controlled the cabinet government, this did not mean that officials under him had no recourse. Despite the nationwide implementation of the performance appraisal law, some officials still falsified performance appraisals, shifting poor scores to better ones. The annual performance appraisal results were reported to the cabinet government and regional councils and served as a key basis for official promotions. Such tampering with performance appraisals allowed more corrupt and incompetent officials to rise to higher levels of regional and even cabinet government. Carlo had a certain tolerance for corruption, but he would not tolerate both corruption and incompetence. For these individuals, Carlo conducted regular annual reviews and removals. Only when the Spanish government is composed entirely of capable or non-corrupt officials can it be vibrant, rather than the stagnant state that characterized Queen Isabel's reign. To improve the efficiency of performance reviews of regional officials and strengthen oversight of regional and cabinet officials, the Senate, at Carlo's suggestion, voted to establish the Performance Assessment Bureau and the Anti-Corruption Bureau to handle these two tasks. As key departments of the Senate in exercising its oversight of the government and officials, the importance of these two bodies is self-evident. The Speaker of the Senate serves as the director of each bureau, with 3 deputy directors elected by the Senate, who may not be members of the ruling party or the coalition government. The Speaker of the Senate was recently elected, and it was Duke Jacopo, a figure well known to Carlo. Indeed, the Senate's dominance by aristocrats was predestined from the beginning, with the influx of aristocrats into the Senate. The Speaker elected by the nobles was undoubtedly one of their own. Duke Jacopo was not only a long-standing Spanish duke, but also held Charles's trust, making him the most suitable candidate for Speaker of the Senate. This also shows that Spain's bicameral system was beginning to resemble the British, rather than being a unique entity as before. Spain's upper and lower houses, officially known as the Royal Senate and the Chamber of Deputies, were originally independent of the king, with the Senate holding considerable power. However, this dynamic was immediately reshaped after Charles dissolved Parliament and announced its reconstruction. The Senate, previously composed of representatives from the regions, was replaced by the Royal Senate, composed of representatives from the regions and the nobility, shifting from a system more similar to the U.S. Senate to one more similar to the British House of Lords. As is well known, the titles of nobles are hereditary, so their seats in the House of Lords were naturally hereditary as well, similar to the British system. Since December 1875, Duke Jacopo, who served concurrently as director of the Political Examination Bureau and the Anti-Corruption Bureau, was so busy that he was almost invisible. Since being elected president of the Senate, Duke Jacopo has enjoyed immense power, a fact he relishes. However, Carlo's demands for a thorough review of the performance evaluations of regional officials and a nationwide anti-corruption campaign have naturally necessitated his travels across Spain as director of 2 major bureaus. While Prime Minister Primo's official performance evaluation system has effectively alleviated some corruption, it's only a partial solution. The rampant corruption across Spain will be difficult to eradicate without robust and rigorous oversight. During the 2 weeks Duke Jacopo traveled across Spain, he uncovered more than a dozen instances of performance evaluation revisions. This was only within the regional governments. Extending the investigation to municipalities and even towns would undoubtedly lead to even greater levels of revisions and corruption. After Duke Jacopo reported these data to Carlo, he received a brief order, severe action to serve as a warning to others. Duke Jacopo, upon receiving the order, naturally acted without hesitation. However, this earned him the reputation of a butcher in the eyes of Spanish officials, earning him the nickname Jacobo the Cruel. Over the next week or so, Duke Jacopo dealt with over 20 regional officials, including higher-ranking officials like the governor of La Rioja. Officials found guilty of tampering with their performance evaluations received a poor grade in 1875 and were barred from promotion or parliamentary election for 2 years. Those found guilty of serious corruption were dismissed from office and required to disgorge all embezzled funds within 3 months. Failure to disgorge all property within 3 months resulted in the confiscation of all property and a minimum prison sentence of 10 years. Duke Jacobo set a minimum threshold of 1,500 pesetas. Those found guilty of corruption below 1,500 pesetas were exempted from punishment. In particular, capable officials were given a second chance, provided their embezzlement did not exceed 1,500 pesetas. Those found guilty of corruption exceeding 1,500 pesetas could be given a lighter sentence, such as a poor performance evaluation and the recovery of embezzled funds, if they have a strong record or demonstrated competence. However, those with neither record nor competence, and whose embezzlement exceeds 1,500 pesetas, must face severe punishment to deter other corrupt officials. Furthermore, some regional governments in Spain are known for their lack of competence and substantial embezzlement. An official in the Valencia region embezzled an astonishing 100,000 pesetas, making it the largest embezzler apprehended since the implementation of the official performance evaluation system. Now that they had apprehended this culprit, there was no need to refute their actions. After days of searching for evidence, the embezzler was publicly executed on the streets of Valencia and impaled on a wooden pole. By confiscating the embezzler's property, Duke Jacobo recovered over 120,000 pesetas. These funds will be reinvested in Valencia's development, offsetting the impact of corruption on its development. Furthermore, this extensive review of officials and public prosecution of those found guilty of corruption has rapidly bolstered the prestige of the Spanish interim cabinet and bolstered Charles's support. Duke Jacobo's reputation among officials is not particularly good, but among the Spanish public, he has been described as a sort of Damocles hanging over their heads, receiving widespread praise from the media. While much of this credit can be attributed to the guidance of the royally controlled press, it is clear that the Spanish public is currently expressing strong support and interest in Charles's anti-corruption campaign. Duke Jacobo is a sharp sword, and the wielder of this sword is naturally King Charles of Spain. While the public lavishly praises Duke Jacobo, they also recognize Charles, the true driving force behind this anti-corruption campaign. Since some point, the Spanish press has been hyping Charles as the wise ruler Spain has long awaited for a century. Initially, the Spanish public didn't fully embrace this view. But after more than 6 years of Charles' arrival, this sentiment had grown, even reaching a majority. For the Spanish, whoever could lead Spain to greater heights was considered a truly wise ruler. Coincidentally, Charles's predecessors were both notoriously incompetent. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that Charles, as a wise monarch, quickly gained recognition among the Spanish people. Taking Charles alone, his actions might not be considered a wise monarch. But compared to Isabella II and the irascible King Ferdinand VI, he was undeniably wise. Why? Isabella II's incompetence and debauchery are undeniable. She sparked the Spanish Revolution and ultimately brought down the Bourbon dynasty. Had it not been for the limited ability of her successor, Amadeo I, and the equally chaotic Spanish Republic, Spain and the Bourbon dynasty would likely have ceased to exist. Such a king, who brought about the downfall of his country, was undoubtedly the most incompetent. While his father, the fiery King Ferdinand VI, wasn't the king who ultimately destroyed Spain, he directly contributed to decades of chaos in Spain. Ferdinand VI's incompetence was innumerable, and he and his daughter, Isabella II, were the primary culprits in Spain's decline from a major power to a second-tier European power. When Napoleon invaded Spain, Prince Ferdinand VI led the French army and forced his father, Charles IV, to abdicate, establishing him as the new king of Spain. However, Napoleon, now in control of France, ended Ferdinand's dreams by detaining him in France and installing his brother, Joseph Bonaparte, as the new king of Spain. During the French invasion, the Spanish people spontaneously resisted the French invasion and rallied behind the imprisoned Prince Ferdinand. However, upon his return, Ferdinand overturned Spain's liberal constitution, imposing a brutal and bloody dictatorship that betrayed his supporters. It was also due to Ferdinand VI's brutal dictatorship that Spain lost most of its colonies in the Americas during his reign, completely plunging from a powerful colonial empire into the abyss. During Ferdinand VI's dictatorship, constitutionalists and Republicans in the army rebelled. Ferdinand VI surrendered to the army and publicly swore an oath of support for the liberal constitution before the constitution, but later reneged on his promise and used foreign forces to suppress the uprising. After the failure of Napoleon's restoration, France returned to Bourbon rule. Ferdinand VI, also a Bourbon, used various tactics to deliberately weaken the Spanish army in order to align with France, thereby reducing opposition within the army and facilitating French intervention in the Spanish rebellion. Furthermore, Ferdinand Villa's forced changes to the succession law led to the decades-long Carlist rebellion in Spain. This rebellion deprived Spain of a great opportunity for development and continued the chaos that continued until World War II. During this period, the Spanish-American War cost Spain its only two major colonies, directly leading to its decline into a second-rate European power, and its subsequent reputation has been largely forgotten. When later generations consider European powers, they often think of Germany, which single-handedly challenged Europe in World War I and World War II, the mighty British Empire of the Victorian era, France, which dominated Europe during the Napoleonic era, Russia, a decadent nation capable of victory through sheer numbers, and the unique Austro-Hungarian Empire. But they rarely think of Spain, the world's first empire on which the sun never set. Spain's decline stems from a variety of factors, and the Bourbons cannot be solely blamed. However, it is undeniable that during the decades of the reigns of Ferdinand Villai and Queen Isabella, Spain rapidly degenerated from a powerful colonial empire to a second-rate nation with few colonies. These two remarkable father-daughter monarchs, Ferdinand Villai and Isabella II, could easily be considered the most incompetent father-son, or daughter-king combination in Europe. It was precisely because of their poor performance that Carlo quickly gained the support of the Spanish people. In reality, the Spanish people didn't ask for much. They simply wanted a stable and peaceful environment for development, along with a faint glimmer of hope for national revival. Since Carlo offered them this glimmer of hope, they were willing to cling to it and fight for the hope of national revival for Spain. While conducting a nationwide anti-corruption campaign and performance review, Carlo also reiterated requirements for official performance evaluations. Performance evaluations are simple. They primarily assess the changes in a department or city an official oversees during their tenure. Whether it's industry, agriculture, the economy, or education, as long as there's a certain level of growth, that official's achievements are considered. While such indicators may lead officials to place too much emphasis on paper figures, for Spain right now, having data is better than having none. At least in the short term, vigorously developing industry, agriculture, the economy, and education will have more benefits than disadvantages. Spain's development hasn't reached a bottleneck yet. Under the current circumstances, rapid development will only make it stronger. As Christmas approached, land seized from rebellious nobles and officials involved in the rebellion began to be sold or leased to farmers in batches. Land prices varied widely across regions. Fertile plains offered high prices for farmland, while less fertile or even barren mountainous areas offered lower prices. The same was true for land rents. Rents were not fixed but varied based on past harvests, local grain prices, and farmers' incomes. The Land Rental Act also regulated land rents. Whether for fertile or barren land, rents could not exceed a quarter of the income. Farming families with incomes below the average annual income could apply for agricultural tax deductions of up to 30%. Dependents of members of the Royal Army could apply for a 1-year land tax exemption, plus an additional 3 years of agricultural tax deductions of up to 25%. For combat wounds or deaths, the agricultural tax deductions could be extended for 10 years. While the Royal Guards enjoyed slightly better treatment, overall, the benefits were comparable. In this era, there was no comprehensive pension system, and the compensation a soldier received upon his death depended entirely on the ruler's willingness to provide. Carlo was quite generous in this regard, at least offering subsidies and compensation to soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the country and the royal family. Soldiers' families also received certain agricultural and commercial tax breaks. In short, military service offered numerous benefits, encouraging Spaniards to enlist. Under this system, Spaniards were not averse to joining the military, and some even hoped to gain the opportunity to earn a knighthood through military merit. Even if they didn't receive a knighthood, receiving land and financial subsidies was quite rewarding. For farming families in particular, the more land they owned, the higher their income. Land awarded for military merit allowed them to relocate their land. This allowed them to consolidate their plots, making planting and harvesting easier while also saving them the hassle of traveling. Carlo and the Spanish government also encouraged recipients of land grants to consolidate their plots through land exchanges. Consolidated plots facilitated future agricultural development, facilitating the use of fertilizers and mechanized farming, compared to fragmented plots 5,000 word 2 in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 200, House of Commons Elections and Educational Outcomes. After an unusual Christmas, January 1st, 1876, arrived. Charles' eldest son, Juan Fernando, was nearly 7 months old by Christmas Day and could crawl around in Carlo's large bed. Carlo doted on the little one, spending the entire Christmas Day playing with him, fully fulfilling his fatherly duties. Notably, the little one was also incredibly fond of his father. When Carlo approached his bedside, he immediately scrambled to his father's side, a move that made Queen Sophie, who had been caring for him, a little jealous. With the addition of the little one, the Christmas atmosphere at the palace became much more lively. While the palace's Christmas celebrations were equally grand in previous years, they seemed rather lonely and desolate with only Charles and Queen Sophie. From then on, the number of members of the Spanish royal family would undoubtedly increase with each passing Christmas. Queen Sophie's health had almost fully recovered, and Carlo expressed his intention to have another child with her in the new year. Since the Spanish royal family had no financial concerns, it was natural for the princes and princesses to have as many children as possible. Only with a growing royal family could the family flourish and avoid the risk of extinction. The good news was that both Charles and Queen Sophie were still young, with plenty of time to have children over the next decade or so. With any luck, Charles might have enough children to fill a football team. The royal family's high number of children also set an example, encouraging the public to have more children and boosting Spain's population growth. As January 1876 approached, regional elections for members of the House of Representatives in Spain were drawing to a close. The first to conclude were in the Madrid region and several less populous regions. Since these smaller regions naturally don't win many seats in the House of Representatives, the elections for individual seats are likely to be completed very quickly. Charles immediately received the election reports from these regions, which had already completed their elections. 4 regions had completed their elections: Madrid, the Balearic Islands, La Rioja, and Cantabria. The Progressive Party still holds a majority in the fewer than 30 lower house seats held by these 4 regions, but its numbers no longer offer a crushing advantage over the Conservatives. The Progressive Party holds only about 40% of the lower house, while the Conservatives' share has risen to 30%. The Liberal Party has only 2 members, representing less than 10% of all legislators in these 4 regions. While the results represent only 4 regional elections, they offer a glimpse into the current state of support for various parties across Spain. The Progressive Party, bolstered by the lingering influence of Prime Minister Primo, remains Spain's largest party. However, without Primo's support, the Liberal Party is no longer one of Spain's 3 largest parties, alongside the Conservatives. A significant gap has emerged between them and the Progressive and Conservatives. While Carlo remains optimistic about Mateo's ability to lead the Liberal Party to growth, given the current political landscape in Spain, the path to becoming a formidable force on par with the Conservatives and Progressives is undoubtedly fraught with difficulty. More than half a month passed, and finally, at the end of January, elections for all 298 seats in the Spanish lower house were completed. The new lower house officially convened on February 3, 1876. The distribution of the 298 seats in the lower house was not much different from Carlo's initial predictions. The Progressive Party remained the largest party in Spain, holding 37.6% of the lower house and a total of 112 seats. The Conservative Party jumped to second place, significantly closing the gap with the Progressive Party. The Conservative Party's share was also as high as 33.2%, almost becoming the second party in Spain to hold over 100 seats in the lower house. The Liberal Party lagged far behind, winning only 34 seats, or 11.4% of the total seats in the lower house. In addition, approximately 17.8% of the lower house members were independents, holding a total of 53 seats, more than the third largest party, the Liberal Party. After the House of Commons was reorganized, Carlo personally attended its first meeting. Meetings with nearly 300 people were undoubtedly more lively than those with 200. The venue had been temporarily expanded to accommodate nearly 300 members. After the House of Commons was established, the next most important task was to elect the Speaker. The position of Speaker is quite important. Externally, it serves as a symbol of the House, while internally, it wields the power to preside over House meetings, pass House bills, and announce election results. Because the Speaker is also a member of Parliament, he or she possesses all the powers of a member of Parliament. The Speaker presides over the House of Commons' weekly regular and emergency meetings. Therefore, the first act of the House of Commons after its establishment was to elect a new Speaker by a vote of all members. The distribution of seats in the House of Commons suggests that the Speaker will likely be chosen from either the Progressive Party or the Conservative Party. However, because neither party holds more than 50% of the seats in the House of Commons, they need to win over members of other parties or independents to ensure their own speakership. Spain and the UK currently share certain similarities in their systems. While cabinet ministers are mostly appointed by the Prime Minister, this is not unconditional. Even with the Prime Minister's support, to become a cabinet minister in Spain, one must first be a member of either house. Only after becoming a member can one be nominated for cabinet ministership. This system ensures that parliamentary elections serve as a preliminary screening tool before becoming a cabinet minister. With rare exceptions, most individuals who become members of both houses generally possess considerable competence. After days of competitive elections, the House of Commons has finally elected a new Speaker, Juan Fernandez, a member of the Progressive Party. The battle for the speakership between the Progressive Party and the Conservatives was a stalemate. However, considering the Conservative Party's monopoly on the positions of Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, Carlo settled on the Progressive Party for Speaker of the House of Representatives. Compared to the Conservatives, the Progressive Party, shaped by Prime Minister Primo, was currently the most suitable choice for governing Spain. If it weren't for the radical stance of his second-in-command, Ruiz, Carlo might not have necessarily chosen Cunovas to succeed Primo. 1876 was destined to be a busy year for Carlo. During the day, he attended various government and important meetings, and at night, he toiled with Queen Sophie. If Carlo hadn't prioritized exercise since arriving in Spain, such exhausting daytime and nighttime activities would have been too much. In his free time, Carlo also enjoyed fun with his two maids, Anna and Alice, making the most of his time. With all this hard work, Queen Sophie soon brought good news. Thanks to the experience gained by Juan Fernando Jr., when pregnancy symptoms began to show, Queen Sophie quickly realized she might be pregnant. Although this was her second child, Charles and Queen Sophie remained devoted to the little one. From the moment that pregnancy was confirmed, she was constantly accompanied by the royal physician, along with a large number of maids and servants who were always on hand. The entire Spanish royal palace employs just over 100 servants, with Queen Sophie alone numbering over 20. Speaking of these palace servants, it's important to mention the palace's rigorous selection and training process. All of the over 100 servants currently employed undergo background checks, effectively eliminating any possibility of Republican infiltration. Furthermore, Charles sought out orphans from across Spain for training, selecting some who were loyal but less capable to become servants and maids. Beyond this rigorous selection and training system, Charles was also generous with the salaries and benefits offered to all palace servants. The minimum salary for a palace servant exceeded the average Spanish annual income, and the average salary far exceeded it. Servants in more prominent positions, in particular, received substantial income increases to ensure their loyalty. While Carlo trusted his servants, the Royal Security Intelligence Service maintained surveillance. After all, this was a matter of personal and family safety, so it was only natural to attach great importance to it. One February morning, Education Minister Gerard Wilson sought an audience with Carlo, bringing him delightful news: the latest progress in Spain's literacy program. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Education has compiled the latest statistics on literacy, and the data is exactly as we expected. Gerard Wilson beamed. His first act upon meeting Carlo was to share the good news. Carlo nodded, took the literacy data from Gerard Wilson, and began to peruse it. The data showed that Spain's literacy program had achieved remarkable results in 1875, the previous year. By 1874, the number of people participating in literacy programs had reached a staggering 1 million. While this was largely driven by the desire to take advantage of Carlo's free lunch, it's undeniable that these participants in literacy programs effectively reduced Spain's illiteracy rate. By the beginning of 1875, Spain's illiteracy rate had fallen below 39%, a significant improvement from the approximately 70% seen immediately after Carlo's coronation. A year later, the illiteracy rate plummeted again, now totaling less than 35%. According to government data, by the beginning of 1876, Spain's population was approximately 18.25 million, estimated, of which the illiteracy rate had fallen to under 6.4 million. A significant portion of this number consisted of young children who were unable to access education and the elderly who were too old to attend school. Beyond these groups, the remaining illiterate population consisted largely of breadwinners who constantly worked to earn an income. These individuals lacked the free time to pursue literacy programs, and factories often refused to grant them vacation time, presenting the greatest challenge to literacy programs. Fortunately, reforms to labor laws ensured more rest for Spain's vast majority of workers and other employees. While the improvement is modest, according to government estimates, workers now have an average of half an hour to an hour more rest time per day than before. If the 70% illiteracy rate a few years ago was considered excessive, the current rate of less than 35% isn't considered bad by European standards. While powerful nations like Britain, France, and Germany have lower illiteracy rates, they are, after all, highly developed nations. Large swathes of Europe still have large numbers of illiterate and low-income people, which in turn lowers per capita educational attainment and income levels. Spain's per capita educational attainment and illiteracy rates are relatively good across Europe, at least reaching an average level. Compared to fellow power Russia, Spain's educational achievements are particularly impressive. Russia's population is largely illiterate, making universal education extremely difficult. Despite Russia's reforms, they were not thorough. Peasants remain at the bottom of the social ladder, denied even the most basic human rights, let alone the right to education. Of course, Russia's large population is also one of the factors contributing to its strength. The reputation of Europe's bulldozers is world-renowned, making Russia one of Europe's 5 traditional powers, rivaling Britain, France, Germany, and Austria. Later powers like the United States and Italy still lag far behind Russia. It's precisely because of this that, despite Russia's poor performance in per capita income and education, it remains a powerful nation, an undisputed one. The Ministry of Education has done a great job. You've lived up to Prime Minister Primo's expectations, Carlo said, looking at Education Minister Gerard Wilson with satisfaction, expressing his deep appreciation for this capable minister. Over a year ago, Gerard Wilson proposed the dual-track education model, advocating a balanced approach of general and technical education to simultaneously cultivate the highly educated and skilled professionals Spain needs. This dual-track model has already begun in Spain and is expected to yield results soon. In particular, the technical schools established by the Spanish government have already enrolled a large number of technical trainees. After completing their technical training, these trainees will become the highly skilled professionals Spain desperately needs. Gerard Wilson, the Minister of Education who proposed this system, had long since earned Carlo's approval and support, and had been successfully re-elected as Minister of Education. Hearing what Carlo said, Gerard Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had earned Carlo's trust with his own abilities, he was, after all, the Minister of Education appointed by Prime Minister Primo and a member of the Progressive Party. If Carlo was dissatisfied with the way Prime Minister Primo had once monopolized power and intended to completely sever ties between the current Spanish government and Prime Minister Primo, then he would most likely have to bid farewell to the Spanish cabinet government and end his political career. At present, Carlo had no intention of completely severing ties with Prime Minister Primo. As a minister from the same party as Prime Minister Primo, Gerard Wilson could still remain in the position of Minister of Education and excel. All this is thanks to your Majesty, Gerard Wilson flattered, while implicitly expressing his own opinion. If it weren't for your Majesty's support for the dual-track education system I proposed, the education sector wouldn't have achieved such remarkable success. If I had to name the greatest contributor to the development of Spanish education to date, I believe it should be you, your Majesty. The education sector still needs your guidance, and under your direction, I will continue to contribute my remaining energy to furthering Spain's educational cause. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.